Joining us at the conference today. This will be our Security and Efficiency in the Modern Workplace panel. We've got a great lineup of guests throughout the conference today, so thank you all for coming. I wanted to present our presenting sponsor, which is Google Chrome Enterprise, and Hjalmar Lundin, who is the Google Chrome Browser Enterprise Lead for Northern Europe. So please welcome Hjalmar.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us nice and early in London this morning for breakfast. We're really excited to be here to talk to you about how security is changing with the enterprise. What we're seeing within the Chrome Enterprise team and also within the larger landscape of Google is that the way companies are approaching security is changing. The security threats that we're trying to protect ourselves are evolving more rapidly, with deepfakes happening, with AI entering the game, and also the hybrid workforce, people working in the office and then also working remotely. So this means that we're starting to have to think differently about how do we protect ourselves and how do we protect our companies. Something that I'm really, really excited about in this space is actually working in the Chrome Enterprise team with the Chrome browser. It's a browser that's been around for 15 years. I'm sure most of you have used it or heard of it. But it's gone from just being an access point to the internet to actually being a productivity tool and a security tool. Over the past couple of years, we've seen secure enterprise browsing enter the game. And this is where companies are starting to manage browsers more compactly. They're able to enforce more policies on the browser and move away from device management, which means that we're now looking at how do I protect the browser to the application and not looking at how do I protect devices. What this means is that decision makers, IT departments, and end users are able to look completely differently at how they work and how they set up their businesses. What I find really exciting is when I talk to small SMB digital native companies, they're throwing out the rule book of how to set up IT and just thinking completely in the cloud. And then for traditional companies who have a lot of legacy, they're also able to start thinking about how do I maybe move away from VDI? How do I move away from VPNs? How do I stop sending devices to my contractors, all from the humble browser, which is really exciting. The other side of this is also the relationship that we as a vendor are having with companies. The relationship isn't just let's deliver a piece of software and move on, but it's a much more connected relationship where decision makers need to trust the vendors that they're working with, and the vendors need to listen to their decision makers and the companies they're interacting with. The C-level is bearing a lot more responsibility in the security space, so you can't just say, oh, Google built a tool, I trust them. You need to understand what the inner workings of that are. So I'm really excited today to spend the day with you to talk about how we can help protect your company, what you need from us, and just to hear what you think the future of security and productivity is going to look like. Thank you all. Please enjoy breakfast. And I think we've got some great panelists coming up this morning as well. Thank you.
everyone. Can you hear me? My mic's on? Great.
Yes.
I'm Jillian Deutsch. I'm the telecoms reporter here at Bloomberg in Europe, and I'm joined by Bas Burger, who is the BT Business CEO. So Bas, thank you for being here bright and early.
Oh, thank you for having me, Jillian.
Now, I think it might be helpful for everyone if you first start off explaining what it is like to be BT CEO, BT Business CEO.
What is it like?
Yes,
it is
what's
great. It is wonderful, particularly so early in the morning, seeing so many lovely faces today here in London. No, look, we are focused on business-to-business customers in the UK, the smallest SMB customers, small and medium business customers, all the way up to the largest corporates. And internationally, we focus on predominantly multinational corporations and governments. We have a network in 180 countries. And what we basically partner with our customers on is networking, global networking, cybersecurity, as you just heard, as well as voice and contact center infrastructure. So, and what is it like? It's a very, very interesting area to work in because there's so many things that our customers are currently demanding of us and of the network and of technology in general. So yeah, it's an exciting space.
Absolutely, and so much of your job is worrying about what your customers worry about.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
That's good.
So what keeps you up at night?
Well, what keeps me up at night is what our customers are laying awake at night for. And it's funny, we did a survey recently with our customers, and 9 out of 10 business leaders in the companies that we serve are actually very, very worried at the pace of technology change. And the number one technology worry obviously is cyber and cybersecurity, but also the fear of missing out. Many companies want to compete in their individual markets. And they want to use technology to basically become more efficient or to basically have a better product to sell. And they're very worried about all this new technology around them, and particularly that their competitors in their markets pick up new technology quicker than that they do. And when they do that, they will lose out. So not everybody understands technology really well. They're just very worried about it. And then secondly, and this is what they talk to us about a lot, is whatever technology is deployed, it needs to work, and it needs to work all the time. And obviously the role that we as a network provider have to deliver is stability, is resilience, is making sure that we make the network a rock-solid foundation on which they can build their digital future on. And that needs to be resilient, and it needs to be trustworthy, and it needs to be predictable in its performance.
I mean, as you mentioned before at the very beginning, you obviously work with lots of different kinds of companies. You work with multinational companies, small companies, also the government. How would you say their needs differ?
Actually, not that much, funny enough, because, of course, large companies are more complicated and they are in more countries and they have a lot more different requirements with regard to running big supply chains and running big factories, etc. But in essence, their demand is the same if you're a small, let's say, coffee van outside of a football stadium and you want your payment system to work when you sell your coffee. And the requirements are all the same. They need a rock-solid foundation of a network on which they can use all these new technologies. Even if the technology doesn't work for a company, they want to be able to use something else on the same infrastructure. And they're all in trouble if it doesn't work. I mean, if a factory doesn't work, maybe 10, 20 years ago, you could do without connectivity for maybe a week before you'd be in trouble. Today, an average factory will stop working after an hour if there's no connectivity because of all the need for technology to enter into the factory. And it's the same for a small company. You know, if a small company cannot be reached by phone or email or WhatsApp, or cannot reach their database of their customers, or cannot do a payment in a store, it won't exist.
And this is something that I think sets BT apart from some other telecom operators right now. There's really a focus on the infrastructure and making sure that infrastructure is very rock solid, and that is the core of the business. I think some of the other operators I talk to are still very interested in being a kind of a tech co or kind of competing with some of the big tech companies. Why is BT taking a different approach?
I mean, we are systemically important for the UK. If I just take the UK as a country, we spend 5 billion a year investing in infrastructure. And we are at a pivotal moment in time for the UK in building infrastructure. And I'm talking infrastructure in general is obviously important for the UK, but the infrastructure we're building today is moving from copper to fiber. I mean, the UK was the first country in the world that had a copper network, because we were, I wasn't there 170 years ago, but we were the first ones building copper between cities. Today we're replacing that with fiber cables, and it's a once in a 2-3 generation move. So we are totally focused on doing that well. So building fiber, building 4 and 5G networks, and moving the old platforms, analog environments into digital environments, to prepare the UK and the UK economy to be competitive on the world stage. You need that rock solid foundation of infrastructure, and that requires a lot of focus, and that is where our primary focus sits.
Yes, absolutely. You're talking about the focus the company needs to have. You obviously, part of the division of BT Business is BT Global as well. Part of Alison Kirkby, the new CEO of BT, part of her strategy is really streamlining BT Business and scaling back some of the BT Global reach. And I think you mentioned at the beginning you have partnerships at least in 180 countries. So what exactly does that shift actually mean?
Yeah, so it's not scaling back. What we see in our global environment is a different development than in our domestic. In domestic environment in the UK, we own all the fiber and the copper networks, and we basically build all our antennas for 4 and 5G. So the move from old to new is from copper to fiber, and from 2, 3G to 4 and 5G. That's the focus in the UK. Globally, we have an overlay network, which is today it's called MPLS, but you can forget that in a second. And the demand our multinational corporations have is different than it was in the past, where they connected offices and their own data centers. Today they are connecting their cloud applications, and they're using AI to run their businesses. So network demand is changing a little bit. So globally, we are currently investing in a brand new network called Global Fabric. And the way in which we strategically talk about this is that is a new type of network which allows us to work together with other global telcos a lot better than potentially in the past. So we've been talking about that for a while, and we said, hey, if we build that new network, we can work in partnerships with others to basically scale that network faster than if we were to do that alone. So that is the option we are currently looking at. We're building the network, we're moving from old to new, and we're looking at how can we white label the new network to partner with others to scale it faster. That's what we're doing globally.
I think there's some confusion among analysts and people in the market about what this kind of shift for BT Business looks like. I talked to some analysts who, their interpretation of what Alison Kirkby had talked about earlier this year was scaling back BT Global, and they did talk more about, focusing on the UK. But now it seems like more you're talking about partnerships with other companies. What kind of partnerships do you want? And is there a misunderstanding when analysts talk about retreating from BT Global?
Yeah, no, that is definitely a misunderstanding. But the way in which we look at partnerships has everything to do with what we do for customers and how we can bring those services as efficient as possible. So I need to dive into a little bit of what Global Fabric is. So if you specifically look at what global customers, what multinationals want, is they want to understand what is the predictable performance of my applications and how can I get to my data easily. And their data and applications for 30% sit in cloud environments, multi-cloud environments, like with hyperscalers, like Microsoft, actually with Google, with Amazon, and with others. And then the other 70% sits on their own premises or with SaaS providers. So they come to us and say, look, we need you to give us predictable performance of those applications. We need you to deal with our data sovereignty issues, because data sits everywhere in the world, and I need to be able to be compliant with rules today and with rules tomorrow. You need to make sure that whatever you do in your network, it's secure, because yes, you can do security on devices. Yes, you can do security in applications, but security in the network is actually the most important one to start with. And you need to make sure that it's a sustainable network as well. All these new networks are far less power hungry than the old networks. Now, and that's needed for those customers that want to use AI, which is very power hungry. So that's a network we're building today. In order to scale that network, because it sits in different locations as the old network, you basically enter into a world where a lot of other global providers are using the same type of, or could use the same type of topology to basically build a network. And that's the thing we want to do. We want to see if we can white label those types of networks to other companies who can then either brand it to their own name, or they can resell it, or they can work together with us to deliver services to customers. That's what we're trying to do.
And from where you sit at BT Business, you obviously see lots of disruptions to the network and cyber attacks, which is obviously a common theme that we'll be talking about throughout the day. What are you seeing, and especially now that AI has come into the picture?
Well, we've been watching attacks on our network in general and our customers' networks for decades. And AI, by the way, is not a new thing. It started to become more interesting when Gen AI came around the corner. But the bad guys have always used AI, but they are now accelerating the use because the chipsets and the applications that are available to attack customers are increasing. We did some research recently, and we found that we see 200 million attacks a day on our network, potential signals of an attack on our network, and therefore also on our customers' network. This translates into, and this is an interesting number, 1,000 signals on every single device which is connected to the internet per day. So there's 1,000 times somebody knocks on the door. So you're in your house, and you have a door, you have a back door, you have a window, you have a chimney, and every day, 1,000 times, somebody knocks on it to see if it's open, to see if they can break in or not. That is accelerating because the bad guys are using AI. It becomes much more efficient to attack or potentially check if an IP device is accessible. And the number of devices we collectively put on the internet is increasing with IoT. Look at how many devices you connect in your house. So you see the number of devices scale and the number of attempts to enter into the network through these devices scale up. And AI is a big component of that. Now, luckily, we are helping customers defend using AI as well. So we have lots of data, which we analyze in a very smart way so that we can say, okay, protect your windows, doors, and chimneys in a certain way so they can't go in and they go to the neighbors or they stop attacking. But this is a never-ending story, and this is accelerating at the moment, unfortunately.
And you're using AI tools also to catch up with.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I could ask you a million more questions. We didn't even get to the copper shutoff, but Bas, thank you so much for your time.
All right. Well, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jillian. Thank you, Baz. Appreciate your time. Again, I'm Jordan Robertson. I'm a cybersecurity reporter with Bloomberg here in London. And I wanted to welcome our next two guests. If you can come to the stage, please. We've got Ellison and Williams, and we've got Jessica Figueras. Come up here, please. Thank you, guys. There you go. I think that's fine. So thank you both for joining us today. The topic of the conference today, of course, is trust in technology. And we've got two great cybersecurity CEOs here to talk about different aspects of the cybersecurity problem. First, I'll introduce Ellison Ann. Ellison Ann Williams is a mathematician and a former US National Security Agency senior researcher, worked at the NSA for over a decade, is now founder and CEO of a company called Enveil, which makes a very special form of encryption that helps solve a very big problem for banks, multinationals, government agencies. We'll get into it a little bit, kind of what exactly that technology does. Jessica Figueras is also CEO of a company called Pionen. That company makes technology that helps, especially UK critical infrastructure operators, conduct cyber assessments. These are the assessments that help companies evaluate whether they're meeting certain cybersecurity benchmarks and whether they are kind of meeting basic guidelines for cybersecurity. So Jessica, I think I want to start with you first. One of the themes that I've been exploring a lot in my reporting, especially with regard to major breaches, we see lots of ransomware breaches, we see lots of data breaches, lots of hacking attacks, lots of extortion, things like that. One thing that has surprised me a lot in the reporting is that you have many large companies, otherwise well-funded companies, good cybersecurity staff. These are smart companies with smart people, essentially kind of losing control of their data, losing control of their IT systems, and otherwise having vulnerabilities that you would expect them not to have. Your company, as I mentioned, Pionen, does cybersecurity assessments or helps companies do cybersecurity assessments. What can you tell the audience about why we're seeing so many otherwise sophisticated, large, well-resourced companies suffer from vulnerabilities that make them vulnerable to hacks that you might otherwise not expect them to have?
Well, I guess in a word, it's legacy, right? I mean, these are by definition the largest, most complex organisations, typically been around for many years, and they've accumulated layers of legacy technology, kind of like sediment, it's a bit like archaeological layers, these technologies were procured, implemented in times before we anticipated just how bad actors would be working in future. So yes, vulnerabilities accumulate, and there's a huge issue around, I guess, opacity. There's a lack of transparency sometimes about what is out there and what are the kind of risks inherent. There are issues in some sectors with equipment which is very old, maybe physically very, very difficult to patch, maybe out of support in some cases. Things which were implemented in ways that only, very sort of small numbers of people really understand. You get a lack of skills. So that whole set of issues around legacy technologies is pretty much the same set of issues we're dealing with cybersecurity. And yes, these are well-funded organisations in many cases, and simply keeping up with the speed of remediation required is really, really hard. It's slow. So, take the British Library as an example. We talk about the attack on the British Library primarily because not just because it was very shocking in the scale of disruption, but also because they've been incredibly transparent about it, which has really helped everybody to kind of learn. In the case of the British Library, the vulnerability, which ended up being the way in which the hackers got access, was known to the team there. And they knew it was a vulnerability. They knew that they needed to fix it. They had decided to fix it. They had put aside budget. The project was due to start in May, and the attack happened in October. That's just really unfortunate, So we're in a situation now, I think, where, we're starting to talk about cyber resilience rather than just cyber security. And what that means is we're in a world where, unfortunately, we have to think, when, not if. And if we're thinking when, not if, the question is, can we recover from this?
The reason I like that, I'm glad you brought up the British Library example, because a lot of my job has turned into covering ransomware and cyber extortion. It didn't used to be that way. I covered a lot of espionage and things like that, but now we cover a lot of ransomware. And there's so much shaming, victim shame that happens online where a vulnerability will be disclosed. Let's say it's in an edged appliance, like a Citrix appliance or Fortinet or something else. Vulnerability will be disclosed. Weeks or months later, an organization like the British Library will get hacked, and immediately there's victim shaming online. The vulnerability was known, you should have patched, and I've become very interested lately in talking with companies like you're describing with the British Library, where they were aware of the vulnerability. They had a plan to patch the vulnerability. Even at reasonably resourced organizations, it still might take time to actually do that. So it's not a case of organizations always forgetting, being oblivious. There's a plan. They're just not able to get there as fast as the hackers. I was in a conference in Denmark recently and talked to an energy company that got breached the same way. Very similar story. So when you're working with companies and you're helping them do their cybersecurity assessments, you mentioned something interesting, which is that a big part of your technology is automating all of the things that would slow down that process. So kind of trying to close the gap between maybe it's 3 months to fix, now we can close it to maybe a month and a half. Describe for the audience a little bit about just the amount of paperwork, kind of the really boring administrative stuff that can delay fixing a vulnerability or delay kind of becoming more cyber secure.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? Regulation in this space is really starting to step up. So, so now what we see is more and more sectors are being brought into the sphere of where they're having to, their cybersecurity programs need to meet the requirements of particular regulations. So whether that's in the EU, for example, DORA is going to be a big one. The NIS2 regime here in the UK, we have NIS. We're moving towards something which looks very much like NIS2. Now, what all of these regimes do is they set up a requirement to kind of measure and benchmark your cybersecurity programs against some kind of standard. And what that means is assessments, and a lot of them. We already have this, for example, with GDPR, where organisations, larger, more complex ones, are starting to get now into a pattern, a routine of year-round being in assessment mode. And assessments mean questionnaires and spreadsheets and tick boxes, there is a question, particularly for teams who are short-staffed, which is many of them, frankly, which is, how much time do we want these guys to be working on just the very kind of bureaucratic aspects of this, and how much time would we rather they spent actually using their fantastic skills to actually make the organisation safer. So, regulation is important and it's good. I'm glad we have it. But yeah, we do need to think about how we reduce that burden, so we're not slowing the organisations down.
And to give a specific that Jessica gave me earlier is that you'll have organizations where these cybersecurity assessments can be very thorough, they can be very useful, but simply figuring out who to send the spreadsheet to, all of the different stakeholders that need to see the spreadsheet, and all of the different staffers who need to populate the spreadsheet. All of these are factors that can slow down an organization potentially from fixing key vulnerabilities, which then leads to, in many cases, the breaches that we see where the vulnerabilities may have been known for weeks or months or longer. So you have this kind of tension between more cybersecurity assessments. Those are typically considered a very good thing. However, kind of the administrative burden of actually enacting these things can be quite burdensome. And Ellison, I wanted to turn to you as well. As I mentioned, you're a former security researcher with the National Security Agency. We met a few years ago when you were just starting out this company, Enveil. I think the easiest way to describe kind of what you do is that you make a very special form of encryption that solves a very big problem for banks, multinationals, government agencies. And the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you have data sets in multiple places, so any big bank, any multinational, any government agency will have data sets in many different places. Some of those places are abroad. So a big bank might have data sets about their users all over the world. And increasingly, and this was a very interesting part of some of our earlier conversations, those data sets will be subject to very strict privacy and localization rules. So say, for example, and Ellison provided me this example, say you're a bank that has operations in the UK and in Singapore. Well, if Singapore has very strict privacy rules, it's going to be very hard, if not impossible, to ask questions and kind of transfer data easily back and forth. The way this relates to the conference and the theme of trust in technology is if you are a cyber criminal, or you are a money launderer, or you are any kind of online criminal, you're taking advantage of the fact that the bank has blind spots in multiple parts of its organizations because of these privacy and security laws, kind of an unintended effect of some of these laws. Can you talk a little bit about how your technology works to help kind of expose some of those blind spots and help large organizations cross over and use their data, which is actually very secure? This is the other end of the spectrum. Organizations that have secured their data very, very well, but they might not be able to access it or use it in the way that might help them track down cyber criminals, track down money launderers, and folks like that.
For sure. So privacy-enhancing technologies is the area. So privacy-enhancing technologies enable organizations to use data where it is and as it is in a secure and private way across boundaries and across silos. And those boundaries and silos take many, many different forms depending on, as you just pointed out, the vertical and the use case. So in the example that you just gave, the boundaries and silos of data were actually operating jurisdictions within the same global financial services organization. And all of those different jurisdictions have to abide by a very heterogeneous regulatory data residency landscape. So it makes it very, very difficult in practice to ask questions such as, I'm banking the Singaporean entity in Singapore. I'm watching them for questionable activity. Do you, the UK, know anything about this Singaporean entity? Are you perhaps banking them? So that's a very difficult thing to do for all the reasons that you mentioned. And then privacy enhancing technologies come in, a key pillar of which is that special type of encryption called homomorphic encryption that allows you to now ask that question in an encrypted, secure, and private way. So I can take that question for, are you making the Singaporean entity? I can encrypt it in Singapore in the form of an encrypted search. I can send it to you in the UK. And then because it processes there over the data you're making available to it without ever being decrypted, producing the encrypted results come back, I can now get the answers to that question, those insights back from the UK in a matter of seconds without ever exposing any Singaporean information outside of Singapore. So really transformational from that perspective, but that could be applied across banks, for example, in any kind of situation for anti-money laundering, for fraud, et cetera, really catching those criminals. Because of course, if you've got a blind spot, if you've got a silo around your data and you cannot see out of it, whether that silo is an operating jurisdiction, whether it's a department within the organization, whether it's the entire organization, then of course the money launderers and the folks that are trying to do bad things are going to learn exactly where your boundaries are and then work around them. So privacy enhancing technologies can help you connect those dots in a secure and private way.
I think that's great. And one of the reasons I wanted you to talk with the audience is that we didn't used to have as much cybercrime because it was harder to move money around. So we see ransomware now. Ransomware doesn't exist without digital currencies, offshore accounts, kind of like the opacity of some parts of the financial system enables cybercrime, whether it's fraud, ransomware, hacking. And it wasn't until we started talking that I really understood that these banks especially, these multinationals, they have a real problem accessing their data abroad. You might think it's one company, and it is one company, and these divisions exist all over the world, but because of these very well-intentioned and very good, in many cases, privacy and security laws, it's actually, in some cases, helping enable hacking and enable the movement of money around the world, whether that's through money laundering, money mules, and things like that. And so I wanted to ask you as well, my understanding basically of the way the technology works is it's a form of encryption that allows you to encrypt both the question asked of that data abroad and also the answer given to you from that data abroad. So you're able to ask a question of your, in this case, let's say it's foreign data. You're able to receive a response like, I'm tracking hacker 12345. Do you have an account linked to hacker 12345, whatever alias they're using? In some cases, these privacy and security laws will prevent you from actually asking your own data, asking that question of your own data. And can you talk a little bit about, we talked with Jessica about some of the use cases for the cyber assessment technology. Can you talk about a few use cases for your technology within a bank or, let's say, a national security organization or a government agency?
Yeah, so I think we've talked about some really great ones that are very impactful for financial services in terms of, financial crime, kind of the two sides of that, money laundering and then fraud. And that takes so many dimensions, right? We talked about search. That's certainly one way you can pull insights and use data. But you can also just take a list of very sensitive types of indicators. So a list of maybe those Singaporean entities, if we pull that thread a little bit more, that you want to know, hey, do they open an account anywhere else within my own bank? I want to know about that and be alerted on it. You can take that list, and then with PETs, privacy enhancing technologies, or homomorphic encryption, as you talked about, you can encrypt that list, and then you can park it out in your other operating jurisdictions within your bank. So as new accounts get opened up, they can be streamed across that encrypted list, and then encrypted tips and alerts are produced, pushed back to Singapore, where you can see then in a matter of seconds, wait a second, this entity tried to open an account over here, now I should take auxiliary action. So that's certainly very powerful. We just talked a little bit earlier about AI, the tool called AI, which is correct, it's not new, Gen AI has taken it to a new level, but one of the things that this whole kind of Gen AI movement, ChatGPT movement, LLMs have brought to life, which has always been true, is the machine learning models, which are the unit of work in AI, actually encode and contain the data over which they were trained. So if you've trained your model over sensitive data, say I've trained it to recognize suspicious activity over Singaporean data, So if I take that model and I move it over to the UK, it's essentially the same thing as taking my underlying Singaporean training data and moving that over to the UK. Huge problem, right? Now, privacy-enhancing technologies come in and solve a key piece of that from a model-centric security perspective, because now I can take that sensitive model, because it's been trained over sensitive Singaporean data, I can encrypt it in Singapore, and I can send the encrypted model out to the UK, where it can then be run in its encrypted state. If I don't decrypt it, I can't see the model. If I can't see the model, I can never pull any of that sensitive training data out of it over which it was trained, get my results that way, maybe for different kinds of fraud, behavioral anomaly detection, for example, relating to money mule accounts. So it has a lot of dimensionality when you start talking about, well, how do I engineer trust through technology? How do I use data across all these boundaries and silos in a secure and private way? Could be search, could be watch listing, could be analytics, could be AI, right, and machine learning.
I like that. And just like Jessica's example, it's all about reducing the amount of time it takes an organization to detect fraud, detect a hack, fix a problem. It's about kind of collapsing that attack surface. And Jessica, I wanted to turn it back to you. Another thing that you had mentioned to me as well is that you are also a founding trustee of the UK Cybersecurity Council, which is a professional standards organization for cybersecurity professionals. And you mentioned something interesting that I hear a lot about the skills shortage in cybersecurity. There are literally millions of unfilled cybersecurity jobs, and people who work in cybersecurity have a lot of opportunities. However, you've worked with companies, and you've mentioned this, where the burnout rate is so high from watching screens all day of alert, 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 alert all the time, that some organizations you've worked with, their cybersecurity staff is operating at 50% capacity for many months or longer because of burnout. Is there something you want to tell the audience about kind of the level of burnout in cybersecurity and kind of this hidden cost of all of the security work that everybody's doing to make networks more secure, to make technologies more trustworthy? It sounds like there is kind of maybe a dark side to it too, that there's a lot of burnout among some of these professionals.
There certainly can be in some areas of the profession. I mean, lots of different types of roles in cybersecurity, but there's that piece around incident response and security monitoring, and you would call those people their first responders, right? Just like blue light services, and that is a stressful job. I mean, you're carrying the weight of responsibility on your shoulders the whole time. You're asking whether what you're seeing is just another false alert, or is it the beginnings of something that could be catastrophic for your organisation? So that is stressful, and yeah, you do have in some organisations, I wouldn't say it's the norm 50% vacancies, but it's not uncommon, and you have people doing 2-3 people's jobs, and there are high levels of burnout in some areas. And it's really difficult, I think that the profession is a really interesting one. I mean, my personal impression is that people who work in cybersecurity tend to be very special. They tend to have very, very high integrity. They tend to really, really care about the safety of their organisation, and they take that responsibility on in ways perhaps that other professionals might not. And that is a burden. So yeah, we do see high levels of mental health issues. So I feel quite strongly that we have to take care of our cybersecurity people. I mean, they are our first responders. Our national security literally lies on their shoulders, right? And I think there's a piece around security culture, which I think is starting to become a bit more, awareness of this piece is starting to grow. I would like it to go much further. Organisations need to understand that it's not just the responsibility of the cybersecurity teams to keep us all safe, because frankly, the problems that led to us getting to where we are today, they weren't created by cybersecurity people. They were created by businesses just doing what businesses do, growing and building new things in a not particularly kind of planned way. And you do often see this issue where the business makes a decision which has a cybersecurity implication, which is not really thought through, often not really much kind of conscious of it. And then something goes wrong, and we're suddenly turning around and saying to our cybersecurity teams, "Oh, what happened there? Well, you guys didn't do your job, did you?" And there's a blame culture. It's we don't talk about it much. We should, like you said earlier, shame and blame. That happens way too much. And particularly at senior levels, you know, the danger with that is who is going to want to do those jobs if you know that as soon as something goes wrong, which it probably will at some point, you know, you're going to be first out the door. We cannot keep our organisations safe in that way.
There's a lot of people. It's true.
Yeah, so I think, you know, we need to build this kind of this partnership, this joint sense of responsibility. So yeah, look after our cybersecurity people.
Terrific. We're almost out of time, but I do want to ask one last question to both of you. Where are we at in terms of our fight against the hackers? Are we winning? Are we losing? Are we in the middle? The cybersecurity industry's never been bigger than it is now, but it feels like we're also seeing more breaches than ever. We only have about 10 seconds left, but Ellison, maybe I'll throw it to you first.
We're losing. It's going to always be a cat and mouse game.
Jessica, what do you think?
Yeah, so, same. You know, they win some, we win some. Let's just keep going, keep fighting, keep learning.
Terrific. Well, Ellison and Jessica, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for taking some time on our panel. With that, the main conference is about to start. Thank you to everybody for coming to the conference and for coming to this panel. We really appreciate it. We've got a great lineup today. We've got the CEOs of ASML, the CEO of ARM, and so many other great guests. So we hope you'll join us upstairs as well. So thank you guys very much, and thank you for being on the panel.
Covering up your Technology is everywhere. We use it every day. At work, at home, in gyms, hospitals, to commute. We take it for granted.
Global tech outages linked to Microsoft and CrowdStrike causing widespread business disruptions, including at the big banks.
Can technology and AI be trusted?
We can do a lot to augment human beings in these incredibly powerful new ways, and we should focus on that as long as the human remains in the loop, because as we all know, these things lie pretty bad, or they call them hallucinations.
AI in the hands of bad humans. Let's make sure that we're navigating that world first.
Why should we trust you?
You shouldn't.
What happens when it fails, misleads, or is attacked?
We haven't really had a big successful cyber attack on a financial market utility or a bank. And that's the kind of thing which I think is, the stuff of lying awake at night.
We need to constantly improve the level of coordination, first, second, third line of defense, and best way to respond to those.
Our lives and livelihoods hang in the balance. This is Bloomberg Tech. Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Tom Giles and Caroline Hyde.
Good morning, London. My name is Tom Giles. I am the Senior Executive Editor for Global Technology at Bloomberg. Today is going to be a great day, and I'm so glad you are here.
It is going to be a great day. I'm Caroline Hyde. I'm an anchor at Bloomberg TV, lucky enough to help present the Daily Technology Show. And to all of you here in the room and to all of you who are streaming virtually, we thank you so much for being present.
Today's theme is trust. And when we talk about technology, we have to talk about trust. Technology touches on everything that we care about as global business people: the economy, media and information, markets, trade, geopolitics.
But it's also personal, right? It's not just the economy, it's your wealth, it's my health, it's how I talk and discuss things online with my family and loved ones. It's how I get my information, it's how I vote. And look, half of the world's population, Tom, is turning up to the ballot box this year. In just 2 weeks' time in the United States, we have an election. It has never been more important to trust technology.
And at the heart of many of these trust issues is artificial intelligence. Misinformation, bias, cynicism over how technology is deployed. We need to wrestle with these issues, and we will do that today with a very distinguished lineup of guests. How much can we, how much should we trust technology? Why does it matter, and how do we build it? Our lineup today is an amazing group of global business leaders. Many of them and you have flown in from abroad, and for that we're especially thankful.
We have too, so forgive the odd little bit of caffeine in between, a little jet lagged on this side of the equation. But there's also some amazing array of presenting sponsors, and we really want to take a moment to acknowledge them. We thank you, Boston Consulting Group. We thank you, Google Chrome Enterprise, Nokia, Verizon Business. We also have our supporting sponsor as well, Standard Chartered, and our participating sponsor is Vodafone Business.
Now, not only do we have conversations with business leaders, we've got a really packed agenda with a live podcast taping. My colleague Tom McKenzie from Bloomberg TV is downstairs anchoring a show live as we speak. But we want you to be part of the conversation. So first of all, let's get you connected to Wi-Fi. You will find Wi-Fi details on the back of your badges. It's also on the screen here. We're also active on social media. We would love for you to share this conversation with the larger public. So here's a way you can engage with us. It's #BloombergTech or @BloombergLive. So please do send in your questions. You can do that by scanning the QR code up here on the screen.
And get scanning right now, because we want you to take part in some polling. Get your phone out. We, throughout this event, want you to be on your phone, sharing your thoughts online, but also taking part in these polls. So if you could get it out, I know all of you have very kindly already switched to silent. But now let's get the QR code rolling, and we want to give our first poll. We're just doing a test. It's a broader version of it today. We're going to be asking you, how much do you trust these widely available generative AI tools? Whether you're using Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT, maybe using Meta AI. Are you A, completely into it? Are you trusting it mostly? Are you somewhat trusting them? Or are you actually not trusting them at all, Tom?
And we've had reason to question, right, whether we should trust generative AI. We've had deep fakes. We've had, who could forget Taylor Swift, for example, and how a presidential candidate in the U.S. used her imagery, right? We've done research into bias in resume ranking. We've looked at bias in the generation of images. And I think back in the recesses of our minds, some of us remember back to 2001, A Space Odyssey, and we're all wondering figuratively, are we going to find ourselves in deep space pleading with a figurative HAL 9000, open the pod doors?
Personally, I'm thinking to 2013 and how we're all going to fall in love with our generative AI with the movie Her. Meanwhile, somewhat of you generally trusting. So generally, you are somewhat trustful of these widely available generative AI tools. And actually, mostly, look, 2% completely, Tom. So thus far, only 2% of you are going to be falling head over heels in love with the generative AI.
Nobody's fully sold yet on this whole generative AI question. All right, well, thank you all for taking part in that poll, and thank you, Caroline, for the intro.
Have a great first conversation.
All right. So our first guest today, very special guest, ASML CEO Christophe Fouquet. Please join me in welcoming Christophe to the stage. Well, we'll get right to it. Christophe, last week, ASML had some news for the market, made some news. For those of you who were paying attention, ASML, maker of some of the most sophisticated technology used in chip making around the world. But last week, you had to do some expectation resetting in terms of bookings, in terms of your outlook for 2025. And how long the chip recovery will extend. You said on the call today, without AI, the market would be very sad, if you ask me. That definitely spread some sadness in the market, in the stock price. Could you give us a sense, when you talked about the new expectations, you focused on a couple of things. Some of your customers like Samsung and Intel, but also China. And so I'm wondering if you could give us a sense of, on balance, how much of your resetting of expectations was related to changes in China versus weakness in some of the large customers that I mentioned?
Yeah, so I think last week we said a few things. And I think the first thing we said was that we still see AI as a huge opportunity for the industry. And we still see even upside on the short term. So I think AI has been with us now for a couple of years, and it's created a lot of excitement. And like all our peers in the industry, I do believe that AI will bring a tremendous opportunity for this industry. So that's the first thing we have said. So I said on the long term, AI is going to build up a real strong opportunity for the industry. Now on the short term, I think you're aware of that, not everyone is surfing yet on the AI wave. I think some companies have been doing extremely well. Of course, NVIDIA comes to mind, TSMC, because they are providing, the first one, the product, the second one, the process that is going to manufacture the product. So they're very strong. I think you see, and I'm sure you will see that in the weeks to come, a very, very strong demand. Now, what we also said is that not every semiconductor manufacturer is involved in AI. Some of them are doing chips for more traditional application, mobile, PC, automotive, and that part of the market is not, recovering as quickly as we hoped. Right. And it does recover, so we see progress, and people are reporting that, but it's slower maybe than a lot of us expected. And I would say That concerns quite a few companies. All the companies, in fact, that today are not directly benefiting from the AI boost. That's a bit the split of the market we see today, at least.
Does that mean that we shouldn't expect a full recovery until 2026?
Well, that's always very difficult to say because, this is something we watch every quarter. Last week people were maybe a bit disappointed that we didn't give more heads up. But that's something we just keep watching. And, in the last 3 months, for example, we have seen that people were starting to push the brake. When do they start to push the accelerator again? We don't know because, when you become cautious, it usually takes a bit of time before you look at the longer term again. But, long term, we see growth. We see tremendous opportunity, which means that at some point of time, this has to come. 2025, by the way, we still see as a growth year for the industry, for ASML. The growth is not as high as I think a lot of people expected by then, but still a growth year. We also expect 26 to be a growth year, but it's too early to quantify that in very high accuracy or very high precision.
Got it. I want to talk a little bit about China. At one stage, they accounted for almost half of total revenue. What you shared with the market was that we have to think about China in its more historical perspective, where it accounted for something more like 20% of total revenue for you as a company. I'd like to get a sense from you of how much of that changing viewpoint on China is coming from weakness internally versus limits on what Chinese manufacturers can buy given export controls.
Yeah, so maybe first a step back. If you look at China, we just talked about AI. AI is the very advanced semiconductor manufacturing, very advanced chips. China, for a few years now, is focusing on what we call mainstream semiconductor. So semiconductor, we used to talk about IoT, all those chips that you have in all the product, making those products smarter. That's the type of chips China is basically manufacturing today. One part of the reason for that is, of course, the restriction that have been applied on EUV, as you know, which have prevented China to move to very advanced node. So the focus of China is on mainstream semiconductor. Right. The demand for that has boomed in 2021-22. As a result, the demand we had in China in 2021-22 has boomed as well. And 21-22 was the time, if you recall, where the demand was extremely high and ASML was struggling to deliver tools to everyone. Therefore, we couldn't deliver a large part of the demand in China. Backlog in China grew. 2023, the rest of the market softened. We got tools we could ship to China. Same in 2024. So the level of business we had with China in 23-24 was more of a result of the non-deliver capacity in 22-21 than anything else. And we have always explained that, our quarter at 50% of the business in China, almost 50%, this was not normal. This was a peak resulting from basically a lack of delivery before.
Right.
The normal business in China is around 20-25%. Right. And that's the normal demand related to mainstream semiconductor. And I think we're going to go back to those numbers over time.
But there is something artificial about the way we think about China as a purchaser of equipment like ASML's, in the sense that many countries around the world, the U.S. principally, have been exerting export controls on the country. Are those controls going to become even more stringent? For example, China is not able to buy your most advanced machines. Is it possible that those restrictions could extend to the DUV level, which is used for more mainstream products?
Yeah, so if you go back to the root cause, or I would say the prime motivation of export control, it was to prevent China to have access to advanced technology. EUV is not in China. By not having EUV in China, we pretty much stop the ability of China to go beyond the 5, maybe 3 nanometer node. They may be able to do a few chips, and you may see some of that in the press because, of course, everyone is watching very carefully. But fundamentally, by not having EUV, we have placed China, the regulation has placed China, I would say 10 to 15 years behind when it comes to advanced technology. We always talk about China, we usually forget to mention the fact that while those restrictions have applied on China on EUV, a lot of work has been done with other players in industry, Intel, TSMC, Samsung, on the most advanced EUV technology, as we know it today, High-NA, etc., etc. So there's been a lot of work done every single day to continue to widen, if you want, this technology gap. And EUV is a key element to be able to do advanced technology. Right. I think Intel has proven to the world a few years ago that without EUV, life was getting impossible. That's also true for China. So this limits part of the activity there.
Based on your interaction with the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, with the Foreign Ministry, is it your expectation that the restrictions will become even more limiting on China's ability to purchase machinery like ASMLs?
Well, if you look at the geopolitical landscape, I think it's clear that the United States will continue to apply pressure on their ally for more restriction. Now, the discussion we have with the Dutch Prime Minister, with, I would say, the European political leader, because at the end of the day, we are a European technology champion company, right? So yes. These are the people we have this discussion with. And the question is, what is right for the Netherlands? What is right for Europe? And as a result, what is right for ASML? So what restriction makes sense when it comes to national security, which has been the prime argument, and where does it stop, right? Because, like I say, a lot of the focus in China today is on mainstream semiconductor. And this is very different from, AI. So that's the discussion we have. I think the pressure will continue to be there because, if you look at the landscape, that's what it is. But I think that the discussion will get more sophisticated over time. The stake will become higher. And I think that countries like the Netherlands, all of Europe, where again we belong to, will also more and more start to discuss what makes sense for us.
Does it make sense for the European Union to work in such close concert with the U.S. in making it difficult for China to get access to these machines? At what stage, and do you find yourself wishing that the Dutch government and maybe the EU government would push back harder on some of the restrictions that the U.S. would like you to impose?
Well, I think, as a European citizen, right, Dutch, I would say resident, not citizen, as you know, I like to know that they do what is right for Europe and for the Netherlands. I think that's the most important things. We have always said in ASML, we don't make the law. Yeah, they know, of course. And there may be good reason to restrict. And if there is a good reason to do so, and our government believe that, then we will go with it, of course. I think what's very important is to have the discussion with them so that they understand what we do, maybe understand the industry a bit better, and they are better equipped to really decide what is good, again, overall for European countries and for the Netherlands.
Based on your interaction with your customers in China and globally, is it your perception that the motivations for export controls are truly about national security interests and regional security interests versus economic competition? In other words, how much do you think this is about keeping China from becoming economically more competitive with the rest of the world versus these are legitimate security threats?
Yeah, so Tom, I could almost turn you back the question, right? You almost have a rhetoric question, I think, in here. And what you see happening is more and more people are asking themselves this exact question. And if you look at the press, I think there is a real debate happening. That's one of the debate. Is it really about national security? We know that there is, of course, a strong economic competition between, the US, Europe, China. We see it everywhere. People question how much of that has a play in the decision. The other debate you start to see, which I think is also related, is does it help us or does it hurt us? I think there's a lot of companies in the US that start to also question, is that a good thing for us? And I think that's the key debate to have, because, like I said, I think at the end of the day, we need our governments to do the right thing for their people. And I think those debates are far more, active, far more lively than they were 2 years ago. And I think it's very good. I think it's very good because most probably this brings us to what I will call a more rational discussion and a more balanced set of decisions moving forward. So I think we can only welcome debate in such complicated issues.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit more. Let's bring things a little bit more local to the Netherlands, where ASML has discussed with the Dutch cabinet it wants to operate successfully in the country. Your predecessor, Wennick, said if the Netherlands shuts down and we cannot get immigrants or foreign students, then fine, you should accept the consequences. Now, the Dutch government, to its credit, has set up a task force, said it will spend billions of euros in the Eindhoven region to keep ASML at home. My question is that enough, particularly in a world where there is a coalition led by a far-right lawmaker that's looking to implement the strictest ever anti-immigration policies? The cabinet's working on areas to restrict labor migration. You are dependent on labor from not just domestic, but around the world. How concerned are you about the forces at work bringing this anti-immigrant rhetoric and policy to the Dutch government?
Yeah, so here also maybe if you take a bit of a step back, I think that this is almost an issue for Europe, what you describe. As it's happening in the Netherlands, it's happening in many countries as we speak.
It's happening in the US.
It's happening in the US. And what we try to do, again, in our discussion with our government, every government wants to have company like ASML in Europe, in the Netherlands, right? Everyone wants that. The more, the better. But to be able to have a company like this, you need a few things. You need to have access to capital, access to people, access to energy. You need to have a place to build your factory. All those conditions have to be there. And if you want to compete with other countries, China, the US, whatever, not only you need to have those conditions, but those conditions have to be as good as possible so that you can be competitive. Because this industry is extremely competitive. And no one should ever take any success for granted, right? Of course, the story of ASML is great, but it's only great after 40 years of very hard work, and this is, something you have to preserve. So we need all those conditions to be there. I think, the Draghi report was also a good way to summarize what the entire industry in Europe think. And our government has to work on that. And, of course, there's a bit of, immigration is a bit of a topic of the day because that's a way to get people attention. And I think what we have said is we have built our company with more than 100 nationalities. So bringing talents from everywhere has been an absolute condition for success, and this has to continue. Now, the good news is, as you said, I think people are listening.
Okay.
And maybe when you get down to business, people are more reasonable than maybe when they run a campaign or try to get elected.
Does it make sense for ASML to consider locating or relocating some operations outside of the Netherlands as at least a contingency measure to ensure that you have access to those ingredients that you mentioned that over 40 years have made ASML a great company?
So the threshold to do that is pretty high for us because we are developing extremely sophisticated machines. Technology, in fact, is a combination of many, many technologies that we have to bring together. Our supply chain is 80% of it around the Netherlands, Germany, Netherlands, France, Italy, very close. Our R&D is now, of course, almost fully in the Netherlands. We have R&D center also in the US, but I would say the large part of it is in the Netherlands. And one very important thing is because of the complexity of our tools, we want to keep our research development very close to our manufacturing center. Because what you may not realize is every 2 years we make a new step on our machines, so we have to improve them every couple of years like our customer. And it's meant that every 2 years we build new machine. And we have to teach our manufacturing people very quickly to be able to build those new machines. So there's been a long-lasting principle in ASML that we want to keep R&D and manufacturing together. And we like to do that in the Netherlands because this is where we are. So the threshold to change that, I think, is very high. And I would say new things like geopolitics give us even more reason to stay in the Netherlands so that we can build this very strong relationship with the Dutch government, with the European countries around us to also get the support of those governments in our activity.
So it's not really being considered now to maybe locate some operations elsewhere?
We have operation elsewhere.
Further.
But we will only grow those operations based on the activity we have in the different countries. But we don't at all consider to move a large part of our operation outside of the Netherlands. Not at all.
European Union has a tens of billions of dollars plan to expand local manufacturing capacity with the goal of doubling output from the region to 20% of the global market by 2030. In your estimation, is this a realistic expectation, and what are some of the hurdles that the region needs to overcome? This is the idea of increasing the region's capacity to be a bigger producer of chips to the global market.
Yeah, so I think it's very simple. If you want to achieve this kind of target, you have to build capacity. If we look at, for example, where we ship our system today, most of our system, 80% of our system, are still being shipped to Asia. So Asia remains, at least for quite a few years, I would say the key manufacturing place for semiconductor. To get to 30% share of the output, you have to take more than 30% of the tools that are going to be shipped. We don't see that yet, so I think that most probably the progress is not as fast as some people hope. I think you have also heard, of course, some major delay, right, in some of the factory in the US. So this is pointing to most probably a slower execution. But, you only can start to believe the target will be achieved when the capacity build is exceeding 30% of the total worldwide capacity, which is not the case yet.
In our introduction, Caroline reminded us that we have an election in the U.S. in a couple of weeks. You might have heard about it. It's very close so far in the polls, but would you expect conditions for the global chip-making world to become better under one candidate versus the other in the U.S.?
Well, there's a lot of, of course, like everyone else, I follow the election in the US, and you can see a lot of polarization, I think, in the debates. There's one topic that still is, I would say, shared by both sides in the US. It's China. That's one, I think, one element of agreement. So we don't expect major changes there. We expect the pressure on export control on China to remain. To tell you exactly how this will play out, I really don't know, to be honest.
Do you think it'll be ratcheted up? Do you think that pressure will be, you talked about it's going to remain. Do you expect it to be ratcheted up?
I think, I told you the pressure will be there. After, I don't know, it's speculation if, one candidate may want to do more than the other. I don't know. But like I said, that most probably will not come without a debate. And I think that, this is what we've seen happening now for a few months. But we'll see.
At Bloomberg Tech, we like to talk about new products. You've got a new one coming out, high NA EUV. We showed an image of it earlier, $380 million. One of our sizes and scopes, it's the size of a bus or a size of a small Amsterdam flat. Some of ASML's customers have raised concerns about the price tag. One SVP at a major customer said, I like the high NA EUV's capability. I don't like the sticker price. Are you concerned that the price tag could affect demand for it? And I'm asking this as someone who has about 100% market share in this, so I understand.
Yeah. No, so, I had the question many, many times in the last few months, and I always gave the simple answer. We never build a product in ASML with the idea that the new product would be more expensive than the previous one. Of course, the price is higher, but the price of all our product has been higher over time. And the reason for that is that the value they bring is even higher. So I think the reason why we make INA is basically to enable customer to look at new design, so to create more flexibility, to look at the ability to go down another 2, 3, 4 nodes, which for this industry, at the end of the day, is the highest value we can ever generate. A customer told me, AI can happen today because we have this 3 nanometer node. We couldn't do AI with the previous node because this would have been too expensive, this would have been too much energy consumption. And in fact, for AI to really span out in all applications like we all dream of, there'll be a need of another 2, 3 nodes to make sure that the cost goes down, to make sure that the energy consumption goes down. INA is going to contribute to that. What we dream of in ASML for the next 5, 10 years is going to contribute to that. And the value of INA is to continue to enable Moore's law to go with, of course, nowadays a bunch of other technology. But this is huge value. I was also discussing with Caroline, who say, AI is coming, it came, it's a big bang, right? And we know that as long as we continue to drive the industry, there will be another big bang at some point, which no one can even start to dream of. But this has been the story of this industry, and this is what INA is going to contribute to, right? So customer will adopt INA when the value of it is right, and they will continue to use all the other lithography product, of course, at the same time.
My last question for you before I let you go. We saw during the pandemic what can happen when we lose control over the supply chain. Do you feel like it would be necessary for ASML to somehow use its cash pile to do more to gain control over the supply chain, have a little bit more power in decision making, whether that would be making acquisitions or increasing the stake in one of your suppliers such as Zeiss?
Yeah, so it's a very good question, by the way, because we said the market is going to be a bit less than we expected in 25. At the same time, we are continuing to build the capability we were missing in 2022. So that part, ASML has not stopped because it takes time to do that. And we have, of course, had those discussions with our suppliers. Most of our suppliers are partners. Zeiss is a true partner. Right. They understand our industry how much as we do. We call the relationship with Zeiss 2 company, 1 business. I mean, the business is the same, and we still have a bit our different ways to do things. What I'm trying to say is that for most of our suppliers, we have a very strong alignment to make sure that we can meet the supply challenge of the industry. Only in very rare exception, we are acquiring some of the suppliers. The reason for that is usually if they cannot scale fast enough, if they cannot invest to the level we need them to invest. I think Cymer was a good example of that. When Cymer had to develop EUV, this was just too much too quickly. Therefore, we brought them in. We have another few examples, but that's the exception. We try to keep the supply chain separated because this allows us, if they deliver as we need, to be a lot more agile on our product and with our customers. So the model is very powerful, we believe.
Christophe, thanks for being with us today. Please join me in thanking ASML CEO Christophe Fouquet.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Please welcome to the stage Sharon White, former chairman of the John Lewis Partnership, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Ruth David.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be speaking with Sharon White, whose illustrious career, I must say, has spanned the worlds of retail, regulation, tech, government. Have I forgotten anything, Sharon?
No, I always think some people have very sensible careers, you know, specialising, but I'm somebody who's done lots of very different things. It's fantastic to be here this morning.
Thank you for being here. And fresh off the press, the news that you're going to be the chair of Frontier Economics. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's very exciting.
They talk a lot about some of the things that this summit is focusing on, which is tech regulation, AI, and all of those very hot-button topics right now. But I'd like to start by taking you back to a conversation that our editor-in-chief had with the presidential candidate Donald Trump a few days back, where Mr. Trump, said that the financial media was wrong on a host of issues, from tariffs to the dollar to trade, contrary to facts. And the moment he said that, of course, online, on social media, supporters immediately started branding Bloomberg as fake news. So my question for you is, how does the media walk the balance between people in authority who speak mistruths and facts, when the mistruths might get amplified very soon by social media?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I suspect everybody in the room has got a slightly different answer to this. So one of the things I did in my previous life was to run Ofcom, which is the big media and telecoms regulator. Interestingly, just before the point at which Ofcom's obviously now thinking much more deeply about online regulation, which I think is it's one of the biggest issues for our times. I think it goes right to the heart of trust. It goes right to the heart of democracy. I mean, for me, I guess the step back point, and this may be a very sort of UK sort of centric response, is that we have an extraordinary plurality of media in this country. I mean, you may love what the newspapers write or hate what the newspapers write, but we've got both, highly trusted public service broadcasters, everything from Sky News to Channel 4 to the BBC. We've now got, I think, exceptional, can I call you a private funded broadcaster?
Yes, that's fair.
Which actually has got some very strong public service values in terms of impartiality and accuracy. So there is, I think, at the core within the UK, it's very different in the US, where under President Nixon, you'll know, the rules on impartiality were rolled back. But actually there is at the heart of the media, I think, in the UK, an extraordinarily strong tradition of plurality of views, but also trying to get to the heart of an issue. And then also, if you look at some of the new players, Tortoise Media, some of you again will know James Harding, who used to be head of BBC News, is now, and then Times editor, has basically also set up a news organisation, actually digital first, which is really trying to give more airtime and more oxygen to more in-depth news. So I say this because I'm somebody who always tries to start from a position of optimism, which is, if you search and know where to find, I think there's a great store there. The issue, as you say, is that obviously the way in which digital media works and the way in which the algorithms work, it does mean that news, whether it's fundamentally truthful or fundamentally false, travels at lightning speed. And I think for any regulator, and I think the team at Ofcom now, I think, are doing an exceptional job. I mean, it's an incredibly difficult thing to keep up with the state of current technology. Almost by definition, it takes new rules and legislation and consultation. By the time you've got a sort of new remit in place, the world has changed. And so, for me, I'm probably more interested in how you teach critical thinking. Because we have this extraordinary mass of information. How do we teach our kids skepticism? How do we teach our kids that actually if something's single-sourced, they need to look for another source? And so for me, it's not about how do you necessarily regulate the world back to where we were when we had 4 TV channels and a small number of newspapers. It's how do we get more skeptical, and how do our kids get more skeptical, particularly when they're in an echo chamber of unquestioned and unquestioning media.
And so that is the utopic version, right, where we teach our kids best practices.
Yeah.
And we've been talking a lot, including yesterday, around the impact of online bullying, sextortion, some of the absence, I guess, of safeguards from social media companies. In the UK in the summer, in the riots, we saw the implications of some of that. And now Ofcom is, of course, talking about regulating social media companies more, and regulators elsewhere are doing it too. My question is, do you think we're doing enough to regulate them right now? And if there is more that needs to be done, what would that look like?
Yeah, I think I come back to my fundamental point, which is I think what the regulator will do, and remembering the legislation in the UK is not yet in place, is essentially you're not going to be regulating individual posts and individual memes and individual GIFs. What the regulator is trying to do, and I think it will be interesting to see the impact and how consumers and users feel about this, is essentially to say to the social media companies, you've got some responsibilities, and here's a framework. And if something that's illegal in the real world happens on your site, it's still illegal in the virtual world. And so we've got to be satisfied that you've got processes in place. I think where things are super hard, which is the debate that, and I suspect we've got a sort of international audience today, so apologies if this is a little bit UK focused, but as you mentioned, Ruth, we had some very difficult racial disturbances this year, this summer, a lot of it driven, certainly propagated through social media. The question about how much of that content is legal but harmful. So I say a cross word to you, I say an insulting word to you, I might even say a racial epithet in the pub, in the real world. Is I may be really upset by that, but that's not necessarily a criminal offence. In the online world, obviously it spreads hugely, but is it a criminal offence to be insulted? And what's interesting this summer is that actually the criminal justice system kicked in very quickly. Why? Because what was happening online was criminal, because you're inciting
violence.
Yeah.
So
I think these are they're sort of they're big questions, and I don't think they have got very easy answers.
And my one follow-up to you, and if we can also have the poll on regulation in Europe and the UK versus the US, because there's always that discussion about is Europe and the UK much more regulated than the US. But just a quick follow-up, do you think the liability should lie with the publisher or the provider?
It's like, do you love your first child more than your second child?
It's not a biased question for us.
I think what's interesting, if you look at the companies and the way in which the business models have started to change over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and some of the big tech companies, actually the division between being a provider and being a publisher, because not least because the business models have been so much more driven by the content that a number of the companies are producing. So is Amazon a platform, but Amazon's also running an enormous film studio. Is Apple a platform, but actually Apple TV is now becoming one of the biggest content providers. So I think it's less for me about are you a platform good, provider bad. It's more when you look at the ecosystem, you know, are there things that as a democracy we should be worried about the impact on harm and on effectively on criminal activity.
And, you know, just staying with that and coming to AI a little bit, we've seen some of the tech companies eliminate content moderator positions. And the question is, can you trust AI with content moderation? Or to what extent can you trust AI with content moderation?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big question. I think inevitably, I mean, AI tools will be and are already enormously important in terms of the moderation. Enormously important, just given obviously the vast scale, even from when I was, you know, looking at these issues 6-7 years ago, the degree of sort of the data that's just flowing through the world. So I think it's, you know, again, it's like good AI, bad AI. These are tools which we've had embedded in our iPhones for years. I think the question is inevitably you'll get to a stage where, you know, sort of human intervention alongside tools is always going to be, you know, an important part of how you moderate content, because context, national context, you know, even something that's an issue today will not have been an issue 6 months ago in quite the same way, given, you know, not least some of the uncertainties with the geopolitics. So for me, I think AI is an inevitably incredibly powerful tool for moderation.
We have heard about how generative AI has biases. It's mostly toward white men and women of color, and, you know, women and people of other races are discriminated against. How do you think companies and regulators, you know, where should the responsibility lie around that? And how do you ensure that those biases don't come into play when you're recruiting or so many different uses of it?
Yeah, I think the most important point is that it's a real debate that we're having. And I mean, generative AI, I mean, it's extraordinary that if we were in the room 3 years ago, I mean, how many of us even had an inkling of Gemini or ChatGPT. And of course, there have been some, you know, some quite high-profile, sort of inevitable misses, because obviously it's, you know, these sort of instruments, if that's what you call them, are based on, you know, historic data, and it's humans who are trying to then, you know, make clear that you can be black and be a doctor, and you can be, you know, how do you correct for biases when the data speaks to a very particular sort of cultural context. I mean, I'm pretty optimistic, because I think we've already seen the last 6 months, the last 12 months, as new versions of these tools have been produced, that there is more focus, and sometimes having these very sometimes reputationally difficult misses, I think just has caused some of the companies to again to look at who's in the teams, what's the diversity, how are we thinking about context, and how we make these corrections in a way that doesn't then introduce, you know, sort of offsetting changes which themselves are not sort of historically true, if that's the right word.
And, you know, very quickly on diversity, there's been a pushback on the work-from-home concessions that many firms, but especially tech firms, are now saying everybody return to office. What impact do you think that has on tech firms' push to have a more diverse workplace?
Yeah, I don't think all... I mean, I'm sure if we took a poll, I suspect we're all probably hovering around 3 days. 3 days, maybe not 2 days in the office. I mean, you're right. I mean, some companies have pushed on 5 days, but actually a number of tech companies, I mean, I used to run a 70,000 person retailer, and we were at about 3 days a week for our central teams, and obviously we have a lot of people who work in shops and warehouses who don't have, to be frank, much of the workforce don't have optionality about hybrid working. I think that most firms, tech or otherwise, hybrid working is here to stay. And I think that's inevitable because I think that's what our teams want, that's what our staff want. I think if you're going to have, you know, high talent, particularly international workforces, it's absolutely here to stay. And, you know, somebody who, I mean, my kids are now 19 and 17, and I've been working some versions of flexible working for almost 20 years. And it's nice that it's not just women and it's not just mothers who can productively work at home with a laptop, taking calls on a Friday, that it's something that's much broader across the workforce. And I think that's a massive positive for whether it's diversity, whether it's productivity, whether it's finding and utilising talent wherever it is. So I personally think the 5 days a week back, I think let's look at what companies are actually doing as opposed to some of the announcements that have been made.
We've also seen a lot of the tech companies, but companies from other sectors as well, leave the UK in favor of the US, right? And that's been a theme that's running for the last year, 2 years. Do you think enough is being done to incubate new ideas and research in the UK? And what can the new government do to kind of stop this flow? Also from the context of the regulatory framework to ensure that companies get approvals in time to build businesses here.
Yeah. I mean, the big point, and I suspect there'll be lots of people in the audience who are sort of feeling the opportunity, but also some of the challenges, is actually the UK is phenomenally good at startups, and I still think very strong at startup capital. I think where it has been just much more tricky is in that growth phase. And again, I think big companies, big successful companies, certainly my experience and the conversations I've had, again, capital's not the issue. So it's that middle group where it is still an easier conversation in the US. And I think a few big points. So if you look at just the macro economy in the UK, we have not had growth in real living standards since 2008. So productivity has basically been stuck since the financial crisis. And so for most, you know, sort of ordinary people, real wages are not going to be back to their 2008 level until about 2025. And so productivity, growth, capital, our amazing companies being able to grow and provide new jobs and high-wage jobs in this country is fundamentally important. And I think there are a whole, you know, this is a much longer conversation, but I think there are a whole series of things behind that. I think regulation and how we think about the balance between kind of competition and investment, I think is a key part of this. I don't know how many of you have read the Draghi report. You know, it's 340 pages that's well worth reading, because although it talks about a single capital market and the deepening of capital in the EU, I think there are also sort of big lessons and applications for how we encourage investment, how we think about regulation, how we think about, perhaps letting some of our larger companies grow before we think about more oversight.
Final question, as we're out of time.
Oh, wow.
Budget next week, with your John Lewis hat on, what are UK businesses looking for, you think?
I think the big... So for me, it's not about individual initiatives. I think for every business person, particularly given, the events of the last few years, I think stability, consistency, certainty. I think whatever the government does on tax and spend and fiscal rules and the growth package, I think feeling that we've got a framework that isn't just going to run for 12 months, but potentially can run for a 2-term parliament, I think that would be quite a gift.
Sharon, thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
It was a great pleasure.
Please welcome to the stage Fabrizio Bloisi, Group Chief Executive of Process and Naspers, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
everyone.
Hello, everyone.
We have got some Latin American energy in the house, now recently moved to Europe and generally on a plane, I'm pretty sure.
That's it. Good morning, everyone. Bom dia. Let's rehearse the Portuguese here.
Well, beautiful.
Hello,
Keep it
Caroline.
international, because it's going to be a really international conversation that we have. And Fabrizio, let's just paint the picture for everyone in the room who thinks, I know Prosus. They're the biggest shareholder in Tencent. You are so much more than that. You have so many more investments than that. You are touching, 2 billion consumers. And I put it to you first and foremost, how are you using generative AI?
Hello, everyone. First, I'm super happy to be running Prosus because we don't do generative AI only in California or in China. Actually, we have operations in all Latin America, in Europe, in Central and Eastern Europe, in Africa, a lot of things in India. And we are using generative AI for everything. We are running, we have more than 100 companies. We are running many of our companies completely using AI to personalization, to save costs, to customer support, to reduce fraud, to process content from the users. We really run many of our companies using AI today.
You've actually built your own chatbot, right, as well, that your employees are using. How is that going? +1, right?
Yes, we call it Token. The first thing we did on generative AI in our company is to say everyone inside the company has to use it every day. We have 30,000 people in Prosus, just in our direct companies, and a few 100,000 people outside in our investment companies. And we have a tool in our Slack that everyone has to use AI daily, has to use AI to translate something, summarize something. We give access to our internal documents and to our database through AI. So we can just, for example, in a food delivery business, ask our assistant, our internal assistant called Token, how many orders were delivered yesterday in São Paulo at afternoon. And you can just ask in natural language and get access to your database. And for us, this is very important that every company should be doing that. Because if I have 30,000 people that has to implement AI services to our 2 billion customers, the first thing they should do is to use every day and really understand the benefits, really understand how they can be more productive and live better using AI.
Okay, that's a really interesting point. And I actually want to go to our poll right now because I'm going to shift it forward because this is exactly the right moment to ask you in the audience what you think, because this is a conversation about building trust in AI. And I wonder whether it's actually using it that really helps build our trust in AI. So do you think trust in AI will be built through consumer use and value, or your employees' use and value? Do you think it'll be education, understanding about generative AI that builds your trust in it? Or do you think that it'll be regulation that ends up making you trust generative AI that little bit more? So we'll wait for that to populate as we go. But what made you think, to you, Fabrizio, has trust in generative AI been built in your employees through just using it, or did you need to educate them first before they trusted it?
I think the big way to do that is using, seeing the benefits and understanding more. There is a lot of discussion today, let's avoid AI because it's dangerous. It's important to reinforce to you, it's a disruptive tool as important as the smartphone or the browser or the search in the internet. Is it possible to tell to your employees or to your students, do not work or do not study using a web browser or a smartphone or a 5G network? It's the same thing with AI. Everything will be using AI in 5 years. The photographer there, their camera is going to use AI in 5 years, and our sound system and the lights and everything that we do. But more important than that, and I think that's what we should be talking in the media. So I'm happy I'm here in Bloomberg repeating that. The benefit and the positive impact, it's so big. I'm from Brazil. My family is from a small city in Brazil. If we can offer the best healthcare advice in a small 10,000 people city in Brazil, can we decide not to do it? I think it's our obligation to offer the best healthcare, the same quality we can offer here in London to a small 10,000 people city in Brazil, as we have to offer those students in that city the best education possible. Or the companies, not only in Silicon Valley, but in Europe, but in Latin America, can they afford not to be efficient running the best services?
Right.
So the impact of AI is so big and so disruptive. I'm not talking about, people sometimes talk AI as like some magic, it's a magical thing that think by themselves and is going to conquer the world. AI is a tool that we are using to serve 2 billion customers today. The best way to trust them is to understand them, understand AI. And that's why Prosus, some of you doesn't know Prosus, but we have 100 companies in many countries all around the world. So we have developers in AI in São Paulo, but also in Hungary, in Poland, in South Africa, lots of developers in AI in India. And I think every country around the world, they cannot survive without saying, locally, I have people that understand it, and I can build my future through this technology. Otherwise, during the Industrial Revolution, many countries were outside or later on that, and they lost a lot of space. And what we need now, and I think that's the important space for Prosus, is to invest in AI locally in all those countries.
We're looking at people agreeing with you that ultimately it's about using it and learning it that builds trust.
Good.
But let's just go back to the emerging markets. Maybe it's because we sit in the developed nations that we can afford to spend our time having AI ethical debates and events and security meetings. I mean, goodness, the United Nations has just shone a light on the fact that throughout all these AI regulation and ethical debates, it's largely just been 7 nations that have been at all of these, whether it's been in the UK, whether it's been in Korea, and 180 more than countries have never had part of that conversation. So when you're sat in Brazil, South Africa, in Poland, are people worrying about the ethical debates on AI, about trust in AI? Or are they just wondering when they can get their hands on it?
I think everyone is dreaming how we can use more and move faster, because the economic opportunity to countries that need development, need education, need health, it's so big that using tools to move faster is what everyone needs.
You think you need that, but are the people, the consumers you serve, do they realize that?
I think what we, as managers of business, we have to do is to offer AI to customers. We are not talking about AI itself. We are talking about better customer support, faster delivery, cheaper delivery. If you can we have a big food delivery operation in many countries, in 70 countries in the world. Can we make the restaurants sell more and the customer buy cheaper food and receive it faster? Can we pay better the delivery driver? That's what AI is for, is to make the companies operate better. We're not saying, look, that is a robot, congratulations, the robot wants to talk to you. But we are making 5 million deliveries per day, where we can make sure that the quality and the cost of the delivery is smaller, what means more business to everyone, better service to everyone. That's the impact of AI, make business operate better, make customers be better served.
You're measuring that as in those 5 million deliveries. Are you able to put a return on AI investment yet for Prosus?
Yeah, we just published, I think last week, 5 cases in iFoods, in OLX, another company of us, and PayU, showing...
iFoods you founded. It's a Brazilian e-commerce, well, a Brazilian delivery company.
Yeah, exactly. So we just published many cases showing our ad revenues, ad costs went down like 30%. Our customer support now is 60% done by AI with 40% less costs. There is more like 10 numbers there. On OLX, a big classifieds, from every 100 million content submitted to that, 91% is approved by an AI system. So we just published many data. Hope I didn't mix any of the numbers. But go to our website, we publish many data because we want to demystify. AI is not like a magic robot. It's a tool that can make companies and companies run better.
Is Everett getting it wrong? How much hallucination is there? How much have you had to work on your own internal large language models or way in which you're adopting a large language model to ensure that the error decreases?
I love this question because it's not magic. So it's not like you just say, I'm using AI, or many people, I'm going to invest $1 billion in AI, and things work. You need very good engineers, you need a lot of training, you need iteration. I love the lean startup idea that you have to put something up and then create a new model and then train it again and again and again. So I think we are very good on that, not because the CEO said, I like AI, but because we have 10,000 tech people every day making it better. So
Which large language model did you use out of interest? Did you build your own or did you adopt?
We use everything.
All of it?
Everything. We have a big thing with OpenAI. So for example, another case we talked about last week, it's using the new real-time API that you can just talk as you are talking with a human. So it's like you just talk and you interrupt, and we are using that, for example, again in Brazil, to give support to drivers. So they can be driving, and instead of stopping to write, they can just talk and say, am I late? How do I correct my route? Or send some message, and they are talking to AI operator by voice on their mobile phone. So we use OpenAI a lot, but our position as Prosus, because we run in so many countries, like, as I said, India and now around in Europe, we made our token, our middleware for AI to be connected to all the suppliers, so you can always not only test, but benchmark and select what we are going to use in each country, in each requirement.
I'm going to ask a cruel question. You, of course, are known for investments in China. Are the large language models being developed in China better than the ones in the US? Are they worse?
Oh my
Can you rate them for us?
You know, this US thing of competing against China, I don't get this US way of mood. Look, we are a big shareholder. We have 25% of Tencent. That is the biggest internet company in China. And Tencent is the company with the biggest number of AI patents in the world. So Chinese are also moving very fast on AI. And I think California are moving very fast in AI. I love both, so don't put me on this position. But what I want you to remember is that besides China and US, we have 35 companies in India, and we are investing a lot in AI in India. For example, we have a food delivery business in India, Swiggy, or an e-commerce big business in India like Meesho, that are doing food delivery and e-commerce in ways that can only operate in India. It has to be cheaper. You cannot just take the California model and launch it in India. So you need AI. You need the best tools. For example, in Meesho, we are talking those days about customer support. They have millions and millions of customers, and it has to be very cheap to support all these customers with quality and speed. So we are using AI a lot in food delivery and e-commerce in India. And we have the same thing in Hungary or in South Africa or in Brazil. So I think California and Beijing, they are well served. They have billions of investments in AI. But Africa, Latin America, and India need more investment. I will be a little polemic. I think Europe needs more investment too, and that's why Prosus is here. We need to invest much more because the whole world needs to master these new tools.
Will you invest ahead of regulation being written and with regulation already written in Europe? What do you think about it?
Invest ahead of regulation. We only do legal things, so we're not going to invest against regulation. Said that, the whole AI mania has just 2 years. We are going to see 20 years of evolvement, of development on this technology. Just think about that. Remember Internet 95, people were talking about Netscape. We are in 97. So now you're saying, oh my God, there is images in the browser. Oh my God, I can access some content, that database in the browser. That's where we are in AI today. So there is so many things to change, to evolve. We have to, many of you are in big companies here. I am now in a big, I'm a founder. I'm really a 2-people company founder, but now I'm also in a 30,000 people company. We have to remember, if you are a big company and you think life is going to be as it is today, bad news to you, you are in a big problem. Everything is going to change. Your business, specifically your business, I don't see the camera, but your business in the camera is going to change completely because you have a competitor running cheaper, faster, and better than you if you don't change. So, message to Europe, it's not my words. I read last week the Prime Minister or the President of Italy and France talking about how Europe is like a world, how can I say, is recognized by the quality of its regulation. However, the price of being over-regulating to reduce risk, in my opinion, is riskier than not doing that. Because the world is changing very fast. If here in Europe, we are a European company, but with a global, we are South African, European, with investment in Asia, and a Brazilian CEO. So we are all around. The risk of over-regulating now in the first 2 years is stay behind. And I don't think Europe can stay behind. Europe has to lead in terms of efficiency, services. Obviously, with ethical behavior of technology.
How do you ensure that?
We ensure that investing in people and knowledge, in education. We ensure that if in all schools that we have, people understand not only programming, but how AI works, what is a model, how they train that, how they avoid not only hallucination, but mistakes or some bias that are unacceptable. We have to understand. After we understand, we have to demand people to deliver high-quality deliverables.
But you're talking about self-regulation, and I hate to say it, but self-regulation hasn't worked in other parts of social media, for example.
I'm saying that if we don't invest enough to understand and make a very good use of the tool, we are going to get behind. So what I see many times is people, and sometimes the media also contributes to that, not you, but the rest of the media, saying, oh my God, life is going to work, the world is going to end in the next few months, how we are going to prevent this world domination. Let's talk about the important things. Many of the biggest companies in the world, they run better, the leader companies, because they are using AI systems. Can it be used for bad? For sure. The best way to avoid that, have good people locally, here in London, but also in Europe, but also in Latin America and in India, that can make sure that the usage is good. And not saying, do not do it, because someone else is going to do it. Can be the California people, can be Beijing, but someone else is going to do it. Can we afford not give the education or the healthcare or the efficiency that it's possible now? And I think in 5 or 10 years, this discussion, do we trust AI? We will see that as the discussion, do we trust a car? We have to trust the people driving the car. We have some process to make sure that those people are reasonable people and they behave well when they are driving a car. If they are not reasonable people, they go to jail or they don't drive a car. That's how we trust a car.
So for those that are in the audience saying, okay, yeah, I want to integrate generative AI within my business, I'm going to reskill my employee base. What has been the biggest blocker for you getting it out into the population of your consumers and your employees as fast as you'd like?
You. I like this
this tool.
The leaders. The leaders has to stop being the guy that say, or the woman that say, I'm going to invest $1 billion or $100 million, and be the person that leads using. Spend time understanding what is the technology. Spend time understanding that we are just starting. There is so much development ahead. They should lead. They should show how they use AI to be more productive, to distribute more. And the company will follow. Actually, the younger people, they don't even understand why we're having this discussion. They use ChatGPT or other things every day or week to study more. So leaders lead, showing what is a good usage of AI instead of just writing emails about how much you are investing on that.
You're going to invest in any more generative AI companies?
We are going to invest a lot. Prosus has a very big investment capacity, and we want to help the all emerging markets and growth markets to lead this new revolution happening right now. We can't afford to be out of that.
Fabrizio, it's been a joy speaking with you. Thank you very much indeed. Do give it up for Fabrizio Bloisi.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Hello, am I speaking with John Jumper? Yes. This is Adam Smith calling from the website of the Nobel Prize. Many congratulations. Oh, thank you. I detect in your voice some surprise. Can I just ask you how you feel about this?
It's absolutely extraordinary.
Please welcome to the stage John Jumper, Nobel laureate in chemistry and director and AlphaFold team lead at Google DeepMind, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Rachel Metz.
Good morning. John, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, we got to start with congratulations on your amazing win. In case you haven't heard, John was co-awarded the 2024 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for his work on AlphaFold. It uses AI to predict the 3D structure of a protein from its chain of amino acids. Yeah, let's give it up. Okay, so tell us about this win. What you just heard was a little bit of the call in which they told him that he won, and it was funny because you go on to say you thought you had a 10% chance of winning. Tell us what you meant by that, and also how you felt when you found out about this.
So, you know, for a long time, long time ago, when I was an undergrad or in grad school, I remember I had read this wonderful speech by Richard Hamming, who's an incredible computer scientist. You know, you and your research, and he says that you should, you know, scientists should try and do, you know, research that's worthy of a Nobel Prize, right? Something that kind of really changes how we think about the science, or really enables us to do new things. And you know, the prize itself is only given to kind of one discovery per year, and you never really know. And there's so many incredible pieces of science that come out. Kind of, you know, we had known for some time that this mattered to scientists. We had really seen it. We had seen something like 30,000 papers that had cited our work and used it, and really used it to do their science, right? We build tools that enable other people to do science. But it was kind of hard to imagine, really, that we'd get this kind of call from Sweden. And I remember thinking kind of, you know, maybe 1 in 10, right? People talked about it. It was starting to be kind of discussed as something that could get a Nobel. But I thought, not really. And in fact, I knew the call came about an hour before the press conference. And so it had gotten to 30 minutes before the press conference, and I remember I turned to my wife and I said, well, I guess not this year. And not 30 seconds later, had this phone call with a Swedish area code. And I was really glad it wasn't the meanest prank ever. And, and just absolutely kind of unbelievable and extraordinary that they chose to recognize us this year, and such a prestigious prize, and recognize what AI is doing for scientists.
So some people were surprised to hear that a Nobel Prize for chemistry, and also one for physics, was awarded for work that's very focused on AI. What do you think it indicates? Do we need a new category for Nobel Prizes? Does it show how much AI has been integrated into all kinds of research?
I think, and there's really the two different Nobel Prizes are for two different aspects. The Nobel Prize in Physics is a really wonderful prize that recognizes kind of scientists that studied how learning can arise from physical systems, how it's kind of within the laws of what's called statistical mechanics or physics. I used to be a physicist. I'll try not to be too technical, but really, like, how does learning arise, and kind of the early moments. And I remember a lot of that work was actually very influential to me when I was a younger scientist. And then the Nobel Prize in Chemistry is about kind of computational science being able to solve problems we need to solve. And it's really, you know, about how AI, and really the program we worked on, AlphaFold, is solving problems that we don't otherwise know how to solve. And I think it's about that it matters to scientists who don't necessarily have an interest in AI or in tech, but they, you know, have questions about, you know, how does this piece of the body work? And then they turn to our tools to get answers to those questions. And so it's really about the meaning of this for scientists.
Let's talk about AlphaFold and progress. Like, what kind of progress have we seen with AlphaFold thus far?
So what we do, this problem that we work on, so we really predict the results of a scientific experiment. So we're trying to use a computer to say, this is what you're likely to get if you were to do this experiment. And the experiment that we predict is called, for example, X-ray crystallography. It's taking pictures of proteins. And proteins are these nanomachines of your cell. If you hear that DNA is the blueprint of life, well, it's the blueprint basically for how to build proteins. And these are a few thousand atoms big, smaller than the wavelength of light. And when they're made as basically a string that folds up itself, just due to the laws of physics, into this intricate 3D shape. And that's what functions. For example, there are proteins in your muscle cells, and when your muscles contract, it's basically pulling via these proteins. And so scientists have long tried to get the shape of these proteins and understand it just from what you can read out of the DNA. And it still takes scientists a year or more to get a single answer, right? It's an incredibly difficult experiment. If you want to put it in economic terms, it's about $100,000 in investment on average to get one of these structures. And But most importantly, it's often gating. Scientists want to study Alzheimer's, or they want to study, there's a lovely example on fertilization or many others. They want to study these processes, and then they have to take a year to do this experiment. And we've built an AI system that gives very accurate predictions, as well as a strong indication of how confident we are in those predictions, and does it in about 5 or 10 minutes. So it's really taking a year to 5 minutes.
So it's shortening that timeline, but then what happens after that? Are we seeing any meaningful drug discovery as of yet, or anything else that AlphaFold has led to that you can point to?
So we're seeing some really wonderful applications across both structural biology and drug discovery. And what we really see is that scientists are using this tool to discover new hypotheses that they then go test in the lab. One really wonderful example, I guess, is from Feng Zheng's lab at, I believe, MIT. And they were studying this particular system found in possibly bacteria, I can't remember, which injects one protein into a cell in a very targeted manner. And they used AlphaFold to look at the structure of this and find the piece that targets this, what's called contractile injection system. And they swap it out for a new design, and they showed that in mice they can inject a particular protein into a specific type of cell in the mouse brain. So they're developing new types of drug delivery systems as the ultimate goal. We're seeing also with the latest versions of AlphaFold that we can predict how drugs will attach to proteins, and people are starting to say, okay, well now I can do rational design of drugs more quickly, and we're seeing really, I think, kind of still at the early stages. Drug design still takes something like 10 years, but we're seeing a lot in which people are integrating these predictions and skipping experimental steps to get further along drug development.
When you think about the future, what kind of timetable do you think there might be for getting, let's say, a drug on the market that would be used initially, AlphaFold would be used initially to help produce that?
So I think we're already seeing the influence on early-stage drug design. Now, of course, you still have to do clinical trials. There's nothing that skips clinical trials. We need to do this. So you're still, I think, seeing, 5, 7+ years to get the first drugs to market. But what I think you'll also see is really an acceleration. And we'll see this. We'll see many other tools. I also think AlphaFold is probably a first tool, but we'll have many others that together will help us compress early-stage drug discovery quite dramatically, but I think really the first we'll see is probably 5, 7 years just because of clinical trial timelines.
Okay. In a recent essay that he published, Dario Amodei of Anthropic praised AlphaFold and wrote about a future in which you use AI to perform, direct, and improve upon nearly everything biologists do, which is quite broad, and that the use of AI tools such as AlphaFold and others could shrink the next 50 to 100 years of biological progress into 5 to 10 years. That seems like a lot of shrinking. How likely does that sound to you?
I think some parts of it I think are quite reasonable. I think the time frame in which you'll start to see that happen, I'm not sure it will be within 5 years. It will depend, of course, on progress in AI. I think what we will get definitely, almost certainly, is very powerful tools in specific areas. And we've actually already seen this in biology, where we have very powerful tools to read DNA, and then we build very clever experiments which end in reading DNA because we're so very good at it. So I think we'll see quite a lot of that. And then I think it'll depend really on how much further do we get in general reasoning systems. And it is a very interesting point that AlphaFold is really showing that for certain kind of narrow problems in science, just like we've seen previously in, say, narrow problems in games, AI systems can be vastly, vastly more effective than anything else we know how to build, and than humans at the same task, right? There's no humans that are good at predicting the structure of proteins. So I think if we are, fortunate, we'll really see this acceleration within AI, and I can't guess 100 years in the future, but I believe it will be dramatic.
You mentioned with AlphaFold, it's working on something that people could do, but it's extremely time-consuming. It's very expensive. It takes a really long time. It's not something that one person alone could do or could do very quickly. A lot of the AI systems that we see now are aimed at automating things that humans can do in a relatively short time span, a lot of task-related work. Do you feel like are we maybe concentrating too much on that sort of short-term work? Should we be concentrating more on these longer-term bets?
I think there's a healthy mix. I think it is really the case that some of the places where we're going to see maybe some of the most dramatic within a single task improvements are probably going to be more narrow and scientific. We've really got this incredibly general new technology that lets us learn from data. And for some problems like emulating what humans can do, we're making progress. We're going out toward really general learning systems, but we're already seeing the dividends more narrowly. And I think that's going to be very exciting. And we also will benefit from all of the investment into GPUs and TPUs, into ideas and algorithms for how to learn. Those are all going to pay off enormously into scientific domains and other domains. And I think we'll see some really exciting work that isn't just making us faster at human tasks, but otherwise. And I think it's hard to say we're underinvested in anything in AI, but I think it will be a very exciting time.
So when you were doing the work on AlphaFold, it was, I mean, at this point, it was a number of years ago. So how has the experience of working on bleeding edge AI at Google changed over the past 5 years? I mean, a lot has changed in AI. Do you feel like a team like yours could do work such as this, that you could do 5 years ago? Could you do this work now?
I think so. I think it's, you know, in a lot of ways gotten easier in part because it's been proved out. Like the notion that AI is really, and within DeepMind and now Google DeepMind, of course, you know, Dim has always believed in the applications of science. But I think this notion that it will be absolutely transformative in fields has now been well established. In that way, it's easier also, you know, compute has increased. There are lots of things that have actually improved. If anything has gotten harder, it's that there are so many people now working in it that you have to find the right niche. Although even, I think still, DeepMind has this advantage, or at least we've always worked with really great teams. We've always been really focused. And I think one of the just really exciting things as a person working in AI is how much influence a small group of people can have working on the right problem in the right way, that it's actually very small teams that build a lot of really great things.
Yeah, you mentioned when we spoke the other day that it was quite a small team behind AlphaFold. Initially, how many people was it?
It was about 15 that worked on it full time.
Okay.
So some, you know, support from the wider Google DeepMind org, but the core team is around 15, and in fact, not even very few of us with much biology experience. I was, I guess, biophysics for my PhD, but you know, maybe the worst biologist in my group, but the second best on the AlphaFold team. So I think it really is a small group of people that can find the right problem and change the direction.
You mentioned Richard Hamming, you and your research. You mentioned it here. You also mentioned it in the call when they told you that you had won. And the idea that some people who win Nobel Prizes can then feel like they have to focus on big problems to solve at the expense of not nurturing smaller things that can turn into big things. So how are you thinking about avoiding that? What is one of those small things that you're working on that you hope will turn into something big?
So I won't go too much into, I do try and find the right problems. I think for me, you know, I have, it's weird. I feel like we're at a crossroads of two moments. One is kind of, you know, as you mentioned in Dario's essay, this notion that AI really transformed the sciences, and I do believe that. So then it's, oh, we should work on grand things because the sciences are about to be transformed. But then you have to make incremental progress, and I think one of the lessons of AlphaFold for me is, you know, we had this huge breakthrough, but on, say, our leaderboard, we moved 1% at a time, and no idea was worth more than, you know, 1 point on this 100-point scale. And so, you know, by inches, we got to where we are. And I think, you know, some of the questions I'm very interested in are how do we go beyond this kind of narrow world of proteins and atoms and think just a little bit wider? Think about the cell, think about how proteins interact with each other, how we start to look at the cell and data around it, and how do we connect these predictions made at the kind of nanoscopic scale out to the microscopic scale. But we'll see. And one of the things, you know, the other reason I don't like to talk about what I'm going to do next is I want the freedom to change it. And I think it's more important, especially as fast as technology is, to be responsive to the right thing to do tomorrow, which might not have been the right thing to do yesterday.
I'm going to start saying that to my editor. I don't want to tell you what I'm working on next because I want the freedom to change it.
Yeah. Well, once you say, everyone, I'm going to do this, then they'll ask you in a year or so, do we have it?
Exactly. Yeah, where is it? What's the timeline? Trust is one of the themes of this conference. I feel like it comes up more and more and more as consumers are increasingly accustomed to using AI in their daily lives. I mean, they were using machine learning in many ways previously, but it wasn't super, super obvious, I think, to a lot of people, except for until a few years from now. What have you learned from your work that we can apply more generally as far as helping people know when they can trust information that is generated with AI?
So this was one of the things we worried a lot about as we were planning to release AlphaFold, and we were thinking, like, how do we do this responsibly? And so, and the thing that worried me is I worked in a mixed wet and dry lab with experimentalists and computationalists in my PhD, and I didn't want someone to look at our prediction and go do the wrong thing for the next 6 months. And so as we were coming out with this, we said we need some way of knowing if it's right. And we actually ended up with a very kind of direct method, surprisingly direct, as we teach the algorithm to produce an answer and a prediction of what the error would be if you knew the right answer of the answer it gave. Kind of like if you take a test and someone asks you, what grade do you think you got? And that worked extremely well. In fact, it gave what's called calibrated, but it gave a very clear answer. So it'll say, I have to give some answer, but this part I believe, this part I don't believe, I maybe don't believe how these come together. And I've seen it really integrated into the work of scientists. And, scientists are used to dealing with uncertain information. Scientists don't even necessarily trust experiments at other labs. And they've done, I think, a really good job at integrating the confidence that these AI systems produce, and it's an advantage that we have over large language models at the moment, and integrating it into their practice in a very effective way. And I think it's going to be essential for scientific AI systems.
Do you think maybe we could use a little bit more of that in consumer-oriented systems? Like if you get an answer from a chatbot, perhaps it should include a confidence score.
I hope people will develop things like this. It becomes more complex if we can. One of the nice things about science is that you can agree on the right answer at least after the fact.
Yeah.
Right? The measurement was performed. We resolved disputes by actually measuring. But I think it is something that is going to have to be integrated. So we're going to have to kind of acknowledge that sometimes it's going to be confident, sometimes it's not going to be confident, much like sources on the internet that we already do. And we have to figure out how to come up with this kind of view of how sure a machine is in the answer.
Thank you so, so much. It was really wonderful to talk to you. And congratulations again.
Thank you.
We're gonna have a break, a networking break. So carry on with that for a little bit, and then we'll see you back here. Oh, go this way. John, come this way.
please welcome to the stage Oliver Madden, EMEA Specialist at Chrome Enterprise, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Duncan Chater.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, Oliver.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So we are here today, actually, in this session. We're going to be talking about the remote workforce challenge and why your browser is now the critical security line. So I think a lot has happened, actually, in the last 4 or 5 years, culturally, with COVID, and technology has accelerated at a great speed. So I guess, how has the increasing hybrid workforce changed the way companies need to secure data?
Yeah, it's a big question, and I'm sure most people have been in some form affected by this, but the idea of the workforce now being outside of the perimeter, the working perimeter, if you like, the network perimeter that we used to know and love and secure, now people are residing outside of it and trying to get the same work done, which means that our traditional security models, methods, have now got to adapt.
Right.
Add together now that when people do sit outside of this perimeter and they are working in this great cloud environment, we're now seeing more complex, more smart attacks coming from different regions. So this is not like the traditional method that we know and love, and unfortunately, because of that speed, of that acceleration of outside the workforce and this new technology, we've got to think about security in a different way.
So I guess with that, what parts of the tech stack do you think are overlooked, especially when it comes to security initiatives?
Yeah, I think we've got to think about where our traditional stack normally lay, our hardware and software sort of solutions, our sort of on-prem firewalls, our VPNs, things that used to be quite useful in our workplace have now sort of been moved to one side, and we're starting to see things such as the browser now being a critical part of that security layer, because let's face it, and I'm just going to let people think about this, but you probably spend most of your time in a browser. In fact, a Gartner study shows that around 71% of people in the workforce are spending it entirely in the browser. So that's why we need to start thinking about the browser itself as part of that security stack.
And that's probably quite a simple solution as well, I guess.
That's how we approach this. So the idea would be, rather than overly complicate the security solution, way back, and hopefully you don't mind me talking about this, we were breached. Back in 2009, you can look it up, Operation Aurora, and we needed to find a solution to that wasn't out in the mainstream security world. And we sort of introduced this zero trust concept, which meant we don't trust the user, we don't trust the network, and we don't trust the device. If we fast forward that along, what we've done with the browser is seen as though it's normally the single most used application on everyone's devices, moving away from worrying about the device, worrying about the user and worrying about the network. We can actually embed all of those security features directly into the browser, combining that with our Zero Trust solution, which is now Chrome Enterprise Premium. And now you have a single point to audit, a single point to manage, and that makes your risk lower, and obviously your security stack less complex from that point.
Love it. So I guess if we focus on some of the strategies then that businesses can really implement to stay ahead of potential risks, what would be your message, I guess, to the audience here in terms of what they should be thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it, but we want to simplify this down. We want to make things a little bit easier. Security is only going to become more sophisticated and more complex as time goes on. So if we could do anything, or if we could leave you with anything, I would say you want to simplify that solution. That simplifies your risk.
Nice. And why is simplicity so important? I mean, we all know that. I guess we talk about it in business all the time.
Sure.
Of like, if you simplify things, it's easy for the workforce, it's easy for customers. But in this particular area, why is it so important and beneficial?
Well, you've got two sides. You can take it from my side, where we have something that we'd like to impart to the world and show them the simplicity of a solution. But just take an IT admin's general day. This is where we can reduce the sort of overheads and the costs and the labour and the time spent around security, and bring it all in and give them chance to get back to managing what they do really well. So, I guess that's where I see it on a day-to-day basis.
Nice. And what would you say in, I guess, the learnings of some of your biggest customers that you work with? How are they seeing the advantages from focusing, obviously, on using the browser as the security platform?
Yeah, so apart from the cost side of things, which is quite obvious, it's actually allowing them to sort of be a little bit more fluid and liberal with the workforce. So where they're able to look and use that BYOD solution that they've always wanted to do just simply using the browser. They don't have to invest in lots more devices. They don't have to invest more time or energy into it. By simplifying things down, they're able to actually get a lot more done than they were doing previously. I'll give you one quick example, and it's a published piece. We have a large pharmaceutical company that literally turned this on. They didn't do anything in particular, turned it on, and it showed them an exploit that was happening day in, day out in their network. So again, just simply by turning this on, they were able to sort of catch a very large exfiltration risk that was happening.
Yeah, so I guess for me, like what stands out is not only are you able to then service employees of differing nature, but also contractors, customers, it all kind of plugs in. Yeah. Is that becoming more and more important in the conversations that you see? Are people thinking about it that broadly?
Yeah, huge. So the BYOD, the extended workforce, the contractors, and even their users, if you like, at the end of the day, this is something they haven't traditionally been able to actually solve without a very expensive, complicated problem, having to send a device out for someone to use, having to use a VPN to connect in, which is slow and sluggish and costs a lot of money. So what we've done is we've tapped into the 4 or 5 billion people already using Chrome. Can we bring that solution to the Chrome users of the world? So therefore, your extended workforce, they don't need to download anything new. They don't need to install anything on their BYOD devices. As long as they're using Chrome to access your corporate network, we can apply these restrictions, these security controls. So it's the finesse, I guess, of the solution.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Shlomo Kramer, co-founder and CEO of Cato Networks, Roy Resnick, co-founder and vice president of R&D at Wiz, and Ellison Ann Williams, CEO and founder of Enveil, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jordan Robertson.
This is great. Thank you, everybody, for being here. My name is Jordan Robertson. I'm a cybersecurity reporter with Bloomberg here in London. And thank you to our amazing guests. We're really grateful for everybody's time. We're going to start this with a poll, and then I'm going to do a little bit of introduction with our guests. So just like you've been doing today, if you want to scan that QR code, we're just running a pretty basic poll. Do you feel your employer is secure against a data breach? Yes, definitely. No, I am worried. Or C, I am unsure. So we'll be revisiting the results of this poll as we go along. So I want to do a little bit of an introduction for our guests. So we've got Shlomo Kramer here. He was founder and CEO of Checkpoint Software, one of the very first cybersecurity companies. He is now founder and CEO of Cato Networks, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And to his left, we've got Roy Resnick, co-founder and vice president of R&D for a company many of you in this room have heard of, which is Wiz. Wiz was in the news this summer for rejecting a $23 billion buyout by Google, which I will also ask him about in a minute. And to my right here, we've got Ellison Ann Williams, founder and CEO of a company called Enveil. Enveil makes a very interesting encryption technology that we will talk about in a minute here. And so, Roy, I wanted to start with you. I wanted to get kind of a business question out of the way before we get to really the substance of this conversation. Again, this summer, Wiz rejected a $23 billion acquisition offer from Google. The company said at the time that you wanted to stay private. You set a target of $1 billion in annual recurring revenue for 2025 to be your threshold for an IPO. Is there any update or guidance you're able to offer us about how far along that path you are?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having me. I think that one is we've just passed $550 million ARR, so we are very well along the path of reaching 1 billion. I think that we've received throughout the years many very flattering offers that, like I told you, have gotten more aggressive lately, but we really believe in our ability and our path to reach a public company that is very successful, significantly more successful than now. The cloud security market is $30 billion. It is growing in a staggering pace of 20% year over year, which is incredible. And I think that one of the major key points is that even though people have been talking about cloud for so long, probably 15 years now, and you probably have the feeling like the cloud is so mature, only 15% of workloads have migrated to the cloud. So it is really just in its baby steps. So we believe it is a huge market that is going to significantly grow over the next few years, and that's one of the reasons why we believe we can build an incredible public company.
That's terrific. And as I want to do for all of the panelists on stage today, I want to give you a little snapshot of what the technology actually does. I find that's useful for kind of anchoring our understanding of, why these folks are on stage with us today. And Roy, again, I'll come back to you, and then we're going to open it up a little bit. The theme of the conference is trust in technology, and within that, the topic of this conversation is, dude, where's my data? Protecting your information in the cloud. The backstory to this is a big part of my job as a cybersecurity reporter has become reporting on ransomware, cyber extortion, mass attacks against entire industries that will happen overnight when some sort of vulnerability is disclosed in some piece of technology. And what I found in the reporting is that you dig into these cases, and what you'll find is that sometimes very sophisticated, well-resourced, very large companies with good cybersecurity teams will still find themselves victims of these hacks because they weren't able to patch a vulnerability fast enough, or they simply lost track of where their data was in the cloud, on their network. They didn't have good inventory. I was talking to Roy earlier about kind of what Wiz actually does. The snapshot of it is they've developed a tool for scanning very, very quickly the virtual machines on a client's cloud computing network and determining what data is on it, what software programs are on it, and how do we prioritize security fixes. So, Roy, I was hoping you could kind of kick this off by talking about when you see news of these big data breaches, typically involving these days a publicly disclosed vulnerability that could not be more loudly disclosed to the world, but yet some companies will take weeks or months or longer to fix them. Can you talk about why we're seeing so many of those breaches from your perspective, and why a tool like Wiz's might be what's needed?
Yeah. I think security is a process, right? And I think the first part of the process is first discovery. It is very difficult to just know everything that you have and make sure that you are aware of all the assets you have in your organization. That's one of the things we feel is very strong at Wiz. You connect us within 5 minutes, and then there are no blind spots. But then you have so many things to fix. It is very hard for you to understand what to fix first and what to fix later. So the second part is prioritization. It's about the bigger context of, it's not just about how severe this vulnerability is. It's about, if I'm an attacker who gets in, what kind of data can I access? What kind of different types of things I can do within your environment, like can I hop to different VMs and then access sensitive data? So like looking at this wide context and prioritizing what I should fix first and what I should fix next is something that's very missing today in the cloud. And I think that the last part of this, like we call it the cloud security journey, is democratization. So basically security teams today, they don't fix things themselves. They send it to the development teams that need to fix it. But those developers, the first thing on their mind is, how do I release this feature? It's not, how do I fix this vulnerability that this security guy who's not even my manager sent me, right? So it's about, how do I make them interested? How do I create the right context for them to look at this and say like, oh, wow, that is very dangerous. It's not just a vulnerability. It can access this type of data. It is open to the internet. Like giving the context that will make the developers interested in fixing what you find. So democratizing it is like the last step of making a mature cloud security practice.
So we've moved to a place where we have people who are not security people responsible for securing devices. That's why you might wind up weeks or months after a vulnerability has been disclosed. That's why some of these companies get breached. Shlomo, I'll go to you as well. Shlomo Kramer, again, is founder and CEO of a company called Cato Networks, which is kind of adjacent to this. And Shlomo, your kind of big pitch is that as networks have gotten more complex, in part because of companies you have created yourself. What you have is that networks that are harder to manage as you solve.
IT security in general is becoming ever more difficult to manage, more complicated. 10 years ago, there would be no place for a company like Wiz. Today, we have Wiz just in the very beginning of its life cycle. For startups, it's great. But for a CISO that now needs to protect an ever-growing infrastructure, that now has cloud mobility, work from everywhere, networking, endpoints, has attackers that are becoming more and more sophisticated with AI, and has a much more demanding digital business that requires high velocity. That makes the equation for that CISO so much more difficult. So it's not surprising that since COVID, the percentage of spend on IT security out of IT budget has grown more than 40%, while the losses from data breaches has grown almost 50%.
And to give a sense of what...
Sorry. And just take a simple example of patching appliances, right? Any appliance, Citrix, Fortinet, whatever. Everybody's got vulnerabilities. But if I'm a retailer and I've got 1,500 stores around the world with no IT and a business that needs to be conducted over the weekends and change controls and whatnot, and in each store I've got 3-4 appliances, and I've got cloud properties, and I've got endpoints, remote workers, and I need to manage all of that, then I simply don't have the budget to fix this vulnerability. So I keep it open.
And to give a sense
and attacked.
And to give a sense of what Cato Networks does, it's essentially saying all of that hardware, that network hardware that is vulnerable, that you need to fix, we will take control of that. We will do that in the cloud. We will do that for you. And Ellison, I wanted to bring this to you as well, is that so Enveil is a company that Ellison founded and is CEO of. She's a mathematician and a former senior researcher with the U.S. National Security Agency. I wanted her on the panel because this is kind of the other end of this equation. So what Shlomo and what Roy are talking about are how do you protect networks from hackers? The problem that Ellison is working on is kind of the other end of that spectrum. Let's say you are a bank, let's say you're a multinational, let's say you're a government agency. You already have really good security, or at least kind of as good as you're going to get. But you have rules in place about which data you can access and where. So Ellison has been talking to me about data localization laws. Now we have dozens of countries around the world that have very serious privacy and security laws about where you can take your data. So she offers the example of a Singaporean bank. If you are a UK bank with a Singaporean outpost, it's not very easy to ask questions of that data. The result is you have cyber criminals, money launderers, and others that are taking advantage of this and taking advantage of blind spots. And I was hoping you could talk a little bit about how Enveil's technology works and how it helps catch cyber criminals, how it helps stop money laundering, and how it helps solve this problem of security rules that are well-intentioned that may wind up creating blind spots for banks and other multinationals.
Yep. So privacy-enhancing technologies, which is one of the core pillars you're referencing, is called homomorphic encryption, really allows any type of organization, in this case you mentioned a bank, to be able to securely and privately use data where it is and as it is across boundaries and across silos. And of course the boundaries and silos around data aren't getting fewer, they're only increasing. Now in your example, the boundary and silo are operating jurisdictions, for example, of the same multinational organization, financial services services institution, but it could very easily be between organizations like banks. So in the case of financial crime, you're exactly right. So for the example in Singapore, if you're banking an entity in Singapore and you're watching them for questionable activity and you want to know, very simply, is this Singaporean entity being banked anywhere within my own bank? Seems like a very reasonable request. It's a very difficult one to get the answer to in practice, because in that case, the boundaries or silos are driven by data localization and residency types of rules. But exactly as you mentioned, you can take that question for are you banking the Singaporean entity, encrypt it through privacy-enhancing technologies in the form of an encrypted search in Singapore, send it out, for example, to the UK operating jurisdiction. It can process out there without ever being decrypted, so no Singaporean information is ever going to be revealed outside of Singapore. You get your encrypted results back in a matter of seconds, and you can see, wait a minute, the Singaporean entity that I'm watching for questionable activity, maybe relating to money laundering or fraud in Singapore, is actually being banked by the UK jurisdiction of my own bank, and perhaps they're also watching them for questionable activity. So it changes the game and the aperture in connecting those dots across boundaries and silos, operating jurisdictions, between banks, like I said before, in a way that otherwise is never possible.
So what I like about this is, covering cybersecurity, we used to cover a lot, we still do espionage, kind of higher-end nation-state type of threats. What Ellison is talking about is, let's say, a bank, but now we have ransomware, cyber extortion. The financial crime aspect has really exploded. Part of the reason is all of these new security rules have created unintended consequences. And I wasn't aware of this until we started talking, which is that now you have blind spots, and now you have banks that cannot see if hacker 12345 has an account in Singapore and also has an account in the UK and is washing their money through the bank. So there are these blind spots that are being addressed. And Roy, I wanted to go back to you as well. On this theme of trust in technology, there's been a lot made about the fact that if you go to the cloud, you're giving your network to companies that have many more resources than your business might have. To this question earlier about, do you feel your employer is secure, against a data breach? It's like, yes, definitely, a lot of people feel that way. The data shows actually, in some countries, close to 100% of the people have been victims of a data breach. So, data breaches come for everybody eventually. What is your sense and what is your argument to clients when the argument for going to the cloud is you're now turning your service over to a Microsoft, an Amazon, a Google that has many more resources than your company to protect your data? But we've also seen breaches. Microsoft's a great one, where we've seen breaches of those systems. What is your argument for why the cloud is actually safer because of technologies like yours and others?
Yeah, so I think it is very, very rare that the breach actually starts within the cloud provider. I don't think that's, obviously that can happen just like it can happen to anyone, but the amount of resources that they can invest in security is probably 10 or 50 times larger than your organization, right? I mean, moving to the cloud reduces companies' risk. It does not increase the risk, right? And I also think that the cloud offers many technologies that can significantly help you protect your environment on the applicative level as well. So in my opinion, moving to the cloud makes your security better, not worse.
Yeah. Shlomo, I'll go to you as well. Obviously, you've been in the industry a long time. You founded Checkpoint Software in 1993. At that time, there might have been a handful of big publicly traded cybersecurity companies. You've seen big cycles in this industry. Right. I want to talk to you a little bit about where do you think we're at now in terms of the fight against hackers? Are we winning? Are we losing? The reason I ask that is the industry's never been bigger. Yeah. $200 billion in revenue for this industry this year alone, and yet we still see big breaches.
I think we are at a very important point, and I'm glad that you asked that, because for the last 30 years, the cybersecurity industry has focused on the what. And, there's a huge growing number of startups, each one solving a point products. Wiz is an exception as a platform company for the cloud. Cato is an exception as a platform company for the network. Perhaps CrowdStrike is an exception for the endpoint. But otherwise, you've got thousands of these companies. And now the average CISO needs to consume all of this and deliver a security solution. And as I mentioned earlier, this is becoming unattainable within budget, within headcount. So there needs to be a focus on a new innovation, and the new innovation is the how, not the what. It's like a pharmaceutical company that focused on the molecule and completely forgot to develop a delivery mechanism, right? So the next 10 years are going to be on delivery mechanism, and delivery mechanisms are platforms. How do you build a platform? There's a ton of IP that goes into that. It's much more difficult. It's not going to be for every startup, but the winning companies of the future are going to be platform companies. And we are seeing portfolio companies that recognize that and are calling the same platformization because they are trying to fit themselves, they are smart enough to understand the future, trying to fit a portfolio company to become a platform company.
Can you offer a little bit more detail? You touched on this earlier. What the process looks like to actually update a piece of equipment. I find this interesting because, again, at the core of most of the big breaches we see and we write about, and you mentioned this earlier.
Yeah, so if you have a platform like Cato, which is the AWS for IT security, right? We take the grunt work and we do it for you. The process is zero. We were the first one to come out with a patch for Log4j in less than 24 hours. All of our customers had a test, silently tested, silently deployed patch, and the budget on their side was zero. On the other hand, that retailer that we talked about earlier with 1,500 appliances of some Generation 2 appliance company, a portfolio company, had to understand what is the change window for each one of the location, understand who needs to do that. They don't have technical stuff in each one of the locations. It's extremely difficult and expensive, especially as you've got multiple of these appliances all over the place.
Yeah, I think this piece is important about having physical assets in places. We're still in a world where most organizations have physical assets in places, and we saw this with the CrowdStrike update fiasco a few months ago, which was bad update went out all over the world. Machines got crashed. Very easy fix for it, but required you to be there in person to update the systems and restart the systems. So what Shlomo's talking about is that whenever you see these big breaches, there's a lot of like victim shaming that happens kind of online after a company gets breached and it comes out there was a publicly disclosed vulnerability and this company waited maybe weeks, maybe months, maybe even longer to fix that vulnerability. What we found in our reporting, and some of our reporting, sometimes there are very reasonable reasons behind why those vulnerabilities were not fixed. However, it does take some digging, it does take some examination. And Ellison, I wanted to get back to you a little bit. Obviously, you're a former senior researcher with the NSA. You've worked a lot and work a lot in national security environments. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges that are unique to both large banks, multinationals, and government agencies when it comes to their ability to access their own data? I find this to be an interesting problem, whether it's data localization rules, classification rules, security requirements. It seems to me that a lot of these large companies, even if they have great security on the outside, there are very strict rules about their ability to access internally their own data, and that can lead to security problems. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Accessing data, using data is equally hard everywhere, is my conclusion. Why? Because you've got these boundaries and silos around data, as we talked about before, and that comes in so many different forms. So for a large, like we talked about, multinational organization, those could be driven by this kind of heterogeneous regulatory data residency landscape. But for example, drug companies or pharma companies doing pharmaceutical research, drug research, et cetera, that's driven by more, sensitivity around health information, for example. Now, if you go into the national security and defense space, those boundaries and silos are just as real. They're just driven for different reasons. Security classification, as you pointed out, need to know, et cetera. But in order to get the actionable insights from the data, you have to, of course, that's called using the data. You've got to run a search, an analytic, run or train a machine learning model over it, right? Very buzzy right now with AI. But that data has to be available to you to use. But if it's locked away, you can't really get the insights from it. So problems everywhere.
And the Enveil technology, just to be clear, boiling it down, what it essentially does, it allows you to encrypt a question to your data set and encrypt the answer. So in the case of the Singaporean bank, you can ask your Singaporean division, do you have an account belonging to hacker 12345? You can encrypt the question, encrypt the answer, and get an answer back yes or no without ever sending that information overseas and violating some of these privacy rules, which I find very interesting. And you mentioned something else as well. In the age of AI, the AI algorithm that you are using to interrogate your data itself can violate privacy and security rules because of what you are sending over the transom. Can you talk a little bit about that why you would need any of these kinds of security technologies to protect the act of asking an AI to operate on some other piece of data?
Yes, yeah. So the tool called AI, of course, has become really buzzy with Gen AI for good reason. But the unit of work in AI is machine learning models. And so what's always been true, but come to awareness more than we've ever seen it really historically, is the fact that the machine learning models encode the data over which they were trained. So if that data has any sensitivity to it whatsoever, for example, if I've trained it over Singaporean data, then sending this model out to now go run and be evaluated, say, across boundaries in the UK is essentially the same thing as taking that Singaporean training data and moving it over to the UK. Huge problem. So that's where privacy-enhancing technologies come in and help solve that, in that they can take that model that's been trained over sensitive data, encrypt the model, send the model over to be processed for evaluation inference is the technical term in the UK without ever being decrypted. If you don't decrypt the model, you can't see it. If you don't see the model, you never have an opportunity to pull out any of that sensitive data over which it's been trained. The same thing is true for training a model, which is called encrypted federated learning.
And ultimately, that's what this is about, is that even if you get breached, is your data still protected? Can the hacker steal anything useful from you? So all of these technologies, they do different things, and we've got, obviously a really great panel here. We're almost out of time. A question I'd like to ask each of you: are we winning or are we losing versus the hackers? So I'm going to start with you, and
we are managing the problem.
Roy, what do you think? Are we winning or losing?
Yeah, I agree. It is a cat and a mouse. Like, it's never about winning or losing. It's about reinventing and innovating all the time in order to solve new issues that arise.
Ellison?
I think we're losing. I think we've handcuffed ourselves in many, many ways, some of which we've talked about.
We are out of time. I so appreciate you guys making the time to come talk with us. Obviously, an amazing panel. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it.
Please welcome to the stage David Rieger, founder and CEO of Neuro Robotics, and Kristen Shannon, Chief Operating Officer at Dexory, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Lin Duan.
Hi, welcome to our panel on robotics. For those of you who don't already know it, we do have an actual robot out there in the networking area. Its name is For Anyone, and it talks. So I would highly encourage you, after this discussion, to go out there and have a conversation with For Anyone. Now, before we get started with our discussion with David and Kristen here, I do have a polling question for you. The question is, what industry do you believe robots will have the greatest employment impact in? Logistics, healthcare, manufacturing, military, or housework? Answer now, and then we'll come back to your results at the end of this discussion. David, this summit is about trust. You're envisioning this world in which robots will work alongside human beings in offices and take up basic household chores. How are you going to convince people to trust your robots to work in their offices and inside of their own homes?
Yeah, good question. So in my opinion, over time, I think trust is something it's not just, let's say, a gift, it's more something we have to deserve. And this is also how I see it in the robotics field. First of all, robots are going to be helpers, in my opinion. If you're talking about trusting in humans and then talking about trusting in robots, I think it's two kind of things. Robots are not aiming for getting super rich. Robots are not aiming for, let's say, power and glory. And that's actually why I do see more, let's say, they're more trustful. It depends a little bit which company they come from and what are they meant for. And this is, I think, the big topic we have just to work on and set rules for robots.
educate people on
Yes.
exactly what your robots are designed to do. Now, Kristen, I want to bring you into this conversation because unlike David's robots, which are maybe designed to do everything from wash the dishes to iron your clothes for you, your robotics over at Dextery have a very specific task. What problem is Dextery trying to solve for?
Yeah, so we're very much focused on the warehousing and logistics industry and closing that visibility gap on the data that currently exists and is missing. So our focus is not replacing what humans are doing, but adding to what already exists and creating a more complete picture of data so that we can better optimize the work that both the robots are doing, but also that all the teams are doing within the warehouses.
This is hard for people to visualize. I mean, it looks like somebody just, looking at a bunch of shelves and counting boxes. But tell me what this Dextery robot looks like.
So I think we have some images behind us. It's much larger than you would think. So unfortunately, we couldn't bring it with us today because it would take up way, way above this ceiling. But what we're doing is in real time, working in partnership. So working alongside, it doesn't need to happen in the dark at night when the warehouses are closed, but in real time, all day long, we're continuously scanning the warehouses. So we're using a mix of computer vision, LiDARs, all sorts of different technology to build up a constant and full picture of where inventory and stock is, but then using that to optimize the work that is happening and taking place with our digital twin technology that goes alongside.
Now, Kristen, you and I have talked about how that alleviates labor issues in the warehouses. It puts some responsibility and tasks to the robots as opposed to having to be put on human beings. David, we have also talked about the labor issues in the global workforce. Mm-hmm. I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on what the global workforce looks like in 10 years from now.
So basically, I think everyone knows about the silver society, about the aging population which we are in right now. So we see, especially in the Western world here, in Europe, Germany is very much hit by that. If you're calculating, let's say, how many labors we are losing actually in the next 10 years, it's tremendous. Like, and it's the same happening also in all kind of other parts of the world. So it means in US, same also in Asia. If you're talking about China, for example, this is also why they're setting the rules of, okay, or a goal, let's say a vision for China 2030, having, let's say, 5% of working labor, let's say, like in robots, or, so I'm just missing the right word, because I don't want to replace, I don't want to say replace, but actually, let's say added labor of 5%. And this is how they get actually, let's say, pretty efficient also for the future. And I think that's also needed. If you're talking about Japan, I mean, this is why they're also the big lovers of robots, because simply they have this big need in the future. So I'm talking here about the next 5 to 10 years already, which is pretty strong. And for that, we are not in need of just robots as we have until today. So it means if you're looking in robotics field, I mean, there is nothing new. There is already robots since 70 years. What changed was actually bringing robots together with artificial intelligence and give them skills. So it means robots can be used as skilled workers in different kind of tasks like welding, gluing, whatever. That's also what it's our core, let's say, work we're doing right now. So because everyone is telling about our household thing, because we're showing these videos in households, but in reality we do see, let's say, in the next 5 years already humanoids or all kind of different kind of shapes of robots in the industrial sectors having skills, learning things, and taking action in skilled worker tasks.
Now, Kristen, David mentioned AI and what a game changer that is for the kind of robots that he's manufacturing. Tell us how AI is a game changer for Dextery.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of talk about AI, and we talk about it as a big generic piece. And I think for us, a big part of what we're doing is I keep mentioning the data that we are collecting to better optimize. So it is not just about how our robots work, and of course advances in AI have affected how our robots autonomously move and make really positive impacts there. But even more than that, it's about how the data that we're collecting, we then use AI to better optimize, to better support, to better focus the current teams that are working within the warehouses.
I'm going to toot our own horn a little bit. So recently, Bloomberg News broke the news that Tesla used humans to remotely operate some robots at a recent event. And I wondered, you know, Kristen, maybe we can start with you. Like, what challenges does that highlight that remain for robotics? What does that tell us about the state of robotics and how far we have to go?
And how hard the problem is. I think for me, what that really highlights is we're used to sci-fi. We're used to seeing things and expecting that we're not that far away from robots to be able to move in any environment in any way. But the reality is, autonomously moving robots is a really difficult challenge to solve for. And not just autonomously moving, but autonomously moving in conjunction with people. So how robots behave in spaces with other people. And that's an incredibly difficult problem to solve for and incredibly difficult to generalize for in different spaces. So we spend a huge amount of time on our autonomy and thinking about how our robots can be working alongside and in conjunction with people. But I think the fact that Tesla reverted back to, for their demo, having it remote controlled just shows how actually we're pretty far away from fully generalizable autonomous movement in things like cars.
David, you are in the business of trying to manufacture robots that are fully autonomous. So how are you feeling about what Kristen is saying?
Yes.
Does it hurt?
So, let's say, so I was actually impressed by Elon, like what he's shown. I was impressed. I mean, he had so many humanoid robots on stage. Only one was falling. So I was impressed, because I mean, just I think 2 years ago, like he put like a human in a suit and let it dance on the stage. I mean, and where he got today, I was impressed. So the thing is about autonomy. It's the same about general artificial intelligence. Like if we are talking about I think there are steps to go there, and for sure, so I will not doubt that. But the thing is, having his humanoid robots in his factories doing like all kind of specific tasks, this is very close.
Yeah.
So he is not far away from that, and this is already a huge achievement. And this is also what I see there. So it means that this is exactly what we are doing as Neura. We call it actually Neuraverse. We build a platform which we are not like only depending on a humanoid robot, but actually using robot arms, which we built already and which we are selling to the market, which we have already 1,000 pieces in the market, and gaining their data, whatever they're doing, if they're welding, if they're palletizing, whatever they do, and using that actually to train the humanoids of the future. So, and what we see there is very big fast steps are happening. So we will show already much more next year in June, where we show actually our brain in action. So it means the Neuroverse platform in action by controlling one brain, controlling all kind of different robot types and getting tasks done, which are specified. Because if you're talking about, hey, just do something, yes, just walk around and do something, this is something what they can't do. But if you tell them a specific task, and this is actually what we need, we are humans, we should stay humans and let humans work for us. So it means you're telling them, hey, clean my house. I'm sure the robots can do it already in 2 years, not in 5 or 10 years. Why? Because simply scanning an environment, that's something we are doing every day already. Setting like an idle state of this environment, yes it is. Everything what's on the floor or on the table which shouldn't be there, pick it up and put it back. Yes, it's possible. So it's not so complicated, but yes, it will be first specific task by task done. And this is what we need. We don't need another human, in my opinion. We need actually robots which can help us so we get more human again. And this is what we are aiming for.
Interesting. I do need a robot house cleaner. So I want to go back to this like scenario 10 years from now that you're painting. It's a pretty dire one. You're talking about like global workforce shortages. And you talked about Japan, you talked about China. What you didn't talk about is like any of the countries in the Western world, the US or the EU. And I just wonder, if we are hurtling toward massive labor shortages, why isn't the world making millions of robots right now to plan for that future?
So right now there is no millions of robots made, actually. That's the thing. We are still building it. Like right now, if you're looking in the market of robotics, it's just 500,000 robots sold per year, all robot types together. So it's nothing. Even if we want to really reach the status of having let's say, like the China goal of 35 million robots until 2030, it's not possible today. So we have to start today to get it done. This is actually what we are doing. So the same also, if you're talking about robots, there's right now a lot of complaints, and that's why I saw a lot of critics about Elon. I think it has also something to do with his political statements. But but if you're seeing like what he moved forward and where he goes, I think it's a drastic. He made a very good step, and it's a good step forward in the technology point of view. And I think like, he will use his robots in his own production. That's also what he's saying, and he will gain a lot of knowledge in these productions. And this is actually, I think, also what he's talking about, the brain behind, which get, let's say, all the skills. And this is what we are also doing, but not just limited to our automotive production, but actually going to different kind of pillars and training our robots to gain skills. Like touching things, understanding things, how to grasp them, how to like assemble two parts in each other, and they have a lot of similarities to each other. And this is actually what we are gaining on skills.
Just to follow up on that, like, you know, what do governments need to do in order to take you from point A to point B?
I think the governments should just let's say, in my opinion, like. I can talk for Germany. What we are missing in Germany is actually just the right mindset. You know, that's it. I do think I can speak for Europe. I do think we have all these brilliant brains there. I do know that the market is there, is existing, and it's right now growing. And I do think it is the next big pillar for a big economy. Because if you're talking about just like, let's say, the number which China wants to put up, it's about 1.4 trillion. Just until 2030 in revenue, so it's a good number, I would say, and this is what I see, a huge potential which we could actually win if we start today, and because let's go also some steps back, like the automotive industry. Like why were we so good at it? Because we were focusing. So this is also to your question about what governments can do. They can actually focus. They can actually tell we are having a vision. That's what China is doing and what they do pretty well, in my opinion. It's like they're having a vision for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years, and then they are all aiming for that. They're focusing all their let's say, power to actually get it done. And this is also what I hope also in our Western European world, that we actually have a goal, a vision for something, what we can aim for to reach in the next 5 years, 10 years, because it's very close.
Kristen, speaking of focus, I mean, what would you love for the governments to be doing to aid your industry? But also, like, what kind of focus are you seeing from venture capital in robotics?
I think that's a perfect point. I was just going to say investment. That's the other piece that we need to look at. Like David's point about the number of robots that actually have been built up to this point, it's so small compared to where we need to go. And any hardware field takes a level of investment that is not the same as the software field. And I think we need to recognize that. And I think if we sincerely want to see continued advancements, but also advancements at scale, then we need to think about how that investment works, both from the government encouraging investment and then also from the private sector investment. And I think we're very lucky. We've recently closed a funding round. Thank you, which we're very pleased about. But I think the interest in deep tech investment is definitely on the up in the kind of past year and a half, 2 years. But previously to that, it traditionally was a space that everyone shied away from. And I think the fact that now that we're seeing some of the biggest companies are also hardware companies and building the physical asset, not just the software on top, shows us that there are huge gains to be made here for investors, but I think not just talking about it, but continuing to actually put capital into these spaces is going to be one of the key things for the private market, but also for governments to get involved in.
So in terms of investments on the government side, what do you want that to look like?
Oh, good question. I was like, is anyone here that I can ask for a check? No. I think there's one great thing about the UK is how much amazing brainpower we have in our universities here and how well some of that collaboration has worked previously in terms of universities spinning out into new companies. I think governments investing both there to help facilitate that, but also the UK does run quite a few different funding schemes where they're investing directly into startups, but also improving tax credits for people that are investing in that space. So I think the government, yes, of course, capital going into it, but I think to David's point, like having a focus and a vision where we align our policy and our tax policy to that makes a big difference to where we can head.
David, I just want to touch on the funding situation for you. What are you seeing in the investing landscape? Don't be shy. You're raising money?
I think it's still, again, getting back to my first point, like it's all about mindset, or like if our country would have a vision, like going like one way and we are aiming for, and this is the biggest market in the future, let's go there. I think also the money will come here, and then we need some success stories, because this is actually what we don't have here in Europe a lot. It's like if you're looking the last 100 years, like which kind of, where the big giants come from, and the successful companies, they are not from Europe. So, and this is why I do think we have to change. And I think the good thing is, and I think that's a good news, but also bad news, is like that we are right now, as a, especially like, I talk again for Germany, in a very bad situation. Why? Because we simply see that we are facing an issue in the future, like in the automotive sector, which we can't solve right now. So it means that we are again starting to be open for innovations. Because if you're looking in the past right now, it was simply made like there was even a German politician saying, like, if you have visions, go see a doctor. Everyone is like saying, okay, what a dumb person. And I said, but at his time when he was living, it was actually not that stupid, because this was actually giving us this amazing, let's say, this, how to say it, this good economics for the past future, because we were simply the champs in automotive. And if you're looking back, even 2008, the big crisis came, everyone knew one day they will start buying cars again. But this time changed, so it means we have enough pressure and also the willingness of the governments, in my opinion, I hope soon, to actually change something and aim for other visions than automotive and other markets than automotive, which I hope will be robotics, because it's simply the biggest market in the future.
I have a bit of a heavy question here for both of you. We live in a time of war. And while both of you are designing robotics, your robots sound very nice and kind. But, you know, there's a lot of conversation around autonomous drones and AI-powered targeting. Is there going to be a role for robotics in warfare in the future?
It's very different from what we do. Our robots are not designed in any way to partake in that future. But I do think, to me, one of the very big positives of robotics is doing jobs more safely that we wouldn't want people doing. So when I think of like work in clearing of landmines and other pieces, so some of the negative effects of war, I see robotics playing a really key role in helping and promote the safety of people.
Nura is for sure not going to build robots for to take any weapons or against humans, let's say like that. But we do see right now that for sure robotics will be used for that heavily. But that's what we are seeing right now in the wars, or like a lot of drones. But in the same time, I think there will be a lot of other tools in the robotic space. But it's just very important for us, because we started with a question of trust. We will never, like our company, will never do anything what's against humans, because there's a lot of other things to solve, and I think that's why our slogan is "We serve humanity from the first day," and that's also what we are willing to do.
We've run out of time here. I do want to share the poll results. It looks like the largest share of our audience expects that the manufacturing industry will see the greatest employment impact from robotics, which is too bad. I was hoping for housework. But thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you to all of you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the mission of Lab Genius really is to accelerate the discovery of new therapeutic antibodies. Now, these molecules, therapeutic antibodies, are arguably the most important class of medicines. But the challenge that we're facing at the moment is, as diseases get more complex in terms of the way in which they have to be treated, the link between how an antibody is designed and how its function becomes quite non-intuitive. And so what we do at Lab Genius is combine very high throughput experimentation with machine learning to systemize the discovery of these complex therapeutic antibodies. To be on the list feels absolutely incredible, and the reason for that is because we have an incredibly hard-working team of scientists and engineers who are really at the forefront of some very exciting science, and so to have their work recognized feels fantastic. And I think more broadly, it shines a light on the potential of machine learning and artificial intelligence in terms of making a real impact in the world of drug discovery as well.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Tamlin Basin.
Now, it's been incredibly exciting so far today to hear about how so many different sectors are planning on leveraging new technology, and in many instances, generative AI, in order to reimagine entire aspects of their business operations. I'm going to take a little bit of a different tack today. I'm going to talk about what seems to be a chasm developing between the promises of AI on one side, which again is what we've been hearing about today, and the business community is wholeheartedly embracing. And then the potential pitfalls or problems of AI. And this is something that the public seems to be increasingly latching onto. And I think the risk that comes from this trend developing is that public perceptions of AI may sour as the hype cycle moves along. Now, there does seem to be broad agreement that some guardrails are needed to protect against some societal risks that could come from AI. However, what we've seen so far is that some of the approved rules have been controversial and criticized, and new legislation is stalled. My name is Tamlin Basin. I'm a policy analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. Now, Bloomberg Intelligence is a research unit within Bloomberg. We have about 500 professionals. We focus on data, analytics, and research. We cover markets, industries, and companies, and this includes coverage of the regulatory landscape and how that landscape could impact the behavior and expectations within a given industry. Now, some of my colleagues at AI have put together a long-form deep dive report looking at the revenue opportunities that are attached to generative AI. Now, if you look at this chart, what this sees is that we expect there to be about $1.6 trillion in generative AI revenue through 2032. What this chart also shows is that we see generative AI spending rising to about 15% of global technology spending by 2032. That's up from about 2% in 2022. Now, we think first and foremost this spending is going to go to AI training. This is where we're going to see things like servers and storage and cloud computing being the beneficiary of this spending. The next wave will be on inferencing. This is where we'll see spending accelerate as more use cases come out, and things like software for drug discovery could certainly be the beneficiaries here. Now, what this shows is what companies are doing, specifically technology companies are doing to position themselves to be in the best position to get as much of those revenue opportunities as possible. So specifically, this looks at the capital expenditures for hyperscaler companies. And what I want to draw your attention to is the spike in spending from 2023 to 2025. Now, in total, that's about a $90 billion leap in CapEx spending. To put that in perspective, that's more than the aggregate CapEx spending for these companies in all of 2021. So what we are seeing already on the ground is these technology companies really heavily investing in expanding their own generative AI infrastructure in order to be in a position to compete for those generative AI revenue opportunities. Let's switch and look at how the public is reacting to generative AI, and there it's a little bit more mixed. There have been a number of studies that have tried to gauge public perceptions on AI. I'm going to talk about two of them today. Now, the first, and what's up on the screen right now, this is a UK government study that was done in 2022 and then again in 2024. Now, what you see is that there was an increase in respondents who view AI as having an overall negative impact on society. That increased to about 25%. So a quarter of total respondents view AI as posing a negative risk to society. Likewise, the share of respondents who thought AI would pose a positive impact to society slipped to 14% in that latter study. Now, this has been mimicked in a number of other studies, including one by the Center for Data Innovation. And this was a survey that was conducted in 2023 and then again in 2024. And what we saw across the board was that there was an uptick in negative emotions around AI in that 2024 survey versus the 2023 results. Likewise, there were drops in respondents saying that they were curious, interested, excited, or even amazed by AI. So what I think this does reveal is that there is a potential disconnect between business expectations of AI and public perceptions of AI. Now, to be fair, most of the public still does view AI neutrally, and it's certainly probable that as more use cases come out, that will organically shift sentiment positive. But there also could be a role to play by governance and regulation. Now, I think it's fair to say that regulators around the globe were caught off guard by the rapid pace of innovation in this space, but they haven't been entirely flat-footed in their responses. And it's probably a surprise to nobody in this room that the EU was the first to move to regulate AI. Those regulations were contained in the AI Act, which passed earlier this year and begins to take effect in 2025. Now, what the AI Act does is it regulates based on the risks posed by the AI system. So some things are going to be bucketed as unacceptable risks, and they're going to be prohibited. These are things like social scoring by the government, live biometric surveillance in a public space. However, below that are systems that are going to be allowed, but they are going to come attached with some oversight and regulations. And this is incidentally where I think we're going to find a lot of the AI systems that have garnered the most attention in recent years. They're going to be allowed, but they will be regulated. Incidentally, this is also the area of the AI Act that has drawn the most criticism. That criticism has come including from European government officials who are concerned that this could disadvantage domestic industry. You also have European business leaders worried that this aggressive enforcement of the AI Act could risk widening an innovation gap between EU technology companies and US technology companies. And some US technology companies have already begun withholding AI services from the EU. This isn't due to the AI Act yet, but this is due to a thicket of other regulations imposed on the tech sector. So there is growing concern that EU businesses and EU citizens may lose out on some opportunities associated with AI due to strict regulations and bureaucratic oversight. Now, what's it look like in the US? Well, in the US, it's a bit of a different story. Federal AI legislation is stalled. Prospects aren't likely for it to improve, certainly not this year, but even next year after the election, regardless of which administration is in charge, there's no guarantee that legislation will move at the federal level. At the state level, there's also some friction, which was recently punctuated when California's governor vetoed a bill that would have imposed some safety requirements on AI companies. So where does that lead us? That leaves us right now with European rules on AI about to take effect, but these rules have been criticized. We have no rules in sight in the US. And we have this unbound optimism about AI opportunities from the business side, but we have this increasing trepidation around AI from the public. Now, I do believe there's a risk of this gap widening if there are not baseline rules on governance. Now, to be sure, given the fast pace of innovation in this space, and I think what's justified reluctance by lawmakers to squash burgeoning technological advances in areas like medical research, it could be very challenging to find the right balance on regulation. However, at the very least, I think a clearer framework on things like transparency and accountability could be necessary to help form a solid foundation of public trust in AI. Moreover, the onus could fall on all stakeholders to begin finding common ground on AI so that we result in rules that help expand public trust in this groundbreaking technology, but don't result in rules that needlessly stifle innovation. Thank you very much for your time today.
Well, Elon Musk is now the richest person on the planet.
More than half the satellites in space are owned and controlled by one man.
Well, he's a legitimate super genius. I mean, legitimate.
He says he's always voted for Democrats, but this year it will be different. He'll vote Republican.
There is a reason the U.S. government is so reliant on him.
Elon Musk is a scam artist, and he's done nothing.
Anything he does is fascinating to people.
Please welcome to the stage Devika Shankar-Grandpierre, founder of JSG Strategy, for a special taping of Elon Inc. with Bloomberg's Max Chafkin and David Papadopoulos.
Okay, we are. Hello, everyone. I'm David Papadopoulos, host of Elon Inc., Bloomberg's weekly podcast on all things Elon Musk. It's great to be here in London for the Bloomberg Tech Summit, and we have a great show ahead for you. I'm joined on stage by my man Max Chafkin, senior writer at Business Week, and not only a regular on this show, but now the host of another Elon pod. You're going to be all Elon'd out very soon. A mini-series on his political awakening called Citizen Elon that debuts today. Hello, Max.
Hey.
Also with us is Devika Shankar-Grandpierre, tech risk expert. Now, Devika spent over a decade working at large social media platforms like TikTok and Meta. Welcome, Devika.
Thank you for having me, David.
Okay, so given that the theme for today's event is trust, we're going to dive into the controversial evolution of X under Elon and how his move into politics is drawing ever greater scrutiny of the platform and its broader global empire. By the way, we're recording here, so try to, at some point in time, yuck it up, laugh it up, like pretend you're into it. And this being Elon Inc. and all, there will be a little quiz at the end for our panel and for all of you in the audience, time permitting. Devika, we're going to start with you. It's funny, the words trust and safety get thrown around a lot. Even at the university you teach at in Greece, those words figure prominently in the name of one of your winter semester courses. So at places like Meta, TikTok, X, what do those terms actually mean, and what do those teams do there?
Essentially, trust and safety are the people who keep the internet safe. So they do broadly three things. Number one, define the rules of acceptable behavior online. Number two, enforce those rules in a consistent, objective, reproducible manner. And number three, come up with innovative ways to make sure that people can have a safe experience. And of late, also work with regulators and close partnerships to meet with all of the compliance requirements. So those 3-4 things sort of boil down to what we broadly mean by trust and safety in tech.
Okay, and now when Musk took over Twitter, now X, he famously gutted a huge part of the trust and safety team, something like 80% of it, as part of that, massive chaotic layoffs that he did when he first got there. What are the risks of doing that, and how are we seeing them play out now?
So the impact of gutting your trust and safety team is simply real-world consequences. So if you get rid of 80% of the people who are responsible for keeping your platform safe, all of us here who use X can see and feel for ourselves the level and type of discourse, the endless stream of crypto offers, the OnlyFans ads. We see all of that in English. Now, if we take those risks that we can feel tangibly and magnify that by 100x, I think we can begin to have a vague understanding of what the risks look like in non-English speaking countries.
So do we see these problems proliferating more on X now than we would on other platforms?
The problems are felt more acutely on X on account of not having teams that are responsible for making sure that the platform is safe in those languages and in those countries.
I mean, when Elon Musk brought back former President Trump to his platform, right, he did it via poll. And it was like he just said, like, should I bring President Trump back? Yes or no? Vox Populi, Vox Dei, basically like, hey, whatever you think is cool. And it's such an interesting contrast to, like, Facebook, which was so the decision to ban Trump and then like what to do with him was so fraught that they created this entire like Supreme Court, like called the Oversight Board, literally, and they wrote this like lengthy brief, sort of discussing, and Musk, of course, is just shooting from the hip. I think partly because That's just how he runs his companies, and he's just decided, you know, hey, how hard could it be to run a social media site? Which, of course, overlooks like a lot of the problems that Davika is bringing up, and then, you know, and then also has like these political reasons to do so.
But there can be too much intervention from these teams, can there not, Max?
I mean, I think there's like a philosophical question of like how open should social media companies be? Like people talk about free speech and like should it be unlimited free speech? So there's that question. And then what that does to trust as far as people who use the platform, because you want people who use the platform to feel like it's not an arbitrary, it's not just like whatever the owner wants in that particular moment.
I mean, the key thing that you want to have as any platform that like cares about its users and has a core principle is really you want to make sure that the decisions that you make are objective, reproducible, and testable. Like doing a poll on who should come back to your platform or not, I think maybe fails all three of those key things. And if you take the position...
He won the poll overwhelmingly, that Trump should come back.
I mean, I think the problem with that is if you decide, hypothetically speaking, that you're going to have a digital platform where you make all decisions based on referendums.
Right.
Let's make up this world where that's the case, right? You still need to have some sort of guardrails around how often you're going to do the polls. Who are the people who are going to vote on these polls? Right. What results are good? Is 80% good, 70% good? So that you can apply those in a uniform and firm way. And to add on to what Max said, I think Musk went from it's free speech, I like free speech, to I like free speech as long as it's legal, to I like free speech as long as it's legal, but I'm still uncomfortable about people who track my jet or people who use terms like cisgender, to I like free speech as long as it's legal, but if a country like Brazil says that it's illegal, then I'm kind of not okay with it. So you can't go through those, those huge changes in your position in a very short period of time. I think that's...
It's also weird because Musk right now feels like he's falling into many of the same pitfalls that he like criticized the prior regime. Like Musk's critique of Twitter was that they were too captured by Biden and by Democratic politicians, and now you have Musk himself, acting as a surrogate, campaigning with the former president, and also, and of course, along the way, having to make all these like very difficult decisions, and that kind of erodes trust as well.
Very much so, and we will get back to that issue in a second. I just want to ask you, Davika, though. I hear what you're saying on some of those things in that evolution that's taken part in terms of his, how he's viewed how to treat these issues. But I guess I wonder if you were to sell your soul, not that you would do such a thing, but if you were to sell your soul and go over to the dark side, and Vladimir Putin said, here's $500,000 a month to help me spread disinformation, what would you tell him? Do you just simply say, just go to X, do it all there?
First of all, I don't think you need $500,000. I think he's overpaying, but obviously that's...
No, you. I'm offering you $500,000.
I mean, it's, okay. So I think I'd probably say, go to X, because if you don't, X doesn't label any of the official Russian propaganda state media. There's no labels on any of them. So people interact with content from Russian state-sponsored points of view without really knowing that that's who they're interacting with.
Yeah, I mean, the odds of getting anything, banned or removed are pretty low, no?
Yes, they don't, at least according to the latest transparency report, there's no mention of what they're doing around covert influence operations or specifically disinformation. I think it again ties back to the original thing around, like, if you don't have anyone looking at the problem or measuring the problem, then I suppose you can take the view that there is no problem.
Okay. You would sell your soul, by the way, easily in a second. But would you also send them to X, or do you have some other grand plan to spread this information?
Well, I mean, I think what's so interesting about X is that it's a relatively small platform. I mean, like, Facebook, Instagram has a lot more, TikTok has more users.
The reach has just shrunk.
Now, I do think, and there's been all this talk around how Elon Musk changed X. He famously, as you said, laid off all these people and did all these things that sent a lot of users, including a lot of prominent users, including celebrities and journalists and so on, essentially running from the hills or defecting to Instagram and Threads, which is the, Instagram-like, Twitter version. But on the other hand, I think it still remains culturally relevant, and especially in the U.S. and especially in terms of conservative politics. It is where that political conversation still seems to be happening, and therefore, yes, if I were part of the
$500,000 a month
media, and I have no other choice, right? It does seem like a pretty effective way to reach a politically engaged audience. And I think that's obviously bad from a, or not obviously bad. It might be bad from a societal point of view. But it is, in some sense, to Elon Musk's credit, because X is still relevant.
Yes, it has, despite the fact that it's shrunk some. Yeah?
I think the relevance piece, right? I think regulators around the world are waking up and realizing what do we want to signal here? And exactly around that political conversation in the US, everyone feels that. But if we just zoom out a bit, right? Currently, there is an ongoing diplomatic standoff between India and Canada around the alleged assault and murder of a Sikh activist. If you go on X for understanding, or if you just want to see what's happening on this specific topic, all of the top-cited, algorithmically amplified sources of information are state media points of view. And why that is, especially
state media from
Russia, in India. So that's Sputnik India, RT India. These are your top sources. And this is why this is interesting, is because the content that Russian state media is creating in a country like India, it's extremely localized. It's memes, it's entertaining, and they seed their point of view so effectively in local languages that it gets picked up by journalists in India who still use X, right, for a variety of reasons. And then that's part of the mainstream conversation. And then it's hard to say where did it start.
Hard to say where it starts, but it does get the people worked up. I want to talk a little bit about the riots that broke out here in the UK this summer in the wake of the mass stabbing in Southport. It reminded me of a cover story I read in The Atlantic years ago, and the gist of it basically was James Madison, one of the founding fathers of the U.S., was terrified of mob rule, feared that it could do to the young republic in the Americas what it did to Athenian democracy centuries earlier. It turns out in the U.S., for a long time, it was basically fine, a vast geography, a lot of mountains and stuff, and you could only keep a mob together amassed for so long. But you fast forward to today, so posits the piece. And we are now, both in the U.S. and arguably the U.K. and across much of the rest of the world, we are living under constant mob rule. The mob being, I don't have my phone with me here, but the virtual mob in our hands, our social media networks where we hang out in our tribal circles, working ourselves up into frenzies day and night. We are, quote, living in a Madisonian nightmare, the piece said. And Max, I wonder if the riot, I should say before I wonder, one more thing on this. The riots here were a concrete case of a virtual mob turning into an actual mob in the streets. Much of that virtual mob congregating on X, egged on by Musk, who was predicting civil war here. This is what I was wondering, Max. I was going to get to that. So the counterfactual is hard to map out and prove, but do the riots take place if there was no such thing as social media?
I mean, there were riots, and this is what if you ask like a social media company, like an executive here, they would say, well, there were riots before, race riots existed in the world before social media, unfortunately. And yet, on the other hand, I don't know. I mean, it's really tempting to see this as a case where, like, the influence of these platforms and of our kind of just completely broken, like, information ecosystems that are very entertaining are spilling out in the real world. And then it creates this, like, additional problem when you're like, hey, social media companies, can you perhaps rein this in a little bit? You know, maybe you could try to help us like figure out how to deal with this, you know, crisis. And the CEO of one of them, Elon Musk, is just like, hey, sorry, I'm busy posting my own memes about the race riot, which is what was going on. I mean, he was not only ignoring British lawmakers, he was just sort of like, you know, pouring, you know, extra gasoline on the fire.
Yeah.
I think the fire gasoline, like sort of contribution to the problem and the real world consequences. Again, it's another one of those things where you like look at the entire globe and you see there are parts of the world where what's on the internet leads you, there is a direct link between what happens in the real world. I can give you an example, since we're on the unfortunate topic of riots. Just a couple of months ago, Bangladesh went through this huge period of political turmoil. The Prime Minister fled the country at extreme short notice. And there was a claim that one of the beloved cricketers, for everyone who follows cricket, our house was torched as part of communal violence in Bangladesh. And this was a claim that originated on X. And this was a time when internet was shut down in Bangladesh as a response to, like, what can you do to control the risks and the spread of information, right? So this claim was fact-checked by multiple fact-checkers within, I want to say, 5 to 6 hours. But that context that this is misleading and this was false was not anywhere to be seen on the platform. And it kind of took a life of its own, and it spread to the neighboring countries, who then started to like make kill lists of people who belong to minority groups within their local communities. And they did that on X in languages which are non-English. And you can still probably find a lot of them under the algorithmically amplified section of X for Bangladesh. So the actual contribution to a crisis, will riots still happen? Yes. But what is the contribution to that real-world consequence? Because of technology in different parts of the world, I think it's quite varied. In some places, it's extremely high, like Myanmar or Bangladesh or India. And in some places, it's more muted and where it's more around.
Devika, we're running out of time. I'm just going to ask you one last question. We're actually going to we've run out of time for the quiz, which is a little, I'm sure for everyone here, is a little disappointing. Maybe we'll do it outside afterwards, Vox Populi style. But my final question for you is that there was a sense that Musk was going to be called, or some of the leaders of X were going to be called to the UK and held to account and forced to answer questions. That never happened. At the same time, do seem like there are some forces building here in UK and broader Europe where they have a slightly more dim or harsh view towards social media than is the case in the US. Are we going to see actions taken potentially in the future? Is Musk on a collision course with regulators here in Europe?
I think yes, is a short answer.
He's on a collision course.
Definitely. I think the slightly longer answer would be, and I'm sure this is a discussion that is happening at Ofcom and multiple regulators and the European Commission around what is the message we want to send with regards to compliance to regulation of social media. So based on where they land on that spectrum, I think it's unlikely that it would be as extreme as Telegram CEO.
Who was arrested in France, right.
But it is now up to the regulators to send the right message, I think, because if there is no consequence for gutting your team that is responsible for keeping a used digital platform safe, if there's no consequence, then what message does that send to other platforms? What message does that send to startups who might be creating new platforms? How important is safety to them in their design? So I think it's definitely on a collision course, but maybe not as extreme as Telegram, which is on the other end.
All right, very good. We're out of time. We need to end it there. But Devika, Max, thank you very much. Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage Thierry E. Klein,
president of Nokia Bell Labs Solutions Research, for a conversation with UCL mathematics professor Hannah Fry.
Thank you very much for joining me, Thierry.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Well, this morning we have been talking quite a lot about the issue of trust from a security perspective, from an AI perspective, but now we want to talk about another aspect of trust, and specifically trust in networks. So Thierry, okay, why should we be thinking about this?
Okay, so maybe I should start by talking about Nokia. I think everybody knows Nokia, and how many of you had Nokia phones at some point? All right. But you may be surprised, or maybe you know that we don't make phones anymore, but we built networks. We really built the world's infrastructure, communication networks, whether it's your broadband at home, your wireless network, your data center networks, your inter-data center connects, your IP optical networks. And I think networks are just foundational to everything we do today. And I think the world would stop without networks. And if you think back at COVID, imagine COVID had happened 10 years ago, 15 years ago. How do we have done working from home, schooling from home without networks? And I think it's one of the foundational technologies that everybody needs every day, relies on it, but it's kind of hidden. We don't see it. We see our phones, but we don't really see the networks. But just imagine your life without networks during COVID.
It's not just about supporting existing technology, though, right? I mean, networks can be there and in a position to support kind of new technological advances too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, particularly when you think about AI, AI lives on data. And how do you collect the data? How do you bring the data to these AI algorithms? You do need networks. And we absolutely believe that without networks and communication technologies, the AI revolution is not going to happen at that scale, because we need to really interconnect all the points where we collect the data, bring that data together, make the intelligent decisions, and then distribute that decision back into the system. And that's from the consumer perspective, but very much also from an enterprise industrial perspective. So when we think about the fourth or fifth industrial revolution and the digitalization of industries, that rides on networking, AI, cloud computing, and these future technologies. But networks is the basic foundational technology for everything.
So what does it mean to have trust in networks? What are the particular issues that concern you?
So I think trust, I would say, has two aspects to it. The first one is, obviously, we need to trust that the network delivers data in a secure way. I think we talk a lot about the safety, security of our data, the privacy of our data. So that's the first part. The networks cannot become entry points into your data from a security, cyber hacking perspective. But the other part is the network has to perform. You have to trust the performance of the network, especially when you think about enterprise industrial applications and mission-critical applications. Imagine you run a factory operation on a network. You cannot afford for that production to stop. So the performance, the underlying resilience and reliability of the network has to be there. So trust is both on preserving your data and preserving the integrity of the data, as well as preserving the integrity and the resilience of the network performance itself.
Okay, so how hard is it then to build a robust, reliable network?
Well, I think everybody probably drove home at some point and said, my call dropped. So it sounds easy, and I remember seeing a joke. It was like pigeons sitting on the wire, and then there's another picture where pigeons, there's no wire, and one pigeon says to the other, how hard can it be not to put a wire in? It's wireless. So I think it's really, really hard, and it's hard because there's so many elements that need to work together in the network. Networks today are becoming very, very complex, have a lot of intertwined elements. And even if one element is 90% reliable, if you put it to another element that's also 90% reliable, the two together are not 90% reliable. They're actually only 81% reliable. So as the system becomes complex, you need to really make sure end-to-end you have that resilience and that network performance.
I seem to remember seeing another cartoon that said you can build a network on the moon, and yet I can't continue on my call on the way home.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, and some of you may know, we're putting a cellular network on the moon very soon. And there's a lot of excitement about us putting a network on the moon, but there's some people saying, well, you build a network on the moon, how about you build one that works in my backyard? That is not necessarily a Nokia question. That is also a service provider question of how much do you build out your network performance. But yeah, this is really hard. And our communication networks are built for what we call 5 nines of reliability, which really means 99.999% reliable. But if you think about it, that sounds super reliable. But if you look at how many minutes are in a year, it's over 500,000 minutes per year. And that 0.001%, that is the difference between the 5 nines and 100%, that is still over 500 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, if your network has dropped calls 500 minutes a year, that may be okay if you're driving home and you get disconnected from your friends or your Facebook page doesn't upload quickly. But if you're in mission-critical environment, that is not acceptable. So we really need to push that reliability from 5 nines to 7 nines, 9 nines reliable, just to minimize the downtime in production industrial environments.
That sounds expensive, though, getting those extra nines.
It is very expensive from a complexity and engineering perspective. And you really need to build the resilience in from hardware, software, redundancy frameworks. It's not just building more equipment, it's also having a software framework that detects these failures, anticipates the failures. So more and more we work on sensing the network, predicting network performance, and anticipating disruption so you can react faster or you proactively change your network.
There's something quite interesting there, though, about saying that you're increasing the nines rather than that you're sort of promising a future in which it's 100% never fails at all.
It's very difficult to say 100% in anything, and there's a random element in networks. If you just think about wireless networks, you always have interference from other devices, you always have interference from the environment, so it's very, very difficult to get to 100%. I would venture to guess there are not a lot of areas where you have 100%, which means absolutely no disruption whatsoever. I think that's very, very hard, if not impossible, to achieve.
But I think this is kind of an important aspect on which we're building future technologies. Tell us a little bit about sort of the future of networks and how that might help us with other technological advances.
Yeah, so one of the things that we're very excited is 6G. We're still deploying 5G, but the research, and in Nokia Bell Labs, we started the research on 6G already 4 years back. 6G will be coming at the beginning of the 2030s. And one of the aspects about 6G, it's not just about increased capacity and higher throughputs and so forth, but one of the elements that's very interesting is bringing sensing capabilities into the network itself. So having the same technology for your communication as well as your sensing. And sensing really means identifying objects, tracking goods, identifying activities, detecting maybe that there is a fan. You can detect rotations of a fan. So you could imagine that your devices, your machines, your robots in the factory are connected, but if you detect that the fan is rotating, you know it's operational. If you detect the fan is not rotating anymore, then maybe you have an issue because you might be overheating your equipment. So bringing sensing really means capturing the physical world. So communicating in the physical world and capturing the physical world with one technology is pretty exciting.
Which is a complete game changer for digital twins, for example.
Yes, that would allow you to really build digital twins, and digital twins is all about capturing the physical world, creating a digital representation of that physical world, so you can then apply AI technologies to understand it, get some insights, reason about it, play what-if scenarios, and then based on that, improve your productivity, efficiency, safety, before you re-implement those changes in the physical world. So 6G, cloud computing, AI, are really enabling that physical, we call it physical digital fusion.
Absolutely fascinating. Thierry, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Wayne Ting, CEO of Lime, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Lynn Duan.
Thank you, Wayne, for joining us. This panel discussion is about micromobility. And before we start our discussion with Wayne, I do have another poll question for you. This one's a simple one. Do you use an electric scooter or an electric bike? Simple question, yes, no. Answer now, and then we'll come back to it in a few minutes and put Wayne on the spot here. Wayne, this is a summit with the theme being trust. So I'm going to hit you with the hardest question first.
Please.
The micromobility industry has been under fire for a few years now, in part because of some unfortunate accidents and concerns over safety, and in part because some people just don't like seeing the scooters and the bikes in public areas. So what are you doing to instill more trust and confidence in governments where you're operating and in the greater public?
Yeah, first, Lynn, thank you for having me. And it's an absolutely fair question. And the thing I'll start by saying is that we're actually much more safe than perhaps you perceive. We've done over 700 million trips in the history of Lime. In that time, 99.99% of the trips were incident-free. And we track safety incident every month. I go to a safety briefing. We look at ways to improve safety. So in 2023, our safety incident rate declined by 42% on an absolute basis, even though our trips grew by 37 million trips. And we work on things like hardware, rider safety education, in-app, and in person, as well as things like sobriety tests to continuously improve the safety of our hardware and our network.
Sorry, tell me more about these sobriety tests. We had discussed this before, but I'm interested. What does that mean? And what are some of like the actual concrete examples in which you've address safety concerns that we can really latch onto?
Yeah, so for example, we work with cities to create slow down zones. So there may be some areas where there's a lot of pedestrian walking, and we would slow down the bike or slow down the scooters so that to reduce the chance that there'll be a kind of an accident. Or we would do things like sobriety tests is if we're around, let's say, at night or in areas where we think there's a high rate of potential alcohol use, we ask you to take a simple test. It's not perfect, but it creates a barrier for you to take a trip. And we remind you, if you've had a drink, make sure you don't take a bike for this trip as a way to reduce the amount of people who may drink and ride, which is something we don't want to see ever. And we also invest in hardware to improve safety. So, for example, Lime is the only operator in micromobility that develops, engineers our own scooters and bikes. So we can do it around rider safety. So we just launched a new Lime bike, and it's a lower center of gravity, so it's easier to step on, step off. It's lighter, so sometimes we get the feedback that our Lime bikes are too heavy, and when it's lower center of gravity, it's also easier to put your foot down if you're trying to stop the bike. And we design it to ensure that we can improve both access for riders of all backgrounds, all gender, all age groups, and we do it to improve the safety of our hardware.
It's funny that you should mention the heaviness. I can relate. I am also very short, and so I like being close to the ground and staying close to the ground. I don't trust myself on a bike, much less an electric bike or a scooter. And I wondered, can you elaborate on the efforts that you are taking to reduce the barrier to entry for people like me who are just naturally nervous about using your service?
Yep. Part of it is also teaching people how easy it is to use a Lime scooter or bike. So we do things like First Ride Academy in city. These are in-person events where we go to neighborhoods where people may not have access to e-bikes or e-scooters, and we let them ride for free to experience an e-bike. And then I think once you try it, you realize it's far safer and easier to use than perhaps you imagined. We also do things like we work with local advocacy groups like the London Cycling Campaign, LCC, to do cycling education, work with boroughs to make sure that there's good cycling paths. Over the last 5 years, I think London 4x the amount of bike lanes in London, which dramatically improves safety. The last thing I'll say about safety is that it is also, I think a big part of it is also about slowing down cars and preventing cars from going into areas where there's a lot of bike traffic and pedestrian traffic. And so we work with cities to create better regulations and better rules of the road to ensure that our riders are safe.
We've given the audience enough time to answer a very simple yes or no question, and I'd love to bring the poll results up if they aren't already. Just to have a question for you and follow up. The question was, do you use an electric scooter or an electric bike? And I'm seeing 61% of our audience today is saying that they don't use either. London is one of your largest markets. It's one of the biggest for Lime. What does that 61% tell you about the progress that is yet to be?
It says we still have more work to do. And the reason why I think we are so passionate about the push to build a future transportation that is shared, affordable, and most importantly, carbon-free is because transportation is the #1 source of carbon pollution in the UK. It's the #1 source of carbon pollution in Europe and the United States. And the vast majority of that is coming from cars and trucks. And if we're going to be serious about meeting the challenge of climate change, then we have to reduce our reliance on cars and improve our adoption of bikes and scooters as a preferred mode of transportation. And I also think maybe this is a reflection of this age group here, because when we look at Londoners, if you do a poll of Londoners between 18 and 39, 50% of London residents between 18 and 39 say they use an electric bike every single week. And so, but even 39% using electric bike is really encouraging as cities make that transition into a more green and sustainable future. But we're not fully there yet.
The audience is going to try not to take offense to the demographic observation that you've made. Some might say that we've moved past the early stages of the micromobility industry. The ones that have failed. The ones that have survived have survived. Lime has emerged as the largest micromobility company in the world. And I just wonder, now that you're all grown up, what's next for you?
Yep. We actually think I think a lot of the funding markets are finally moving on to other things. And I think that's a good thing. When there's too much capital, it encourages bad behavior. It encourages companies to lose a lot of money because they can always raise more in the future. And I think it hurts all the other competitors. And while I think other competitors did not invest in the things they need to get to a sustainable business, Lime did. We invested in our own hardware, tech-enabled operations, and building strong relationships with cities, which is why Lime is the only profitable operator in the industry. And now we have a chance to continue to expand on that. I think the biggest opportunity is to deepen in the markets we're in. So in London, for example, we really want to become part of the transportation ecosystem to help more people and more cities transition out of cars. And for us to do that, we got to convince more people, like the 61% in this audience who are not riding bikes, to start using green transportation. But that's the biggest opportunity, deepening in the markets we're in, getting more people out of cars and into bikes and scooters. I think the second opportunity is expanding into new markets. So this year alone, we launched in Japan, in Greece, and we're going to soon launch in Mexico. And I think there's also opportunities around new modes of transportation, new hardware. Because Lime develops our own hardware in-house, we have the opportunity to develop new hardware that I would say appeal to different types of riders. So we're testing a new Lime glider in Zurich right now, which is a throttle bike, so you can put a throttle down. It looks like a lightweight moped, which allows people to go longer distances. And if you are wary of pedaling, or you don't want to pedal because it's hot outside, it allows you to leverage micromobility, maybe without the feeling of work.
Interesting. I'd be interested if I weren't so scared to try that moped. Financing-wise, sounds to me, just based on what you're saying, that you're not out there looking for funding. You don't need it. But I would be interested in what Lime's exit strategy is at the moment. Like, where do you see the company's path going?
Yeah, I think maybe this may be surprising to the audience, because I feel like if you only read the headlines, I think the perception is a lot of companies in our industry is struggling. And that is true, but I think Lime has been the exception. So 2023, we did over $600 million in gross bookings, growing at 32% a year. In fact, our 4-year top-line CAGR is 30%. And last year, we did over $90 million of company-wide adjusted EBITDA. Our first year of unlevered free cash flow positive, which means that we generate enough profits to fund all of our capital expenditure and growth. So we are not in need of incremental funding, which is very, very helpful given today's funding environment. But I do think if I look longer term, I think the right answer for Lime is to think about going public at some point. I think a lot of that will depend on the macro environment, and I think the IPO market is still quite choppy. So we're waiting for I think Lime is ready as a company. If you look at our growth rate and our margin profile, we are a greater than Rule of 40 company, which I think is a fantastic place to be as we're looking towards potentially going public. But we're looking for a better, I would say, macro environment, and some of that is outside of our control.
You and everyone else.
Yes.
Where would you list?
We haven't really thought about it, but probably in the United States, where our company is based.
All right. The UK audience here will be saying, yet another one. I wanted to talk a little bit about your competitors because, we talk about how you're grown up, the industry is more grown up, but you still have some formidable rivals. Tell me a little bit about what you see as your biggest competition and how you're going to continue to work to stand out.
Absolutely. Our biggest competition is the car. 60% of car trips in the UK are less than 5 miles. The most common number of passenger in a car is 1. Those people should not be driving a car. They should be riding a bike. They should be using micromobility. They should be on public transit. How do we get people out of cars into micromobility? That's our biggest competitor. From people in our industry, I do feel like Lime has separated ourselves from the rest of the pack because we've pursued a strategy of proprietary hardware. Everybody else in our industry buys from the same 2 Chinese manufacturers for their scooters and bikes. And you may walk around and say they all use the same e-bike. And the reason they all look the same is because they're exactly the same e-bike. And the problem, though, with that is that there's a conflict. Because if my business is to sell you, Lynn, more bikes and more parts and more scooters, then I don't have a lot of incentive to make them last longer, make them more sustainable. And as a result, I think that's why a lot of our competitors struggle to get to sustainability and profitability. When we own our own engineering and design, we constantly track every single spare parts. When does it break? Why does it break? And then we see if there's ways to improve the next batch in manufacturing. So we're constantly iterating. It's a constant feedback loop, which allows us to, over time, extend the life of our hardware and improve it around rideability and safety. And that's a big difference between Lime and our competitors. The second is tech-enabled operations. Lime is the global leader, which means we have more data than anybody else, which allows us to do things like demand forecasting better as well. Every city we're in, we project the probability of somebody wanting a bike trip or a scooter trip block by block in 15-minute increments. So we have a view of where we think demand is going to come from, and then we move our scooters and bikes to meet that demand. You can't build an accurate demand forecasting tool if you don't have the data. And Lime invests, as far as we can tell, 10x more into software, hardware technology than our nearest competitor. And as a result, we've really separated the pack from both operational tech and hardware tech. And I think the third piece that separates us is that we strive to be the best partners to cities. Lime wins 90+% of the competitive RFPs that come up, and we renew them at 95% rate. This is why Lime today is in almost 300 cities around the world in 30 countries, by far bigger than any of our nearest competitors.
How do you do that? How do you win those RFPs over all the others with the cities? Lots of whining and dining, or what do you?
No, I think cities want to see operational experience. And so I think the advantage of scale is that the more cities we win, the more other cities see Lime as the safe and reliable choice. There's the saying that nobody's been fired for buying IBM. Lime is the IBM of this industry. And people say, let's Lime to dinner, let's Lime here. We are the verb for biking in London. And you do that by doing the right thing again and again and again. And I do think cities also care about hardware. Every city wants to tell their citizens, we have the latest, the best hardware. And we go to these meetings and everybody else has cheap, poorly made Chinese bikes. And we have something that is unique, that we designed in-house for safety, for things like sustainability. And those are the reasons why I think we win 90+% of the RFPs.
You talked a lot about operations, and I really appreciate your telling us the ways that Lime is different. Thank you for your time, and thank you, all of you, for attending. We are breaking for lunch now, and I just want to remind everyone that if you are scheduled for one of our lunch sessions, the locations are right up here on the screen. Just ensure that you get back here by 2 p.m. sharp, because we will be doing the big unveiling of the UK Startups to Watch list. Thank you.
everyone. My name is Jillian Deutsch, and I am Bloomberg's telecoms reporter. And thank you so much for coming to this breakout lunch session. I know so much of what we're talking about today is all this very exciting technology. It's augmented reality and artificial intelligence. There's even a robot outside if you haven't seen it yet. Make sure you do. But we cannot forget the networks and the infrastructure that really underpins all this technology. We've got some amazing speakers coming up. Before we get started, I wanted to kick it off to our speaker, Paul Alexander, Vice President and Head of the UK and Ireland for Nokia. Paul.
Well, firstly, thank you, Gillian, and thank you, everybody, for coming and attending this fabulous event, actually. It's the first year I've been. It's really, really good. I think it's really interesting that we're talking about technology. We're talking about trust, something I think is very fundamental to what we do in Nokia. But I've got 3 questions for you to start, and I think Thierry might have spoiled it slightly. But who had a Nokia mobile phone? How many hands in the air? OK, how many people still have one tucked in a drawer somewhere? Yes, about 20% of people. And how many people think genuinely we still make mobile phones today? I was really expecting to see a few more hands. You could be honest. OK, we don't. To spoil the surprise, Thierry did sort of mention this on stage earlier. So Nokia is no longer connected with mobile phones. And it's confusing because you will be able to buy a Nokia mobile phone, but it isn't Nokia. It's actually a licensed brand, and we licensed it to a third party. Nokia is really very much about networking and communication technology. So I imagine that on the way to this event today, you will have used Nokia technology in your communications, whether it's over the BT network, the VMO2 network, the 3 network, the fiber networks, mobile networks. We make the technology that essentially the operators use to underpin their networks and deliver the services to you as end users and customers, both from a B2B in the enterprise sense or in the consumer sense. And whether that's also today in the enterprise space, so the communication networks, mission critical networks, they underpin the blue light services, the national rail, the highways, the underground, all of that requires communication network technology, and Nokia builds and provides that technology to our service provider customers who deploy that to provide those services to you. And we've talked a little bit today about AI. We've talked a little, we heard Thierry talk a little bit about quantum as well. So some of the challenges that are coming down the road now in the brave new world are only going to be made more exciting, but also potentially more challenging by the future technology. So AI, for example, we're all hearing about the massive potential that AI brings to our lives. That's going to require a high capacity, highly reliable, low latency, and super secure network to actually deliver those services. Where many customers out there we're working with, CoreWeave is an example, that are deploying GPU. And you might have heard this term GPU. This is the underpinning technology of the AI revolution. Nokia is providing the communications technology that provides the fabric, the switching fabric, and the communications technology between the data centers for CoreWeave, for example, today in AI. And quantum technology, Thierry talked a little bit about that earlier on stage. We're at the forefront of developing quantum technology, and we're working with partners across the industry and across the world. And if you're wondering a little bit about how to put quantum into context, Google's quantum computer they have today is 100 million times more powerful than a conventional computer we have now. 100 million times. And there are companies out there today that say they're 100 times faster than that computer. So just to give you a bit of an idea, that is an incredible amount of power. You put that together with AI, and you have a recipe for massive change in our industry, and massive change for all of us, be it at work, be it at home, wherever we are. All of that, again, is going to require that network, and that super secure network. So that's what Nokia does today. I hope I've changed your understanding of what Nokia does. We don't make mobile phones, we make communications technology. And then at that point, I will hand back to Gillian and the team, and thank you very much for listening and attending. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Paul. And I'm going to bring Jeannie York, the Chief Technology Officer at VMO2, to the stage. It's actually funny starting off with the Nokia phones, though, because I saw a press release from VMO2 yesterday about how dumb phones, feature phones, are actually doubling, I think, in demand every year. Is that because of kind of smartphone free movement? Is that what's kind of driving that?
Well, yeah, I think that probably drives a little bit of it. I also think it has to do with the segment of consumers who want that type of tech as well, right?
Is that more and more kind of people who want sort of a appless life?
Yeah.
Get away from the constantness, yeah.
We're quite connected, right? And I think that there's a little bit of that movement, especially, Paul mentioned AI. I think that is, it's quite scary and wonderful what that brings, but anonymity is not one of the things that it introduces. And so I think there's a bit of separation happening in the customers where they do want to have that separation from being on all the time, connected all the time, and findable in almost every aspect. So.
Absolutely. Let's bring this to the infrastructure, because I think that is so interesting. And I guess when I think of infrastructure, I think of 5G immediately.
Yep.
And I guess let's bring to the start. So let's think about 2018. At this point, lots of operators were talking about 5G is going to be a game changer. Now, I'm curious from the audience, has 5G been a game changer for you? Would you raise your hand? Literally no one has raised their hand. Okay, one's been a game changer. 2, okay, we got some people, it's changing games. Jean, what went wrong? Why has it not been this game changer people thought it might be?
Well, I think a couple of things. One, in technology, we understand what 5G means and the capability that it can actually bring to the end user and to the business. I think consumers, by large, don't understand it. They don't understand the value that comes from those technology evolutions. What they understand is that I can connect faster, I can do the things that I want to do faster, but that isn't necessarily something that is really that's really embedded in how we actually position that technology out into the market. For us, it's critical. We have data doubling every single year. That's been going on for the better part of 2 decades, really. And 5G is really the underpin technology for not only speed and other enablers, it's also critical for our 5G standalone technology, which really gives us the ability to take tech to a whole new level and provide slicing and dedicated services, not only to our consumer base, but also to our B2B customers. So 5G is a natural evolution. The capacity that we put into the network, that pop coverage that we make happen every single year, it's going to eventually replace the workhorse that we call 4G. As you know, that network technology has been around for a long time. We don't talk about 4G very often, but that is literally what I call the workhorse of mobile.
But do people really think their 5G works very well? You may raise your hand if you are satisfied with your 5G connection most of the time in London.
We're all still, we're trying to get the deployment done. I mean, this is one of those things where when you look at the evolution from 2G to 4G in that change, when we went to implement as an industry 5G, of course we wanted to get it done in a year or 2, but that infrastructure upgrade is actually a multi-year program, and actually none of the providers in the UK have completely upgraded to 100% 5G coverage. So what you'll find as your experience when you're kind of moving around the UK is you'll be attached to 4G, you'll be attached to 5G. And that's just because we're literally building the general pop coverage across the UK.
And I know VMO2 as well is starting to roll out more and more 5G standalone, which for people who might not know, 5G standalone is really the true 5G. So that's actually having a 5G core on top of or as a baseline for the 5G antennas as well. Rather than most of the 5G you probably have experienced in previous years is 5G non-standalone, which has a 4G core. Will everyday people really notice a difference?
Yeah, I think technologically, yes, they'll notice a difference. And I think on the thing that most consumers wouldn't necessarily understand right out of the gate is that is going to offer you a number of other value propositions. If you look at, for instance, a number of trials, one of which we're doing ourselves, is taking that technology and being able to customize that experience to the end users. Say that you're at your favorite concert and you want to stream a video and you want that experience to be fantastic. What 5G standalone will allow you to do is to like cut that slice and dedicate that capacity to you as a consumer and have that additional enhanced experience as an end user. And we're finding that, there are a number of use cases in consumer, but in business, it's very relevant, and probably a little bit more real time, where real-time manufacturing, autonomous cars, who need that dedicated, extremely reliable connectivity, they are using that technology to enable, robotics and manufacturing in a closed-loop environment to do that type of activity. So I think that most consumers will, over time, recognize that. Businesses are already seeing that today. It's just that it's not as widespread. And look, this was the problem with 5G. Everybody wanted it. It's an extremely expensive technology to implement. It takes time to get there. And the industry itself was faced with a number of challenges to actually monetize that investment, right? And that, Nokia and Ericsson and our partners hear that every single day. It's difficult when you're talking about putting billions of pounds into the infrastructure. But we're on that path. We have 65% of the pop coverage today, and we'll continue to work on closing out that coverage. So everywhere in the UK, you can see that 5G signal on your phone.
And I know VMO2, as you guys roll out standalone more widely across the UK, you're not charging more for it. Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think that this is part of the evolution of the product, right? So we're relatively nascent in the product maturation for 5G services. I think there is opportunity, and we're seeing that where you can in specific use cases look at greater monetization. And those are really the kind of those dedicated experiences that I think are more practical for consumers. You'll actually use that in everyday life. You wouldn't, but again, it's those moments that really matter to you that we're focused on at VMO2, where you can give that additional bandwidth and that guaranteed connection, maybe for a little bit more. So these are products and services that we're looking at doing in the future.
The theme of this conference is trust, and I do feel often, I'm sure you hear this more than I do, from customers who do get quite frustrated with the lack of reliability or the lack of speed in their networks, even if they've got the 5G logo in the corner of their phones. Do you think a lot of operators have lost the trust of their customers because they haven't felt that kind of complete game changer that 5G was promised to be?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of a couple of things. I think when we were in COVID times, and I know that feels like it was 5 million years ago, but the consumer really got used to experiencing a fixed broadband connection experience, and they stayed at home and didn't really move outside of the home very often. And if they did, it was a pretty small proximity. And that experience almost conditioned our customers in a new expectation level of our mobile networks, right? Where they want that seamless connectivity to do things that they would have typically done in a work from home or a home environment. They want that exact experience to be the same when they get into a train station, when they're at the airport, when they are commuting on a major highway. They want to be able to complete a Teams call, and they want to be able to do the transactions that they need in their everyday life. And so I think that it is the behavior of our customers has changed. The demand for reliability and that resilience has only increased. And that, I mean, for us, this is where we spend the majority of our investment. And really making sure that we have the most reliable network, and that we have connectivity when you want it, how you want it, and in a way that actually serves you in your personal and your professional life. Now, there's always, I'd love to say that we have, a broad range of magic trees that produce an inordinate amount of capital. It takes a lot of money. We spend £2 million a day on the mobile network alone to make the right investments to balance that reliability experience. But that is the most critical part of what we do. And there are a number of things that we do every day to improve that service experience.
And how do you balance those kind of investment decisions? I mean, we now expect seamless Wi-Fi at home, we expect seamless mobile connections around the trains. How do you, as a converged player, figure out where to spend your money?
Yeah, so it's actually a great question. And it really comes down to being able to identify what that customer experience is and translating that into the number of things that you need to do to invest to keep that experience, whether that's every time you want to connect on your mobile device, you want a good mobile data connection every single time. There's a set of measures that we look at every day to say this is what good looks like, and we make the decisions based on that, and also the types of customers that we have, whether you invest in rail stations or airports or in stadiums and football stadiums. So there are a number of factors that we look at to make those decisions, and you have to balance quite a few external parameters, and really, more importantly, the ones that matter the most to the customer, which is I can get on the network and I can stay on the network and I can have a good experience, right? Those are the three that we look at.
And when it comes to fixed, I think sometimes, I definitely didn't realize before I moved to London 2 months ago, that one of the big problems in the UK is you've got all these altnets also racing out to build fiber. And while that does increase competition, and they are very good at making sure they get to niche, underserved markets, that also leads to interesting problems where analysts are predicting a lot of these companies will go bust in the next year, or they've been predicting that for years now. Do you think on the whole that altnets have been a positive for the UK market or a negative?
Look, I think having choice is always a good thing. It's a good thing for the market, it's a good thing for the consumer, good thing for the business customer. So you need to make sure that you have a market that has opportunity to provide that. There's no question that the desire for us to want to upgrade and digitize the UK has driven a lot of investment into this country, which is fantastic. But in that, you have this, this investment that's spread between 100 different altnets across the country, and doing very small builds. And we have Virgin Media O2, who is in the middle of looking at a build program that puts 21 million customers into fiber optic connectivity by the end of this decade, and it gives you real second player choice in the marketplace today, where right now BT largely enjoys a monopoly environment today. We will be expanding that fiber optic network and footprint to be able to provide that connectivity. So I think it's good, but I also think that there are too many, and it will naturally find kind of a ground where there'll be a better balance of choice and survivability, because building this many networks across the UK, people are now having a hard time actually finding ISPs to generate revenue, right? And you're seeing that every day. Every time you open up the press today, you look at another one that's either going out of business or is having a difficult time finding funding in the rounds of continuing to sustain their investment. So that will normalize itself out a bit, I think, and it's a great opportunity to simplify the market a bit.
And VMO2 has created a netco as well that could be a home for some of these altnets, and also looking for investors to be part of this larger netco. How are those discussions going?
Yeah, I think we kind of announced that back in February, that we were looking at the opportunity to build a netco, and that's really to help provide investment to accelerate our fiber footprint. We already do that a bit today with the Nexfiber, who's a partner that's building out part of our network infrastructure, about 5 million homes there. Look, these are very long business planning cycles when you're looking at building a network company that's part of a service company. So that's literally in the process of trying to conclude the business plan and look at what the opportunities are. So I'd say keep an eye on the space. There'll be more coming out in the next few months.
I do hear from some altnets who are maybe interested, but they do worry about having Liberty Global and Telefonica really dictate decisions if they were to be a part of this netco. What do you have to say to altnets who worry about that?
Look, I think it's an immediate threat to them, right? And in the sense that in the marketplace, we're going to end up being, by far, the second largest fiber provider in the country. They can't really compete in that space. And so I think that will force the hand of many in terms of consolidation. And I think it will continue to put pressure on them to start driving their revenue instead of building, which is where they're getting a fair amount of challenge right now.
Jeannie, for my last question, I'm going to shift gears a bit and talk about something you're very passionate about, I'm very passionate about. It's actually quite rare to have two women on stage talking about telecoms. I do not see that very often.
No.
Do you think the industry really cares about increasing diversity? And are they doing enough if they do?
I think we care. I think it's a very complicated problem. I don't think we're doing enough, and there's no question. We recently worked with the Fawcett Society to do a independent piece of research for us to understand why are women actually not coming into tech and staying into tech, and why are they leaving tech. And the data that we got from that was really disheartening and really actually quite horrifying to me, that 43% of women who work in this industry, in technology, actually think about leaving the business once a week on average, and sometimes more. And these are women who are actually in the business today, or who have just recently exited the telco or the tech industry. And the things that they cite are microaggressions, not equality, and pay gaps, and basic things that in 2024 we should not be listening to as reasons why women don't stay in this business. So we've gone all in on a campaign for our diversity and inclusion. It is really, really difficult as an industry to bring women in and keep them in. And things like, they don't have very much flexibility. And whether we like it or not, women still do a lot of the caring in a home. They oftentimes care for more than children. They're the domestic engineers of the home, and they're working full-time with not a lot of flexibility. So I think we can do more in making it more flexible. I think that we can do more as an industry together to bring more women in and keep them in. And keep them in is the big piece. And I think that we need to start addressing some of the bigger challenges around this, which is really more societal and just the way that our culture works as families and communities. These things start at very young ages, and it's really important that we keep women coming into tech, and you start that at a very young age, like 5 or 4 or 3 or 2 even. It's that big of a problem. It's a hard one. And after 25 years, I still walk into rooms where I am the only female in the room. And sometimes I feel like there's years where that gets worse, and then it gets a little bit better.
Jeannie, unfortunately, we are out of time. Before Lynn takes the stage to talk about resilience of networks, let's give Jeannie a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jillian. I really appreciate the intro. I'd like to welcome Stephen, the CEO of the UK manufacturers group Make UK, as well as Paul, who is the global practice leader for networking and edge computing over at Kyndryl. Onto the stage, we're here to talk about cybersecurity in business. I have some anecdotal evidence of what we're about to talk about. I oversee our global cybersecurity team at Bloomberg News. We have been busy. Very busy in the past year. Lots of cyber attacks, lots of data breaches, a splash of cyber espionage. And both of you are in a position to be able to speak on this from your perspective. I mean, let's start with you, Stephen. Sure. You have this vantage point. What is cybersecurity looking like on the ground floor at these manufacturing operations?
Well, there's a couple of really interesting trends. And we look at all manufacturing sectors in the UK. We are the national body for looking at manufacturing. And manufacturing in this country looks like about 800 large companies and 200,000 SMEs. That's what the manufacturing community looks like. And what we're seeing is a rush towards digitization. So there's a big trend about digitizing manufacturing at the moment. So we've got government programs encouraging those SMEs, those 200,000, to digitize. And we've also got a big labor and skill shortage, which is very similar to the US, actually. I was comparing notes with my US cousins in the same way. And the skill shortage in this country, and at the moment there's 64,000 vacancies in the manufacturing sector, are driving automation. So we've got digitization and automation going into these plants at some pace at the moment. The challenge is, on cybersecurity, we've traditionally looked at protecting the normal economic engine of a business. So payroll, finance and accounting. And cybersecurity companies are out there selling packages that do that every day of the week. A lot of these companies buy them. What is more challenging is what's going on in the factory itself with all the internet-connected devices and all the automation that's going in. There are millions of internet connections there, very often not covered by the security arrangements that the cybersecurity companies actually put into place. So on the OT side, on the operational technology side, we're seeing a real exposure and threat vectors there being created through maintenance networks with machines, through taking IP, through ransomware attacks. And that's growing very, very substantially. We can come on and talk about skills later because that's quite important.
Yes.
So we're seeing these trends creating a lot of opportunity for cybersecurity.
That's one way to put it.
And that's the way of doing it. Yeah.
Paul, you have this broader perspective to bring. Kyndryl serves a lot of the Fortune 500 companies. Is the manufacturing industry just bad at cybersecurity, or is this across the board? Like, how does it differ? What are the similarities?
Well, they're all have their challenges, but I will admit that according to our research, manufacturing is one of the worst.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It is with actually financial and healthcare really being some of the segments that probably do the best job of it. But I will say that the adoption of IoT is really creating new opportunities for threat actors out there that have not been seen before. And the proliferation, as part of Kyndryl, what we do is we in the manufacturing industry and other industries, we help customers adopt that technology and incorporate it and leverage it to drive operational efficiencies. And what we're seeing is that the introduction of all these IoT devices into the networks are really expanding the threat landscape, and that the attacks via IoT devices is up, just in the last year, is up 70% year over year. And the cost of a typical IoT attack, according to our research, is on average about $330,000 for a successful IoT attack, with the upper range being around $10 million of impact to an enterprise. Is that
including the ransomware payments, or is that?
Well, there are the big ones, and we can talk about the big ones and some the big, $50, $100 million deals. But yeah, it's absolutely a growing threat, and part of the issue is just that while we've gotten our much better control and a handle on typical IT infrastructure, the IoT space is a new frontier. The operational technology integration really we're still struggling with, and cybersecurity, we're seeing that in cybersecurity threats.
So before we get to what are clearly much needed solutions, I'd like to know, what are the biggest mistakes that you're seeing enterprises make that are leading to these kinds of breaches? Stephen, why don't we start with you?
Sure. So
what
on
are
the ground,
worst?
what have we seen? So the first mistake is the way these things are looked at inside many businesses. And I would say, if you go back to the 800 large businesses, they tend to be on top of this. It's the smaller and medium enterprises that's got the real challenge. But very often, the guys looking after cybersecurity are in the IT department, or they're part of the IT infrastructure, and that's protecting the financial systems of the business. The guys installing IoT devices on the shop floor in automated production lines or robotics are production engineers. They're not in part of that. Very often the businesses are making the mistake of not bringing that together as part of the orbit. And then there's training, because what we see, many of those production engineers installing IoT devices are not trained on cybersecurity. They have no idea. We had a very interesting stat last year. We did a survey of the main suppliers of automation devices and IoT devices to the manufacturing sector in this country. And they did an audit of their devices and found that more than 90% were set to default passwords.
Oh.
And that's because the production engineers are not thinking about that. So the enlightened companies, the bigger ones, definitely on top of this, but that whole supply chain is where the focus needs to happen.
That is some really basic stuff. Paul, do you have other examples?
Yeah, I do. I mean, there are a lot of ways. I mean, but I agree 100% with Stephen. I mean, there's even just one of the biggest hacks we've seen from going back to the Target days was just a password that employee had used in multiple the same password, and somebody was able to infiltrate with that, and cost them $40 million in credit card exposures from that hack. But to go down another path that Stephen didn't touch on, another big mistake that we see people do is that they're not upgrading old technology, legacy technology. We did an interesting survey of 3,200 CIOs in our company and looked at our own infrastructure that we manage for CIOs. And while 70% of CIOs feel like they got it under control, that they're modern technology, best in class, When you go in and you look at the infrastructure that they're managing, we're seeing 44% on average is out of life, end of service, which means that the underlying technology provider doesn't support that equipment anymore. That's a tremendous security exposure that a lot of companies have, and I think that as the regulation continues to evolve to focus more on infrastructure and not just information protection, but infrastructure protection, we're gonna see more regulatory policies coming out to drive that upgrading in enterprises.
So let's talk about solutions now that we've embarrassed all of the companies and the mistakes that they make. Stephen, what is the fix here? Is there a fix?
There's a few fixes here. There's about human behaviors very often. Most of this is around human behaviors. So training the staff properly, understanding where the cyber security risks are is vitally important. I think there's also a big role to play for the cybersecurity companies. Because too many of them are just focused on the easy win and doing the front end and the financial systems and are not really comprehensively understanding the OT environment and how that presents another whole threat vector which actually is not being protected. So I think there's a responsibility from the cybersecurity industry to help with this solution. And basically, it's as ever with these things, it's about leadership very often. So I can't tell you how many chief executives I've spoken to that say, hey, we've got a cybersecurity company, we've got CE+ certification, I've got everything in place, and then they get hit with a big cybersecurity breach because someone came in through the maintenance networks into their machine tools on the shop floor and stole their IP. And they're saying, how did that happen? So really, it's around understanding that does create a risk to your business. I think that's important.
Yeah, in our situation, though, in our view of as we look at enterprises that we work with, what we find is that generally, 70 to 80% of enterprises have really good control policies in place. But to Stephen's point, it's not having the good policies in place, it's enforcing those policies and getting the humans to engage in it correctly. So that's where the big failures come. So even in a company that's got great policy set up, 60, 70% of the time that there's a cybersecurity breach, it's because of some failure of a human to follow those guidelines and policies well. Yeah.
I am guilty of waiting until the last day of the deadline at Bloomberg to do my cybersecurity training every year. It's so long and it's very thorough, and so I'm very appreciative of this. We are a tech company after all. But for those who are not as lucky to go through an hour-long training every year, what would the 3 things that you would put in a training be to the human beings at all of the companies?
Most of it is about your behavior inside the business. It's about not clicking on those phishing links and being able to identify them. It's about not plugging USB sticks into the thing on the shop floor that's got a USB port in it. It's the behaviors of people which account for most of the cybersecurity problems that we have.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's also recognition with employees that the social engineering concept is still a big percentage of attacks that happen out there. Educating employees about the fact that there are bad actors out there, that you may think that you work for a company that's not got anything interesting that somebody would want to steal, but that is not true. I mean, what we're seeing, in particular between the state actors, is that very surprising situations where they are, people are using social engineering, befriending people to find out, to get access into systems and companies that you would just not even imagine that there would be something valuable there.
Paul, for those who don't follow cybersecurity, social engineering is actually a tactic that has proliferated just in the past couple of years. Can you explain what social engineering is for those?
Well, social engineering is where a threat actor uses personal or information that they gain personally about an employee of a company to figure out a way to hack into a corporation's infrastructure. So that can take the form of, for instance, there was one the other day where the person, it was a foreign threat person, just got to know a senior executive at a corporation through a social setting, started to understand things about their family, things about their, what they do, to learn what company they worked at, whether there was valuable information there to be had, find out and ultimately deduce passwords and connectivity into their corporate infrastructure just by getting to know that person. And we really have to all be aware and conscious about that. And to back to your point on how do we, how should we be training employees? We need to make them aware that this stuff is really going on. That's not something just to a James Bond movie. It is happening day to day to people that you would never suspect.
And to the other point, just to build on Paul's points about, there's nothing valuable here to steal. The one thing we are seeing an increase of quite dramatically in manufacturing is not the financial theft. It's not taking dollars out of the bank accounts. It's stealing IP. It's stealing process technology. That's what other companies seem to be doing, especially state actors. So we're seeing a big increase in people. So the interest is plugging into the machine and finding out how it's set up and what materials they're using and all that sort of stuff is where there's a lot of that breach happening at the moment. So you may not imagine it to be, okay, can't happen here because it's not a financial problem, but that's just as valuable to a company out there that's trying to hack your system.
Why do you think we're seeing that uptick in data breaches that are related directly to IP theft? Why are we seeing state actors become more and more active in that space?
It's a very competitive world, especially as we move into the new technologies. So in the UK, we're making a big transition to net zero. There's lots of new technologies out there. We're seeing them being hit all the time with state actors trying to get the latest materials, what's happening there with the construction of wind turbines, all sorts of things happening, and the IP being extracted on that basis. So it's a lot of the new technologies, I think. They're not too interested in making orange buckets or something like that, but they're very interested in those sorts of new technologies.
Yeah. I would add that there's also, I don't want to put too much emphasis on state actors because that's the exciting kind of thing. There's also just a lot of dumb actors out there, okay? There are a lot of hackers that are just basically on the dark web. They're looking for anything. Some of the companies that they attack, they don't even know what the company does. They just, they find a vulnerability, they buy a way to penetrate that vulnerability off the dark web. They find something, they launch it, and then they realize, oh, well, they may not even know the name of the company that they're infiltrating. And so there's such a gamut across the board that that's what makes it a difficult challenge.
I want to bring this back to the theme of the conference, which is trust and transparency. Stephen, when you and I spoke, we talked about some of the cyber attacks that have happened right here in the UK, and you were like, those are just the public ones. You're not even hearing about the ones that they aren't disclosing. And it made me think there are groups out there for various industries that actively share information and share their experiences about their attacks so that everyone else can learn from them. But that isn't necessarily the case in manufacturing, is it?
It's not the case generally, actually. We have a cert system here, so the Cyber Emergency Response Team, where you can report cyber instances, but the amount of reporting that goes on is actually very, very small. And you touched on another problem there, that if you're a large company with a big brand, the last thing you want is your customers and shareholders to know that you have been hacked. So they keep these things very, very quiet. We get to hear about it because they're part of the community. Very often, we have to anonymize that data if we're going to share it as a case study to try and help others. So there's a lot of sensitivity about admitting that you are in that situation. But it's useful information because we can then share best practice as to how you recover and how you avoid that happening in the future. So it's important.
I mean, how do you fix it? Do you lobby the government to force the companies to disclose these things?
Well, there's a fine line with lobbying the government about this issue because you end up with more regulation if you're not careful. So, and the companies don't tend to.
Double-edged sword.
So there is a fine line here, but most of it comes down to that human factor stuff, training your staff, training the team in the sites to understand what those threats are and to avoid it. And I think that's where the responsibility is not really for government, it's for companies to get on and do that.
Yeah, and to your point about, like, is there something that the government can do? How do you lobby or whatever? There's, I think, a great case study of a situation where that has effectively worked is in the U.S. Just a year or two ago, the Colonial Pipeline hack that some of you may have heard about. Basically shut down a huge oil pipeline in the U.S. that fed the whole eastern seaboard for
days,
like 5, 6, 7 days. And in that situation, that was a ransomware situation where they had to shut down operations simply because they didn't know what the hackers had and were afraid for the damage that they could do if they didn't pay the ransomware. And I think that after that happened, the industry was able to come together and really look at that exposure to a critical infrastructure of the United States to put new guidelines, new policies, new capabilities out there for companies to use and identify threat vectors that industry faces.
Paul has shared a few of the pretty egregious attacks that he's aware of in the US. I'd be interested in knowing, what are some of the worst ones that you have seen in this region?
We had a very interesting one that struck me because it's fairly low tech. Was we had a really interesting business in the middle of the country, 600 employee type size business, pretty good size manufacturing business, injection molding, using the latest possible technology from Germany, so fully automated and with 600 staff, so a pretty big plant. And they were making storage containers and pretty basic sort of household stuff, but they were competing with a very strong Chinese business, and they beat them, and they took all their business away in the UK, and they started to sell to the American market, and they're making great progress there. And they were pretty good. I mean, they were certified, everyone's trained, beautiful business, well capitalized. And it turned out their cybersecurity was not covering the IP
The irony.
in their main sheet, and they got in through the machine tool maintenance links on the internet that were not password protected, stole their process technology that was keeping them ahead. And surprisingly, a Chinese company started up using exactly the same processes, half the price, and they went out of business 6 months later. That was incredible to see that speed of degradation, because what was stolen was their USP. And that's the problem. It wasn't to do with dollars, it wasn't to do with the traditional ransomware attack. It was stealing the intellectual property out of the business, and then 6 months later, 600 people lost their jobs and they closed.
It's a powerful example of how one attack can destroy a business.
Absolutely.
Well, we've run out of time here, but I do want to thank our sponsors, and I do want to thank our panelists for the really fascinating discussions. I also want to welcome everybody back to the main stage, where we will be unveiling our annual UK Startups to Watch list. Thank you.
Okay, well done.
Technology is everywhere. We use it every day. At work, at home, in gyms, hospitals, to commute. We take it for granted.
Global tech outages linked to Microsoft and CrowdStrike causing widespread business disruptions, including at the big banks.
Can technology and AI be trusted?
We can do a lot to augment human beings in these incredibly powerful new ways, and we should focus on that as long as the human remains in the loop, because as we all know, these things lie pretty bad. Oh, they call them hallucinations.
AI in the hands of bad humans. Let's make sure that we're navigating that world first.
Why should we trust you?
You shouldn't.
What happens when it fails, misleads, or is attacked?
We haven't really had a big successful cyber attack on a financial market utility or a bank. And that's the kind of thing which I think is, the stuff of lying awake at night.
We need to constantly improve the level of coordination, first, second, third line of defense, and best way to respond to those.
Our lives and livelihoods hang in the balance. This is Bloomberg Tech. Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Tom Giles and Amy Thompson.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Tom Giles, Senior Executive Editor for Global Technology at Bloomberg. In case you missed my title before, I had to say it again. I hope you really enjoyed lunch. I myself favored the Korean-style chicken with the sticky toffee pudding. That was pretty good. I hope you're ready for the afternoon session of Bloomberg Tech. We've got a lot more guests and speakers and features for you. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Amy Thompson.
And I'm Amy Thompson. I'm the team leader for the tech team in EMEA. We're going to cover a wide range of topics this afternoon, but we kick things off with the second edition of our UK Startups to Watch list. Our goal this year was simple: to find 25 startups that represent the diversity and innovation of the country's exciting startup scene. To join the list, companies had to show us that they were doing something truly unique, already had enough momentum to have attracted interest from investors and customers.
As you know, we're talking about trust. Trust is absolutely essential when it comes to how we create the conditions for a healthy ecosystem of startups and venture capitalists. Some of the questions that we ask: is there access to capital? Is that access equitable? Is there a system of laws and rules in place to instill confidence in investors? And lastly, and most importantly, is there a patchwork of entrepreneurs who are generating the ideas and harnessing the technology to bring those ideas to life and to the market? I was just downstairs with many of the entrepreneurs who are on this list today, getting to hear them, and I came away from it meeting many of them super energized and super excited about the state of innovation and entrepreneurship in the UK and throughout Europe. So without any further ado, we're going to kick off the list of UK startups to watch.
Yep, and here they are. Anna, an easy business admin app. Carmula, quick car loan approvals. Clio, a wisecracking financial coach. Sibstar, a debit card for people with dementia. Her, luxury fashion rentals. Audio Mob, audio ads for mobile games.
Ally, like an AWS of energy storage. Circular, for supply chain transparency. Electron, end-to-end marketplace for low-carbon energy grids. Algreen, a green solution for polyurethane. Datamaran, an AI-driven ESG risk management platform. Isometric, a company vetting the carbon removal industry.
Lab Genius, a machine learning-driven antibody discovery platform. Basecamp Research, a biological database and AI model that enables drug discovery. Skin Analytics, AI that helps diagnose skin cancer quicker. Sanogenetics, a platform making clinical trials more efficient. And Flow, a femtech unicorn.
CloudNC, software that takes complexity out of precision manufacturing. SecondMind, helping engineers design better cars. Icomat, innovative
super light carbon fiber, and immersive labs, hands-on cybersecurity training.
Wave, the autonomous driving company that raised $1 billion in a SoftBank-led round this year. Arondite, defense tech for connecting autonomous systems. Cusp AI, an algorithm for designing new materials. And finally, Orca Computing, practical quantum computing.
Now I'd like to ask the startups or those representatives of those startups who are in the room to stand up. All right, let's give them a big round of applause.
Woo!
Our sincerest congratulations. We wish you the best of luck.
Now, as you now know, at Bloomberg, we want to shine a spotlight on the innovative startups driving change all over the world, and we're excited to announce the inaugural African Startups to Watch list.
We're not just looking for startups, we're looking for standout companies with the potential to make an impact in solving the continent's unique challenges and problems. We want to see real-world results. How is the product working? Who are their major investors? Is this potentially commercially viable?
We're inviting startups to nominate themselves by November 8th. Bloomberg will then release the final list of Africa's top 25 startups in the first quarter of next year.
So please help us get the word out. Give Africa's brightest startups the global recognition that they deserve.
Thank you very much.
Wave is a developer of Embodied AI, and what Embodied AI is taking AI and bringing it into the physical world. So in our first use case, we're taking AI and we're using it to deploy in vehicles on the road, which means that the AI can deliver anything from advanced driver assistance systems all the way through to full self-driving cars. And what's really unique about our approach in using this AI-based approach is that we don't rely on hand-coded rules or maps, and that enables us to deploy our technology on any vehicle anywhere in the world. The UK has been an incredible environment for us in terms of innovation, government support, being incredibly progressive with legislation. Wave is honored to be on the list of Bloomberg Startups to Watch. As we think about this next chapter, it really is emblematic of the industry and the market having confidence in our technology, having confidence in this next phase of growth as we integrate into production vehicles with OEMs. So we're thrilled and excited for you to follow along as we continue the journey.
Please welcome to the stage Roman Holtz, co-founder and CEO of Robco, and Luciana Alexandru, partner at Sequoia, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Mark Bergen.
Good afternoon. As everyone should know, the theme of our conference today is trust. And I was thinking this morning about how venture capital is kind of a trust business, right? You have LPs that give their money to Sequoia, trusting that they're going to get better returns than just investing in the stock market. And then you give your funds and invest it into founders, trusting they're just not going to light it on fire. And of course, the founders, you have to trust that your venture partner is going to be there for you the many times you need it. Luciana, I want to start with you. You have a really fascinating storied career in software, and then it was almost 2 years ago that you made your first bet and into Robco as a hardware company. I'm sure it wasn't the first hardware company you looked at. What was so compelling? What made you make the jump into hardware at that time?
Well, firstly, thank you so much, Mark, for having us here today. It's a pleasure to see you and the lovely audience, and to be here with one of my favorite startups in Europe and globally, which is Robco. And I really like your framing of venture capital being a business of trust, because at the end of the day, it's a people business. And when we look at companies, especially because we invest so early, oftentimes, it's really about choosing the right team. And this is the same in software companies and in hardware companies. But to take a step back, as Sequoia, we have been investing in hardware companies for quite some time. We were fortunate enough to partner with Apple 5 decades ago and SpaceX many years ago. But I will say, I had already been investing for about a decade when I decided to sponsor a first hardware investment. And really it was meeting Roman and his co-founders and hearing the vision. Building hardware companies is really, really hard. Building any, the odds are against you in software businesses as well. I think that's even more so the case in hardware. And I always say that it's 10 times harder and you need a 10x team. And what do I mean by that? I'm a big believer in the fact that in robotics, you need a combination of deep love and understanding of robotics, but also operational efficiency and a commercial DNA. And I think finding that combination within a team is actually really, really rare. And that was a big unlock for me when I heard the vision from Roman. He met his co-founders at the Technical University in Munich in the AI and Robotics department. It's one of the best in the world. They are clearly big lovers of robotics and AI, but they clearly want to solve real customer problems and are incredibly focused on delivering value, operations at scale, which is no easy feat. It might not sound as exciting as AI, but it's equally important. And yeah, it was really seeing those ingredients come together in Roman as a founder that convinced me to partner with them a couple of years ago.
Have you done any since in hardware?
Maybe we look at businesses. We look at businesses across all sectors. Yeah.
Got it. And so that deal was December of 2022, which is in tech, decades ago, I guess. Roman, I'm curious. That was a month after the launch of ChatGPT. What's changed for you since in the past 2 years? Like, what would you say the major change from the time that Sequoia invested?
Yeah, so to your comment of 2 years feeling like a decade ago, we always jokingly say at Robco, every startup year is like a dog's year, so you count it by 7. But that's just an internal gag. No, I think, look, we've moved from stage 1 in robotics to stage 2, now stage 3, but much faster. And what I mean by that is, in the past, you've had pre-programmed machines going from A to B, weighing 500 kilos to be set up by an expert in a matter of months at a price tag of millions and more. Yeah. And then that stage 2 happened perhaps 30 or 40 years after the initial robots were deployed, which was a lightweight robot system, delightful to use, think of an iPad-like experience, which we spearheaded when founding Robco in 2020. And now stage 3 happened only 4 years after that, right? So 40 years from 1 to 2, 4 years from 2 to 3. And that third stage, and which is also what we think the future of robotics is going to look like, is much more autonomous. And so one example to make this really concrete is one of our favorite clients, big upsell client as well, I dare to say, and they manufacture hearing aid products. So all of us who have to use perhaps hearing aid products, who have, a grandma, grandfather who has to use them, there's a massive supply constraint, which is mainly driven by the supply chain and by manufacturing. And so by using a dedicated, autonomy-driven modular robot solution like we offer it, you can bump up that productivity, get supply out there by automating through the night, through the weekend, to ultimately provide those hearing aids to our loved ones. And so I think there's many of those examples that are driven more and more in a future that's much more autonomous and much more robotics driven. And we want to, of course, design and spearhead that future at Robco out of Munich, but for Europe and for the Western world.
So you have the actual robot sort of on their assembly line. How many? Can you share that number?
Yeah, so maybe just a step back. So our vision is to solve labor shortage with robotics, right? And so labor shortage is most prominent at those simple, repetitive, tedious manufacturing tasks. And so what that looks like, to your question, Mark, could be on a CNC machine, could be on a laser machine, could be for a pelletizing, depelletizing application. And we set up software, hardware, and the full holistic integration to perform those tasks, but in an automated fashion. So what previously was done in a 5 a.m. morning shift, right, in a loud environment, we now do with a delightful modular smart solution that we offer at Robco, and that's the way we go about more than 250 customers.
Do you consider yourself an AI company? It's a leading question here, but...
Yeah, leading question. So we founded Robco out of the chair of robotics and AI, okay, pre-ChatGPT. So the core of our technology is a digital twin software technology that controls and steers those hardware devices. And so I think we fall right in the middle of being very much AI driven.
Well, I'll turn to the audience for our participation here. We have this really fascinating stat that just came out from CB Insights. This is a multiple choice question, so you can only be right or wrong. But what percentage do we imagine the audience that during the, I think it was Q3, the global venture funding went to AI startups? We can take a little bit too, and then I think what we talked about. Oh wow, jumps! Maybe that was the first bit. This live feed.
Should we guess as well?
You can guess, yeah. But I think didn't I told you the answer backstage though? So, but I think I feel like one of which we didn't really interrogate this is part of the issue, Luciana, is how do you define what an AI company is, and I'm sure now every single pitch you receive is we're an AI company. And I'm curious how Sequoia defines it. And then can you share about what percentage of your portfolio is it AI right now?
I would have given you my original guess, just so you know,
yeah, please,
which would have been the wrong one.
The original
because
guess
you did tell me.
is 45.
I would have, yeah, exactly. I would have guessed a higher percentage than what you're going to share with the audience. Listen, AI is an incredibly important technological trend, probably the trend of our generation. Yeah. So, of course, we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out what are going to be the large platform companies coming out of this trend that are going to thrive and compound for a really long period of time. For us, in the last 12 months, it's about 60% of our investments in companies that think of themselves as AI native. It's, as you say, maybe it's difficult to define very clearly. I would say if a company didn't have a right to exist before large language models, that's how we think about an AI native business. Or I guess if the product is just so much better thanks to large language models and the experience, the customer experience is so much more delightful and really completely differentiated, I would say those are AI companies. And yeah, it's an area where we're spending a lot of time.
So the correct answer for the audience is 31%. So it's about a third, which is, I think, higher, or kind of, I don't know if it was a record high. Interesting, though, this audience guessed 45%.
It would have been my guess as well, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
So I'm
maybe
in line
that's
with
a
the
definitional
audience.
issue. Roman, you're in Munich, which is a fascinating startup scene. Germany is in the midst of, you primarily work, tell me if I'm wrong, with small and medium enterprise, and that's sort of the focus. Germany, like many countries, is trying to have a grapple with both regulating AI and having it, using it and national growth strategy. It's also a country, we just reported the numbers earlier this month, that is set for negative 0.2% growth. So I'm curious, when you're talking to companies and looking at negative 0.2% growth in Germany, how are you convincing them that it's worthwhile to invest in robotics?
The solution we offer is a very clear, commercially ROI-driven solution, right? So it's not a nice-to-have vitamin type of solution. It really is a solution that taps right into the center of what those companies do, and that is manufacturing. The classical, as you mentioned, mid-cap manufacturing company, about 80% of those processes are actual manufacturing processes, right? Besides back-office functions, purchasing, and so on. And so we see shortage of labor being the biggest driver by far. I think it's one of the most pressing issues of our time. The second is we've seen, not only in COVID, but also afterwards, just disrupted supply chains, right? But that doesn't stop us from, requiring those products. And so what happens is manufacturing is happening much more locally again. And then the third aspect that drives this is cost pressure, especially in the current economic times, as you mentioned, Mark. And so I think there's a storm brewing up that's only accelerating over the next years. And so I think the future, if we're not acting now on automation, on precise automation with a clear ROI, deployed to a robust level with a high uptime, is actually pretty dramatic potentially. And so we actually want to change that. We want the future to be prosperous, to be at 3, 4, 5, 6% growth, and not minus 0.2. And so we think in manufacturing, which ultimately, especially in Germany, is still at the core of our economy in the Mittelstand. There's a huge demand for automation, and we want to drive and push that into.
What about the larger companies? And I know that it sounds like you've got a partnership with one of Germany's sort of industrial giants.
Yeah, so we just actually today announced our partnership with Telecom, a $120 billion company. We had Tim Höttges, the CEO, come by our Munich-based Robco factory. We have a robot factory in the heart of Munich to seal that deal, and we'll especially go after bigger clients, such as the BMWs and VWs and Schaeffers of this world, and we'll tap into both the trust that a brand like Telecom generates, but then we also offer a solution that consists of our software and hardware stack, but also taps into Telecom's connectivity and cloud connectivity.
And so they're providing the connectivity for like you going out and working with customers like in automotive.
Yeah, so maybe one number that we find really impressive, which is 70% of our customers are first-time robot automation users, right? So we've been hearing and reading about automation for the past decades, but the actual number is 70%. So for the bigger companies, that doesn't hold true, right? They have tried out automation in the past. They have the means to spend on automation. But you still look at a challenge that is very much not a standalone robot arm, but it's a fully connected system, right? And so Telecom helps tremendously in tapping into connectivity into MES, manufacturing execution systems, ERP systems to make that happen.
Right, there's too many acronyms at me. What's MES, sorry?
So it's manufacturing execution systems. So think of that hearing aid again that we talked about. You'll see different components come together, microphone, plastics component, and so on, and you basically have a manufacturing execution system orchestrating those assembly and manufacturing tasks from the raw materials coming into the factory, then manufactured in an automated way by us at Robco, and then going out again as finished products. And that happens in this manufacturing execution system, which we have to tap into to truly have one holistic offering in place.
May I double-click on the Germany point? Because I actually think it's really important, and it was part of our thesis. Two things. I didn't fully appreciate the extent of labor shortage issues, well, in Western Europe, the US, and particularly in Germany as well. Robco's customers are thinking about ROI, that's important, but it's even more than that. They cannot find people to work on factory floors any longer because younger generations prefer to work on Uber or Deliveroo or some of these on-demand platforms as opposed to doing very repetitive manual tasks over and over again on a factory floor. So for them, it's, yes, ROI, of course, is really important, but it's also just not being able to find the people to do these jobs. So that's number one. And then number two, we actually had a thesis on why the next very large global robotics company will start in Germany, and it's twofold. Think about the university where Roman studied, TUM. It's the best engineering university in Germany, one of the best in Europe. If a team graduates from Stanford, they're going to look at customers near them and think, what do these technology companies need? How can I help them? There's a reason why, when graduating in Munich out of TUM, you look at the customers around you and you think, how can I help them help the economy? Because, of course, the Mittelstand, as you said, is the base of the German economy. Yeah. So I think there's a reason why, some of the smartest founders in Germany go after the manufacturing problem, first of all. And second of all, I'm a proud European. We invest globally at Sequoia, but I'm a proud European. And I think there is a reason why Germany has some of the best talent, because some of the best robotics and AI universities are in Germany and Switzerland. So TUM is an excellent one. There is ETH in Zurich. And a lot of this talent from ETH actually moves to Munich for, startup opportunities.
You mean the next global company? You imagine like a global robotics
I
coming
imagine Robco to be a global robotics company in the next few years, absolutely. So actually being born out of Germany was part of our thesis, despite the slowdown in economic growth.
Roman, how much of your business is in Germany right now? Can you share that?
About 80% is what we can share, but it's been 100%, up to the first half of last year. Yeah. So
there's another slide that I think was really interesting about our conversation in Europe. I don't know if I can pull it up, but it's sort of predictable about looking at the global venture funding landscape, right? And we have, hopefully it shows up. There it is. We have my home country taking the lion's share there, and my vision is kind of crappy, but is it $4 billion in Europe? We should make the bull case for Europe right there. When you look at that graph and you look at some of the funding, and I think that the stats in Europe are still kind of lagging behind last year, right? We've all heard the story before about, aside from Spotify, ASML, there's not a big global European hit. What's your bull case?
There is no question that building out of Europe is harder. We talk about this quite often, right? But there is also no question that I meet founders on a daily basis that are certainly going to be able to do it. I just think the talent in Europe is absolutely incredible, and there are teams like Roman at Robco and many other founders in our portfolio that we really think will start or are starting in Europe and will build global businesses, first of all. Second of all, going back to my point on engineering talent, I really think Europe is in a great place from that perspective. We have some of the best AI researchers. We have some of the best robotics people. We have really great engineering universities. It's in Germany, but it's across the continent. So I am a big believer in Europe, for sure. But it is also certainly harder. And founders, I think, realize that along the way. But probably that's even more of a challenge and even more exciting, I hope.
It's also harder to raise growth capital here, which seems to be a major. Is that? Do you think that's the case? Like, are you seeing fewer growth deals? Like, where's Sequoia on growth in Europe right now?
I've been in venture capital, I'll just say, for over a decade, for a long time. I don't think today access to capital is the issue.
What is the issue?
I think the issue is that it's harder to build country by country, first of all. You start in Germany, and then you have to think about the next country. You have to think about the US. Many businesses that want to build billions and billions in revenue and want to be the global category leader have to think about the US. And expanding from Europe to the US, of course, is no easy feat. Many companies have done it. I have no doubt that Robco will do it. But it's certainly, I wouldn't want to make it sound trivial. Right. So I think it's building country by country. It's some of the regulations around employment in particular that makes it more difficult. But again, I think the infrastructure for me is the talent, and the talent is there, and the quality of founders, the best founders in Europe are as good as the best founders in the US, and they're as ambitious as the most ambitious founders in the US. And I really want to emphasize this because I think there's a misconception about the level of ambition in Europe. I think the outlier founders we partner with certainly have the same vision and want to build very large businesses.
Many of them leave for the States in part because there's the draw of the valley, and then if they ever want to go public.
Yes.
Right. Roman, I'll spare you the IPO question because you're probably too early stage, but are you committed to staying in Munich? Like, do you see that as, are you based there forever, or what's?
We want to build the category-leading company for the Western world, so Europe and the US. So at some point in time, we'll open up at least one US office. We have several US team members already, but based in Munich, based in Europe, and so for us, it's more of a timing question than a if question.
I'll do a quick one since we have running out of time. But you haven't done anything in defense right now. It's something where a lot of attention around in Europe, obviously, and around robotics. Is that potential for you?
There's quite some potential. Nothing we can share just yet, but we're not we don't hold still from that area.
Robco is a hardware company that's growing like a software company, which is really no easy feat. And at scale, in order to keep that level of ambition, I think the US is definitely an important geography.
Yeah, 100%.
Can I turn to you? What about, is Sequoia thinking about more defense in Europe?
Absolutely. As a citizen, I really hope that our governments are going to invest more in defense. Okay. Unfortunately, especially in Europe, we've been underinvesting since the end of the Cold War. And there's nothing like, unfortunately, war on your doorstep to really wake you up. So as a citizen, I certainly hope that governments will invest even more in defense across Europe.
Great. I hope you can all read about both of those things in Bloomberg. Thank you so much.
I'm sure we will. Thank you for having us, Mark.
Thank you,
Roman.
Okay.
Please welcome to the stage Jessica Apotheker, Global Chief Marketing Officer at Boston Consulting Group, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Duncan Chater.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you.
So in this session, we are going to be talking about generative AI and ethics, with a focus on the conversations we aren't having yet. And I think you will have already seen, I'm sure, lots of discussions about AI. It's one of the fastest topics, certainly in business today. Yeah. But I think what I'd like to just focus on, when it comes to ethics and generative AI, are we talking about it as businesses, as society, enough?
So I'll say I support a lot of companies in their AI transformation, and my number one frustration is exactly that the ethics conversation, the level of awareness around it is mind-blowingly low. It's really super low. And when you think of an AI transformation, I don't know if you guys are in corporations, but you really need to think about the fact that a lot of the decisions that pertain to AI ethics will happen in a super decentralized way in your organization. I think if I give one example, very simple, is what is the gender of the voice of an AI assistant that is being developed? Does it have human representation or not? What is its name? Will it have a physical representation or not? All of these decisions, for example, have a lot of ethical implications, and mostly they are left to pretty junior team members that develop this somewhere in your corporation. You can see what happened to OpenAI recently with the very sexy female voice they use for their voice assistant and the backlash they face because of that. So one push I would give any corporation is to elevate the strategic decision-making around AI ethics to the highest level, to the CTO, to the CMO, to the CEO. And maybe on a much more of a societal angle to this, imagine if tomorrow all of the AI assistants out there have female voices, which is already the case, by the way, Alexa, your GPS. Yeah. Like, if you think just about that, we're basically raising a generation of giving orders to super compliant females. That has a lot of societal implications, and that is something that only the regulator can actually take up and try to push us in the right direction.
So I guess where are you seeing, if companies aren't discussing this enough, are there pockets at all where this is being discussed? Or how would you encourage people, and how should businesses start to organize themselves to actually tackle this challenge?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you have the start of a push in the recent AI EU Act of asking for more transparency around the use of robots and AI assistants. It's a first push, but there is still a real gap of just awareness around that. And one of the reasons for that is there's a tension between doing what is right from an ethical standpoint and doing what is right for fast adoption. If you think of a user's adoption, it's much easier if something feels 100% human-like, 100% seamless. People would just flock to that. Every time you do an AI adoption test, you will see people prefer female voices, fully human-like experiences. But is that the right thing for society? Probably not. And I think, or I personally anticipate and hope, that a lot of that backlash will actually come from the consumers. Once AI applications reach day-to-day consumers, consumers will start to notice and will start to raise awareness to these issues.
What do you think some of the other micro-ethical factors are that we're not talking about that we should be?
Well, if you think of what essentially AI does, is it hard codes any bias we have in our data. If your data set is biased towards male, you will have that bias. If your data set is wired towards the north versus the south, it will be in your algo, in your analytics. It's true of ethnicities, it's true of socio-demographics, it's true of basically every possible bias out there. And I think one of the only ways of addressing that and just having awareness that your data set is biased intrinsically and then deciding what you do with that is having a very strong AI backbone or framework in the way you approach analytics, forcing, for example, systematic disaggregation of results by gender, by ethnic type, by socio-demographic type, so that at least if there's bias, you know what it is. By the way, I'm talking about ethics, but it's also true of business applications. Your data today tells you basically what your corporation already knows or what it's strong at. Will never tell you what you are weak at. If you have a company, a consumer company that is super strong with female, you will not find in AI trained on your data what will make you strong with male. That is just a bias of data. And so to tackle that, I think you really need the top management of the company to set a lot of strategic clarity on how to test for bias, what is the strategic framework you want to operate, and then you need an operational conduit that actually helps the person who codes have some supervision, some best practices, and someone they can turn to so that they know how to make these decisions.
So, and I guess you've kind of touched on this a little bit, but what advice would you give to leaders who want to act responsibly, but also want to move fast. Because I think that's sometimes the challenge is, the care and thought that goes into this, but not slowing down the opportunities that companies have in AI.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of appointments you need. An AI ethics officer, somebody strong in the legal and compliance side that can actually expose you to the risk. And it's a great move to create an AI ethics board. Typically, you would have your CTO on that, your CMO on that, your CEO on that, your head of AI ethics. And that's where lots of the strategic framing around AI has to happen. And then have a compliance mechanism so that you can track what is actually happening out there.
And as a CMO, where I know this is obviously an area that you're really passionate about,
yes.
But do you think it's important for the CMOs to have a strong voice in this area?
Totally. As a CMO, you're the voice of the consumer, you're the voice of the customer, you're the voice of the brand. So if I take what I've done, for example, for BCG, I've set very strict branding guidelines that any AI assistant developed or used by BCG needs to have a robotic voice, not a human voice, needs to have a name that is descriptive, not a human name, forbidding full human representation, and ensuring mixed representation of female versus male. And that typically is 100% on the CMO. So if there are CMOs out there, I encourage you to be a voice in that conversation.
Amazing. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome to the stage René Haas, CEO of Arm, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Peter Elstrom.
René Haas, thank you very much for being with us today. It's a pleasure to have you. And thank you all for joining us. We have a lot of questions for you, so we'll go ahead and get started. First, I'd begin, you are not just the CEO of Arm, you're now a podcaster. Also,
That's right.
You began in your spare time, I guess. You began a new podcast. It's called Tech Unheard, and your first interview was with Jensen Huang.
That's right.
Which I gave a listen to. First of all, what gave you the idea to start a podcast? And secondly, how do you find the time as CEO to do something like that too?
Yeah, so first off, thank you again for having me here. I'm an amateur at this, so you don't have to worry about your day job as far as podcasting goes. You know, we were talking with some of our board members about how to use a unique medium to talk to leaders, talk about the Arm story. And one of the ideas that was suggested was a podcast. I was a radio disc jockey, actually spinning records in university, so I had a little bit of experience and aspirations to do that kind of work early in my life. So in talking with some folks, around the team, we said, let's try this and let's do something a little bit more innovative and talk to other leaders and give them a perspective of maybe a conversation that they may not naturally have with someone who's professional like you are. So yeah, we kicked it off. Please listen. It's on Apple Music, Spotify, and Jensen was my first guest.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, in terms of the business, Arm was acquired by SoftBank for about $32 billion. At some point, SoftBank agreed to sell it for about $40 billion. That deal didn't go through, of course. NVIDIA was supposed to buy it. That deal didn't go through. Now, you went public just over a year ago. Company's worth roughly $160 billion. Which seems like a successful IPO. But could you talk to us about what the business model for Arm has been and how it's evolved over time, over that period of time, and especially what's the strategy going forward?
Yeah, well, thank you for the nice words. 30-year-old plus company. Our business model for most of our time on Earth, if you will, was very horizontal in that we had a licensing model, we develop IP, our products are primarily CPUs. The business model was very horizontal in nature, meaning that we designed a very general purpose product, very power efficient product, and then license it to customers independent of the vertical market. In other words, we didn't really target a certain vertical. I took over the core IP business right after SoftBank bought Arm, and we pivoted to a more of a vertical approach, meaning that we now have products very specific for the data center, very specific for automotive, very specific for IoT, smartphones where we were born. And that diversification really allowed us to expand into many new markets with brand new products. SoftBank buying ARM in 2016 allowed us to invest in those new areas. So fast forward, the result, what you're seeing now in terms of performance, is that strategy going forward. As we think about the next number of years, what we're seeing in the marketplace is a need for more solutions. Chips are getting increasingly more difficult to build. It takes a long time to design a chip. It takes even longer to fabricate the chip. So the more that ARM can do to help customers get to market faster is helpful. So we're now developing solutions, what we call CSSs, that get people to market sooner and allow them to get more profitably in a sooner way.
Okay. I want to talk about AI, and in particular the opportunities in AI. There is some debate, as we've referred to, I think, in a couple of these sessions, about whether there's a bubble in AI. I'm going to assume that you think that there are real opportunities there, but can you talk about what ARM's role is there and how you see the company evolving to take advantage of those opportunities?
So one of the most unique things about our company is the fact that the device that we build, the CPU, we estimate that 70% of the world's population touches ARM in some way. We're in security cameras, automobiles, PCs, smartphones, data center. And what that means is every workload, whether it's an application, an operating system, or AI, runs through ARM in some way. So that means AI is going to run on ARM, period. And we're the only company on the planet that can run those AI workloads from the smallest devices on the edge, again, a wearable, glasses, watch, phone, to the data center. So for us, AI is a gigantic opportunity in terms of growth going forward because AI is going to be everywhere. And as far as a bubble goes, I just don't ascribe to that. I look at things such as what people say, gosh, is it overhyped? Or the stocks have gone down last quarter. That's almost like saying, should I short AT&T in 2000 because the internet's not going to happen? Or if Ford was a stock in 1907, would I short them because the automobile's not going to happen? It's just not. I mean, AI is, we've seen such advancement across AI in the last couple of years that the amount of innovation that it's going to drive is just going to be incredible.
Okay, okay. The chip company that probably has taken the most opportunity, or has been able to capitalize the most on AI so far, is NVIDIA, chip maker in your space. They now have a near monopoly in terms of the highest end AI accelerators. How do you see that evolving in the future, and are there opportunities for ARM in particular to be able to play in that space and derive real revenue from
so we're there already. NVIDIA's most advanced chip, called the GB200, which is Grace Blackwell. Microsoft just announced that they're going to be deploying Grace Blackwell, the most advanced NVIDIA chip, in their data centers. That uses the ARM CPU. So Grace is the ARM CPU. Blackwell is the NVIDIA GPU. So ARM is there already. So we are going to play in the most advanced data centers using AI. ARM will be there. I think what's most exciting for us, as I mentioned, though, is the fact that not only will we be in the data center for training these algorithms, ultimately the training has to be transferred into inference. And training is the teacher, inference is the student, inference is actually running the workload, and inference, actually running that AI agent, that's going to happen in the data center, that's going to happen in the car, that's going to happen on your watch, that's going to happen in glasses, that's going to happen in phones. And everywhere it happens, it's going to run on ARM. So it's going to be a gigantic opportunity for us. The data center is just one place.
Okay, so you see ARM having opportunities kind of from the beginning to the end of the...
more than opportunities. The agents will run locally. And the reason for that is you'll have a hybrid situation where some of it will run in the cloud, some of it will run in your local device, again, your glasses, your wearable, your phone. But locally, what you'll be able to add is security, things that can make sure it's private to you, that not all your data is being passed to the cloud, and vice versa. So, yeah, for ARM, I think it's going to be just an amazingly large opportunity.
Okay. As we were talking about before, I just moved from Japan, where we spent a lot of time looking at SoftBank and especially Masayoshi Son's ambitions. We've written stories about how SoftBank is looking at ways to enter the AI chip market and particularly to compete with NVIDIA quite directly in GPUs. He has a secret plan, Izanagi, that we've written about in the past. How does ARM, isn't still 90% owned by SoftBank, how does ARM fit into that equation?
Yeah, so no product launch announcements today. So nothing I can say about products coming out that you've written about. I can say that I'm a SoftBank board member. I do advisory work for SoftBank. I talk to Masa all the time. It's no secret that he is a big believer in AI, has been for quite some time. He's talked about it actually probably as long as any of the folks out there. I think his vision in terms of where it's all coming together, now you can start to see the pieces of it. As I just described, where does ARM fit? All those AI workloads are going to run on ARM somewhere, somehow. So that's the reason that we spend a lot of time talking to SoftBank about the future.
Okay. Earlier, we had the ASML CEO on, and he was talking about some of the challenges that they're facing in the market. They surprised investors last week, as we talked about. And it does seem that there's a little bit of a disconnect in the market where many people see opportunities. ASML reported that their orders were about half what analysts had thought they were going to be. It seems there are certain areas of the chip industry that are struggling quite a bit. And on the other end, you have Sam Altman talking about how we need more capacity in the chip industry. We need billions of dollars, maybe trillions of dollars of investment. What is the disconnect, and how does that get resolved?
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there. Where ARM plays, as I mentioned, because 70% of the world's population uses ARM, and I think 300 billion chips have shipped since we were started that have ARM inside, and every year about 30 billion chips. We have a unique view into the industry because just about every digital device uses ARM. There are some markets that aren't accelerating as fast as others, and candidly, those are the ones that aren't using AI in a very large way. But in areas that can use AI and will use AI, people can't go fast enough. And I'll give you an example. Many of the hardware devices that are being introduced today were designed 2 or 3 years ago. That means the chips were designed 2 or 3 years ago, the chips that are going in your phones or your wearables. Those were all invented before ChatGPT was released or before Llama was released. So what we're seeing on one end of the industry is just a rush to develop more and more chips that have this AI capability. Now, it takes time. Chips aren't built overnight. In fact, it takes, from the time we engage a partner, 2 to 3 years at least until that comes to market. So I think you'll see some of these new products coming out. I think what Sam is talking about is just generally the ceiling to get to AGI, artificial general intelligence, requires more compute. And the more compute you have, the better the models get. So I see both. But generally speaking, I'm pretty optimistic about the growth for our industry.
Okay. We were talking about this a bit before. One of the gating factors is making sure that you have chip manufacturers who can make the most advanced chips. TSMC seems to be gaining market share right now as a couple of the key competitors struggle, Intel in particular, and Samsung also has been struggling a bit. They're both trying to move into the foundry business a bit in competition with TSMC. What are the dangers around having TSMC garner so much market share in foundry? And is it good for the industry, or would it be better if there's a more diversified manufacturing base for the industry?
Yeah, TSMC is an amazing company. They've just done so much for the industry relative to the innovation, how they work with partners, et cetera, et cetera. If you remove semiconductor manufacturing or foundry for a moment and just step back and say, is it healthy for any industry to have one dominant supplier and then add on top of that a dominant supplier that's largely concentrated in one part of the world? Not really. So as a result, I think it's necessary, just in terms of diversity of supply base, to have more and more advanced manufacturing, and geographic diversity. Fabs in the United States, fabs in Europe, fabs in India, fabs in Saudi Arabia. I think over time we're going to see not only more suppliers, but geographic diversity as well.
Okay. Governments obviously are investing a lot in that very question. You're seeing the United States do it. You're seeing Europe do it. Japan has spent a lot of money on it too. Do you think that's making progress at this point? Do you see light at the end of that tunnel?
The capital expenditures required for these fabs are enormous. TSMC, Intel, Samsung, I think their CapEx is anywhere between $30 to $35 billion a year in new factories. And if you start looking at the revenues that these companies produce, you start very quickly looking at, oh my gosh, that is a lot of money to invest. Now, on one hand, you can look at it and say, well, the demand will be there, AI, et cetera, but it doesn't take much in terms of a year's slowdown in demand, and companies have a really negative financial outcome. So, yes, governments have been involved. I think should be involved, is my opinion. We saw in the U.S. for the very first time a policy act around CHIPS Act to put funding into the fabs, which I generally are a big supporter of. I think it's necessary.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit more about Intel and their struggles. You grew up in a chip industry where Intel was really the dominant player.
Yep.
Kind of set the pace for technology evolution over time. Now we're openly talking about whether Intel is going to be broken up, maybe sold into pieces. What kind of opportunities are there for ARM within that space as Intel goes through these struggles?
Yeah, so we work very closely with Intel. It's a bit of strange bedfellows. Many folks would consider ARM and Intel to be natural competitors on the product space. But what's very important to us, back to this discussion around supply base, is that Intel Foundry Services, IFS, is successful. We do a lot of work with Intel, as we do with Samsung and TSMC, to ensure that our products can be manufactured there. We work very closely with their engineers to ensure that the leading edge technology can run on ARM. So we want to see Intel successful, and we want to see IFS successful. I think it might be strange to hear the ARM CEO say that, but we want Intel manufacturing to be successful.
Okay. Bloomberg reported that ARM took a pretty close look at buying a part of Intel. Would you like to comment?
Nothing I can say on that one. Good question, though.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to turn, you talked about ARM moving up the value stack, kind of moving beyond its traditional place in the industry. And as you have moved up the value chain, you've gotten closer to doing what some of your customers do, right? Getting closer to being able to do these complete designs. And yes, it speeds up innovation, as you were alluding to, but it also puts you in closer competition with some of your customers. Right. You have a lawsuit with Qualcomm in particular.
Yep.
Isn't it in both companies' interest to settle that and to resolve the legal dispute at this point? Or what would you say about that?
These are tough questions. It's a good thing I'm a podcaster, so I know what's coming.
Right.
First thing, on competing with our customers, it's rather complicated, because if you look at some of our customers are Amazon, our customers are Microsoft, our customers are Apple, our customers are Tesla. They all build chips using ARM. I'm not going to build an electric car. I'm not going to build a phone. I'm not going to build a data center. So to look at the value chain relative to who builds chips, relative to whether your end business is a chip business or a product business, it's gotten a lot more gray. We follow what the industry is demanding, and what the industry wants to see is solutions getting to market faster, and that's what we're focused on. Qualcomm, not much I can say on that other than we're headed to a trial. I think it's the third week in December. We feel very good about our case. We think our case is quite simple and straightforward. And as I said, December we'll find out.
Okay. So you head to the courtroom then.
Yeah.
One last question. I think we have time for this. In this audience in particular, there's a lot of interest in whether ARM, which is historically a British company, whether they would ever look at doing some sort of dual listing. Of course, we've heard about this many times in the past. A year ago when you did your IPO, you decided you would do it in the U.S. instead. What are the opportunities for listing here? What are the pluses and the minuses of that sort of thing?
Yeah, we did. We listed in New York over a year ago, and at that time, our comments were we would look at a secondary listing. We're still open to it. It's not something that's top of mind right now, quite candidly, but we'll continue to have discussions with both stakeholders in the government and the local exchange. Would love to find a way at some point in time, but also at the same time, there's a lot of other things that keep me busy relative to my day job.
Okay. All right. Renee Haas, thank you very much. Please join me in welcoming. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's like your auntie, your mother, your OBGYN, your GP in your pocket at all times. So whatever your age, from your first period to menopause, Flow app is there with you on anything to do with symptom tracking, personalized insights, and medically robust knowledge at your fingertips at all times. We're really about genuinely building a better future for female health, an industry that is so underserved and under-recognized and undervalued, and all of that is changing, and we are leading the way in terms of personalized insights, making sure that female health is really everybody's problem rather than just a women's problem. Thank you to the industry for the recognition. Thank you to Bloomberg. Also, for me personally, big thank you to everybody at Flow who has been part of this journey. We just turned 9 years old. It's often seen as, you're an overnight success. You hit the headlines with very successful funding rounds, but it's been a long journey for us, for our founders, for everybody that's been here, some from day zero. So it matters a lot to them. So a big shout out to them.
Please welcome to the stage Tom Hale, CEO of Aura, Muna Mohammed, CEO and founder of Calsoni, Rhiannon White, CEO of Clue, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Tom Giles.
All right, well, we'll talk over the people taking off their mics in the back. Thank you all for being here. I personally curated this panel because I really wanted to bring together a group of people representing businesses that are using technology to make fitness, well-being, better healthcare more accessible. We live in a world where there's a lot of toys and apps and clothing for the few. And what we wanted to do here is think about ways that you're using tech to make these things more accessible to the many. Well, before we get into the conversation, we're going to throw a poll up to talk about the gadgets that you may or may not use to stay fit, track your steps, track other things in terms of your well-being. So if you would not mind, we'll come back to the polling results in just a minute. But I want to start with you, Muna, in the middle. I want to talk about the athletic apparel that you focus on. Over the last decade or two, we've, in this new categories, entered the athleisure. There are so many brands out there that are aimed at helping people stay fit and new apparel that's pretty cool, pretty fashionable. What made, in the midst of that, what made Calsoni, your company, necessary?
Thank you for the introduction. I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota. My name is Muna Mohammed, of course, is up there. I designed my business called Calsoni, which means confidence in my language. I realized playing basketball, I was a semi-pro basketball player and a youth basketball coach for over 11 years, and realized a lot of apparel industries, specifically in the athleisure and the athletic wear, don't cater to those looking for a modest fit, and realized that we needed to make a difference in this. And if you guys are wondering what the industry looks like, the modest fashion is about $365 billion, and it's a really untapped market for those who really are looking for more loose-fitted clothing. And when I go shopping, I usually went shopping in the men's section to kind of find that fit. And I kind of got really tired and sick of going to the men's section shopping. So I was like, we need more fashionable clothing for not only those who look like me, but anybody who may look for long-sleeve clothing, who may have skin conditions, women who are more modest, and decided to use my advanced biomechanics background to understand body types and understand different movements to create that for women and girls.
Great. And I'm looking forward to coming back to you in just a moment to talk about the technology that goes into your clothing. Rhiannon White, CEO of Clue. Clue was founded more than a decade ago when there were fewer applications available for tracking menstrual cycles. There's many more have come to the market. We identified one, our UK startups to watch. What are you doing to stay competitive in a world where apps are starting to proliferate
Yeah, it's not even that they're starting to proliferate, they have proliferated. Right. I think I was looking in the App Store this week and there are over 225 apps doing very similar jobs to what we look to do. I think there's two things around that, to your point around competition and differentiation, but also for me the bigger point is that actually the market, or we like to talk about in software, the TAM, the total addressable market, is so huge. Because when we're talking about women and girls and people with cycles, it's biologically determined, so everybody on this planet with this biology at some point needs to track and understand what's going on with them. Then the market is really huge, and that's why there are so many people, I guess, looking to serve that need. For us, in terms of why and how do we seek to differentiate, I think it's... I don't have a fancy answer. The real answer is that we're just really, really passionate about the people who we serve. And we're really passionate about being very close to women and people with cycles needs and understanding their problems and understanding what they're trying to do. And every day of every week caring about that really deeply and pouring that love into the product. And I think we can see that in terms of the product and our user community, because for us, if you just are constantly listening, then I think that pulls you ahead. You can probably hear from the funny accent, I'm from New Zealand, and we don't do very well in swimming in the Olympics, but we did have this guy win a gold medal once, and at the end of the race, they said to him, what was your fancy strategy? Like, why did you win? Normally, New Zealand doesn't win. And he said, I was just trying to keep up with the camera on the bottom of the pool. And I feel like if we can just keep up with users and the huge need that people have out there, then we will continue to make a really good product.
And how has your own personal experience informed the way, the passion that you bring to this work?
This is very personal for me. I have 3 wild and wonderful children who are the center of my husband and mine's life. But as for many people, I spent years thinking, when it's time for us to have a family, no problems, I'll just look at my husband and we'll get pregnant. And unfortunately, it didn't work that way. And actually, it doesn't work that way for a lot of people. And as we were going through our fertility struggles, it's very isolating and you feel really alone. And, for me, this kind of vision that I had for us as a family and what we thought our future would be was at risk. And, there's a lot of people who have that experience, talk about things like, crying in the toilets at work because once again you've got your period and once again you're not pregnant and this is what you really want. And so we struggled for quite a while, and we were living in the US at the time, and God bless America and their liberal approach to fertility treatments and drugs. We were lucky enough to get pregnant with our first baby. But as we were going through that process, I kept, the back of my brain, the product part of my brain was going, hang on a minute, this is all about data. And look at all the stuff that I didn't understand and that I should have known about myself. And so I became really focused on, I want to take control of this and I want to understand, and we wanted to have more kids. And so I tracked and managed very closely in terms of, because I was no spring chicken by the time we were able to finally have our son. And so, we really focused in on that, and we were lucky enough to have 2 more kids. And so for me, I don't mind what people want to, it's not to say that I think everyone should have babies. I just think that everyone should have the ability to have control over their health. And that's what I want us to do with our product.
Thank you. Tom, CEO of Aura, the smart ring maker. As you can see from the polling, there are a lot of people who use a lot of different more than one device. We have lots of devices, lots of gadgets that we can use to track our fitness, our well-being. Talk about why you believe, the people at Aura believe, that rings are a better alternative than a wristband, than some of the other devices you can use.
Yeah, it comes down to this location on the human body. This is the best place for a wearable because it's more accurate. You get a stronger signal coming through the pulse, if you think about it. You have an artery that runs right underneath this sort of uniform tissue right underneath the ring. Whereas on the wrist, you're getting return flow, capillary action, there's hair, bone, sinew, all sorts of things that can bound the signal. Think about it, if you ever go to a hospital, where do they place the sensor? They put it right here at the tip of your finger. That's the same technology, polyplasmography. It's the same thing they do. They do that because it's more accurate. So the premise is that a smart ring, unlike a smart watch, which is constantly asking for your attention, it's another digital mouth for you to feed. You have to charge it frequently. You're constantly being asked to look at it to see what the latest Tom Giles post is on Twitter. You're really engaged with it, but at the same time, it draws a lot of battery, and so you're charging it. I know where my smartwatch is. It's on the battery, charger on the side of my bed when I go to bed. So a smart ring has a particular advantage. It's light, it's small, it doesn't ask for your attention. It also has a very long battery life, and has a 7-day battery life because it's very efficient in its use of the battery. It's more accurate. It also is something that you can just take with you wherever. It fits into your life. It's something that looks just like a piece of jewelry. That's a little bit novel than, say, a giant, cellular phone on your wrist. But that's only part of it. The real important part of it is that if you're collecting data continuously, and if you're looking at it at night, it turns out, at night your body is in the same condition. You're in bed, you're at rest. You have a greater ability to detect deviations in your physiology. And those deviations could be you're getting sick. Those deviations could be you're about to experience your cycle or be ready to conceive. Those deviations could be something more serious, like a long-term health change. And so I think while many people think of a wearable as like a fitness tracker and, whether you do fitness or not, that's only one of the use cases and maybe not even the most important one or the most durable or the most valuable one. Health, turns out, much more valuable, because you want to know how you can live a long, healthy life. And something like Aura, the software, the technology, the hardware, the AI, all those things are helping you to live a healthier life.
Aura made a decision in the last few years to add some features that would make the Aura Ring, which traditionally, historically, was appealed toward a lot of men, to make it more attractive to female users. Talk about the impact that's had on your business, on your user base. So
obviously the opportunity is huge. It has surprised us even in our greatest and wildest dreams. We did not expect the impact that we've had. We've grown the business triple digits. We're now 500 million, as reported by Bloomberg. Thank you very much. We are at a good scale of business, growing incredibly rapidly and profitable for the last 12 months. That is all on the changes that we have made to appeal to women. Obviously, a ring is appealing in some sense as a piece of jewelry, but the functionality that enables people who are trying to conceive, just as your story was, it is a really powerful story and highly motivating for a young couple trying to conceive. But on the other side of it, it's just being aware of your body. For people going through menopause and perimenopause, understanding your physiology, being able to get some guidance and some compassion for that is really powerful. That has driven our business. Honestly, I couldn't even describe to you. It's shifted the demographics of our base and grown our business. The female portion of our base has grown over 250%.
Muna, your background is in kinesiology. In addition to being a semi-professional basketball player, talk a little bit about how you use physiology, biomechanics in the design of your athletic wear.
Yes, definitely. When I was doing R&D and product design, I realized that a lot of the designs and activewear that are out there are not kind of fit that modest need that we wanted. So I kind of used my research background working with the University of Minnesota to start looking at how our body moves, making sure that the products that we're creating has high level of comfort for those, whether they're walking or playing basketball or any type of activity, ensuring that our products allow them to stay comfortable. And it's really interesting when looking at product testing for, if you don't know what I'm wearing on my head, it's called the hijab, the head covering. And a lot of people haven't dipped into that part of product design. We have seen other companies create hijabs, but it's like not a one-size-fit fashion, especially for women. We like to create our own designs, have our own storytelling, and realize that we really needed to focus on different variety of sports hijabs and headwear that's specific for different sports, so that they stay secure. So it was really fun getting some of our athletes out there trying different sports, wearing the hijab, seeing it come off, redesigning it. So really using advanced biomechanics to really figure out ways to keep the hijab and our products staying secure so folks can be athletic and fit.
I started using the Aura Ring during COVID when it was part of a research project with UCSF. They were looking at whether you could use wearable technology to predict the onset of COVID. So I subjected myself to this study. I was the most boring subject of all because I got no COVID during.
You didn't get sick?
Exactly. So, but summarize a little bit about what has been learned from Aura in terms of predicting diseases like
So first of all, this was an extraordinary study. We had 70,000 people participate in it. 9,000 of them actually did get COVID, and they had given us consent to look at their data. So we could go back and see for the people who had a confirmed COVID case, we could actually see what the deviations in that baseline of their temperature, respiration, heart rate variability, and heart rate was. And the signal was so clear. 2 3/4 days before people had a confirmed PCR test or reported symptoms, we could see deviations in their temperature and respiration, heart rate, and heart rate variability. It's published in Nature. This has been a huge thing. In Sensors Magazine, people are understanding that if you have this kind of fine-grained, high-signal data, you can make predictions that are incredibly powerful. Now, of course, this led to the NBA adopting the ring during the bubble when they wanted to have people be able to understand like what they were potentially exposing themselves to. This kind of capability, I think, is really novel. And it's a function of a continuous wearable. It's not something that you're going to get with a device that you take on and off because you won't see those deviations. The key here, and this is a thread across all three conversations, is that people are not the same. Whether it's medicine is practiced on the averages or athleisure is sort of like targeting the largest market and what the sort of base use case is of being comfortable while doing sports as opposed to something that's more inclusive or more directed, or whether it's understanding that not all women are the same and have had different journeys as it comes to contraception and conception. That is actually, I think, the thread to pull through here, which is that in order to do personalization, what do you need? You need data. You need machines to look across that data to make that personalization happen. And I think that's sort of maybe the twisting point that we're at, is that we're starting to see kind of the benefits of that for healthcare, for wellness, for women's health, for sports. It's just, I think it pulls all the way through.
Rhiannon, you are also, your product is also used in research. Can you talk a little bit about that, and are there any new frontiers that you're embarking on these days?
Yeah, and I completely agree with Tom's point around the criticality of the data in large-scale data sets to enable the breakthrough in this. Often in women's health, we talk about the research gap, but really it's a gaping crater. And we've just completed and publishing at the moment a study led by researchers at Johns Hopkins University around looking at the connection between GI symptoms and mood and the menstrual cycle. There's been quite a lot of research that's shown and proved a link between GI symptoms and mood in folks with severe depression. But this was a very, again, large-scale survey. We looked at 33,000 cycles over 4 years, and we're able to draw a very strong positive association between the GI symptoms and the mood symptoms at all points in the cycle, but even more pronounced during the PMS phase. And for folks who suffered from PMS, they have even more pronounced GI symptoms and more pronounced mood symptoms. So there's a really interesting validation there. Using these large-scale data sets, we can validate women's experiences and then hopefully push that through to better healthcare, better support in the healthcare systems. Because what often happens for folks is that they think something's not right, but because there's so little that's understood about the cycle, people go to the doctor and they're like, oh, it's just normal, just put up with it, it's just your cycle, and people get brushed off. But you know something's not right. And these large data sets can actually help us push past that barrier.
There's something fascinating to me about the ways that we can use technology to overcome misconceptions. Muna, I want to come to you again and hear from you about ways that your work is helping overcome misconceptions about different groups, women in sports, young women in sports, people from different backgrounds in sports. What are you kind of encountering on a regular basis?
Definitely. When I was playing basketball, I realized being the only young black Muslim girl playing sports is you get a lot of funny stories playing basketball, hearing different things. But with everything, it's learning and developing and things like that and making the future a lot more inclusive for young girls. And I think with all of us, it starts with someone thinking about our own personal experiences and realizing that there's a way that we need to do things different. One size doesn't fit all. Not all men are in tech. There are a lot of amazing young women who are entering the field. So I see that it's someone got to start it. So I had to do it. And seeing a lot of more young, I started with me playing only to coaching over 150 girls in Minnesota and working with young girl who's an influencer and seeing thousands of girls playing basketball and some of them telling me basketball is not my sport and seeing them try other new things. But the overall arching is that it's in our culture, when my parents used to live in Somalia, the idea of physical activity wasn't something that they did. It's something that was in their daily life. It's not something that we go out of the way to go to the gym or play sports. So it's creating a new environment of being more intentional on the work that we do and getting more women and girls moving in our culture.
I want to stay with you for just one more quick lightning round for everybody. Where are you in your fundraising journey? And are there particular things that have been particularly challenging for you in raising funding for your business?
Yes, if you guys ever look at the statistics of Black women being funded, it's about less than 2%. And I realized that right now I'm not funding just yet. I'm hoping to start doing it in the next few years, but realized that it's a really interesting area and really tough area, especially pitching to folks who may not understand the need. And I realized there's a lot of education that I'm having to do, trying to convince people to give me money. But it's a learning curve like everything, but it's definitely been a tough area.
Well, I hope to come back to you another time and hear how things are going. Rhiannon, I believe, if my memory serves, Clue raised funding from VCs in 2023, but the company's also experimented with letting users become investors. Can you talk a little bit about what that was like, how that went, what you learned from that, and where are you in your fundraising journey right now?
Yeah, last year we did a crowd raise as well. It was a fantastic experience, and we were almost overwhelmed. We had over 5,000 people invest directly.
How much altogether?
I don't think we've disclosed that publicly.
You could do that now.
Yeah, really.
Go on.
It's just between friends, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, no one else would know. But it was a really strong signal, I think, from the. And actually, this is really when Tom was speaking, I got kind of emotional because it's amazing to hear your business has grown so much through serving women and women's needs and women's health, right? And that was a successful raise for us. We're in a great position now. We're close to profitability, and that's what we do as well, right? And I feel like it's kind of amazing to hear how large the opportunity is, and yet it's still so hard to get funded in our area. It's not at all easy. I mean, what you were just saying.
Tom, you talked about the $500 million in annual revenue. I think the last we chatted, you were at 2.5 million rings sold. Any updates to that number?
Well, we're well over 3 million now.
Okay. And so fundraising plans, when we've talked about an IPO in the past, you've talked about having no immediate plans, haven't hired bankers. My question for you is, what is the message to employees and to your venture backers who might be eager for an exit, for some liquidity event?
I think we're very fortunate to be part of what could be described as a rule of 95 company. And at scale, growing that quickly and being profitable kind of makes us an N of 1. So to answer your question directly, what we say to investors and to employees is your equity is incredibly valuable, and it is probably going to be more valuable 6 to 12 months from now. So if you would like to trade for liquidity, you're probably making the wrong trade based on the future value. And by the way, I think people really understand that. Employees are so much more sophisticated today about, private market equities and how liquidity affects that. So we haven't had any concerns, and Stripe has certainly shown the path that you can remain a private company and then serve the needs of liquidity as you do it. I think we're lucky, we're fortunate to be in the position we are, and that's a big enabler of it.
Well, thank you. We're out of time. Tom, Muna, and Rhiannon, thank you so much for joining. Please join me in giving them a round of applause.
In this series, I want to find out which technologies will actually deliver the most competitive advantage. Let's go inside the Office of Innovation. SAP develops software for 99 of the world's 100 largest companies.
What sort of challenges are your customers facing?
That digital transformation everyone talks about is not possibly without the technology, but it needs to understand the business processes.
To deliver the innovations their customers need, SAP has partnered with connected technologies company Verizon.
Connectivity can really help a company in its competitiveness. When you can get that data, you can make business decisions quickly, which will get you ahead of the competition.
Is this like a big data playground for you?
It definitely is, but it's also an experience. It shows in real life how important data can be.
I'm most excited about how technology can blend into our everyday lives and just make it easier so we can live our lives, enjoy, and just have coffee and conversation.
Welcome to the stage Ed Bussey, CEO of Oxford Science Enterprises, Mohsen Pirzada, Head of Funds at Qatar Investment Authority, and Daria Saharova, Founding Partner at World Fund, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Olivia Solon.
Good afternoon. Final panel. Let's hope it's a good one. So sitting next to me are three people focused on making long-term bets to solve some of the world's most difficult challenges in fields like climate tech, renewables, quantum computing, and smart materials. But when we were chatting before this panel, all of them had quite different views of the term ESG, which is a framework used to measure a company's non-financial performance from an environmental, social, and governance perspective. Now, you might think that companies with good ESG ratings are good corporate citizens driving a green revolution, but in some cases, it's been little more than a box-ticking exercise. And even if we focus on the companies in the clean and green energy space, those stocks have in recent years typically lagged behind the broader market, and hedge funds are shorting those stocks, according to a Bloomberg analysis published this week. Compounding these issues is a growing movement, particularly in the US, to label ESG investments as woke capitalism, and with companies even scrubbing the term from their websites in acts of so-called green hushing. So against this backdrop, I'd like to start by inviting all of my panelists to answer the following question. How do you think about the term ESG, and how does it relate to your investment strategies? Let's start with Ed.
So the way we define it is ESG is the how. It is the process, it's the input, but it's not enough. What also matters from our point of view is the impact. And the impact is the impact that you have on society, on the environment, it's the outcome. So that's how we define our terms internally, and for us, the two things go hand in hand.
Okay.
Impact being the most important.
Okay. Mohsen.
So at the Qatar Investment Authority, we are custodians of capital for future generations. So that gives us a long time frame to help navigate and provide opinions to our investments that we commit to through both public and private and through our fund investments that I help oversee. For us, ESG, today it's called ESG. When I kick-started several years ago, it was always part of our DNA to ensure that the best outcomes are delivered through our returns that cover all three aspects. And tomorrow it's maybe called something else, but having that backbench of sustainable investing and delivering the maximum return and delivering a positive impact through our investments, both whether that be in Qatar or through our international partners that we commit to, is as true today and equally as important as other parts of diligence that we undertake, be that investment operational. And so for us, it's a continuation of what we have built on over the last 20 years at the Qatar Investment Authority.
Fantastic. Daria.
Well, you know, I'm a venture capitalist, so when somebody calls World Fund an ESG fund, I say, like, no, that's crap. How is it, like, what is ESG as an investment thesis, right? It's an internal management framework, how to steer companies, which is well meant, but very flawed. And I think, especially as like from my venture capitalist perspective, like using ESG as a stamp on your pitch deck as a fund by fundraising makes a lot of things confusing, and actually doesn't really help you to measure the impact, as you just mentioned, of what you're investing in. I have a good anecdote of that, and I think this really shows how the confusion of terms actually can lead to maybe good investments, but not consider climate tech, in our opinion. One day I was called up by a fellow investor who asked me if I'm interested to look in a pitch deck of a company he was looking at. And it was about sustainable pizza. Yeah? And then I said, what's the sustainable pizza? Like everyone, I love pizza, right? Like I would love to invest in a pizza company. So the sustainability part of it was just, it was a little bit more healthy than others. Same value chain, same supply chain, actually same, healthier. And then I said, look, you know, we invest in decarbonization at scale. This is how we measure that. And then this person come back to me and said, like, I think you're taking it too seriously. And this is the problem of ESG as a stamp, or many other terms we have out there. I think we need clear names, clear measurements, and clear accountability to what we measure towards.
So with that in mind, I mean, when pizza companies are claiming to be ESG, would you say there's been an ESG bubble? And isn't the money all now flowing to AI anyway?
It is already flowing into AI anyway. Good news, you can use AI to build fantastic climate tech solutions.
Yeah. Would you like to add anything to that?
I'd almost rather not talk about ESG because it's the process. I'd rather talk about impact. And yeah, I think there are going to be some micro movements in views around what's the right term, wrong term, is this woke, not woke. But fundamentally, we believe that businesses that are having a positive impact on the planet are the ones that will be future-proofed, whether they're in AI or in climate or in food security. So we feel very strongly that is a long-term sustainable investment strategy. And so we only invest in companies and build companies that are going to have a positive impact. And we think that's the macro trend over the next 10 years.
Yeah. I mean, I would echo that. I think it's not an afterthought. It certainly is an afterthought from QA. It's part of our investment process that is implemented across the organisation. I do think there needs to be a democratization of how we look at ESG. So if you rely on rating agency, two different rating agencies can give two very different scores on approving whether an investment is compliant or not. And there needs to be a fine balance between how much regulation is being implemented, because I think that in part has added to the problem of greenwashing, where limited resources, an afterthought around ESG, has resulted in just ticking the box to make sure that you're compliant, which is a missed opportunity to actually showcase what impact your investments are doing and delivering. And so going back, putting that onus back onto the clients, the investors, the LPs, what part of the ESG is most important is a different answer for a different investor. And I think it's, that needs to be communicated more widely.
And so does that mean different kind of accountability metrics? I mean, what kind of feedback are you asking from your LPs? You invest in, you're a fund of funds, so what kind of accountability do you demand of the funds that you're giving money to?
Look, at the very high level, we are looking to diversify away from our natural resource, which is gas. And so we are obviously, through our fund commitments, through our directs, through the Fund of Funds programme, which is targeting venture and helping to address problems around food security, around climate tech, around renewables, ed tech, health tech. These are all impactful investments. And so in terms of measuring that impact score, we have formulated quite a comprehensive development scorecard, which is assessing KPIs that are important to us. And so these won't appear on the S&P, but nonetheless are a measure of success on how we are allocating capital through our Fund of Funds programme.
Yeah. Dora, you also have an interesting way of measuring the impact of companies. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so we look at the world through the lens of climate performance potential. And you already, like when we started, I also said no ESG, no impact as a word, because that's confusing. We need something positive and financially inspiring, right? So we looked in the companies and assess what is the potential, like overall carbon emissions reduction potential by one specific technology, taking into consideration the adoption rates of competing technologies per year by 2040. And we only invest in tech which can provide a CPP, climate performance potential, of at least 100 megatons per year by 2040. It's like 1/4 of UK emissions a year by 2040, looking what else is happening. It's quite a high bar.
Yeah.
We do that for every investment we take, we look into. We actually are very thesis-driven, so we look into different sectors, build our thesis around it, and first we say, okay, is it the CPP, yes, no? We see it as a financial KPI. But we also believe, we just talk about it, that the higher the CPP, the higher the potential of the financial performance for the company and for us and our LPs.
Yeah. Now, Ed, you're investing in deep tech, and nobody wants to have another Theranos on their hands. For many, I know you don't technically count yourself as a venture capitalist, but most venture capitalists are, perhaps more used to investing in software, at least tech VCs. How do you wrap your head around what might be someone's entire academic career or their PhD thesis? Like, how do you scrutinize these technologies when you're making investments?
We have an in-house team, and it starts in the very first conversation. So we're talking to the academic before we'll even put in money for a proof of concept. So we're building the business with the academics. So technically we're a venture builder as well as an investor. But yeah, one of the things we're looking for is the mindset. It's a qualitative assessment of the academic or the academic team, and then understanding with them in terms of where we might take the business, what's going to be the environmental impact on diversity and inclusion. We'll look at all of our different metrics, and we build that conversation. So for us, we talk a lot about progression rather than perfection. We understand that at the beginning, it's in practice, it's quite difficult to assess some of these things in a quantitative way, but we want to start a dialogue from day one with workshops, and then we're training and building that assessment as we go all the way through the journey of building the company. But yes, right at the beginning, when it's a concept, that can be very, very difficult. But we'll be looking for the obvious things. And there are some things which are clear no's, so weapons and gambling and so on, but we wouldn't start there. But if we can see a pathway, we'll be looking to map it out with the academic.
Even if weapons are more accurate and therefore creating less collateral damage?
Oh, you've touched on a very hot topic there. So there's a big debate, as I'm sure we're all aware, around defence and ESG. We have a number of companies which are in the dual-use space. We wouldn't back a single-use application from a defence perspective, but we've got 10, 15 companies that are in the dual-use space, and we wouldn't do anything that's kinetic. But yes, I think if it's defence underlined, then that would meet our criteria as well.
Okay. Do either of you want to add to that?
I think, to be honest, every groundbreaking technology can find a dual use in it. There's always the side. And I think in Europe we've been very, for many different cultural, historical, structural reasons, very hands-off investing or seeing that or kind of acknowledging this fact. But I think that just at core, and I think what we have to do, it's also not a bad thing. For me, we also would not invest in weapons, obviously, but I think in context of climate and planet resilience, you cannot not think about a dual-use application or how that would actually, energy resilience, right? Energy, consistent provide kind of access to energy can also be used against one in a war, right? So I think we just have to start this conversation and be aware that if Europe doesn't do anything, it doesn't mean that things are not developing elsewhere.
Okay. Going back to screening investments, Mohsen, you're typically investing in funds, but you have a PhD in nuclear physics. How has that informed your investment approach?
I mean, I think it's a transferable skill set, and I don't think in terms of providing at times out of the box views, and that's true. I think across the QA. So we have 600 nationalities are based in Doha, having backgrounds from not just finance, but across many different disciplines, brings a nice collection of skills that makes us, I think, better investors. And so we can apply our learnings and our collective experience in driving our investments forward.
Daria, I know you evaluate the environmental credentials of your investments, but what about where the funds come from and how they might be reinvested?
At Worldfund, we are quite, I would say, balanced out. So when we started, and we started in the middle of pandemics, and we did want to raise at least 300, a bigger fund to be able to invest in deep tech technologies, solving the climate problems. So we kind of went out to our entrepreneurial network first, and we got a fantastic commitment there, and then built on top of that by approaching, institutional investors, banks, family offices, fund of funds.
Okay.
Sovereign funds. I think, but it's always I think especially in context of climate, of course, one can ask itself, does it make a difference where the money comes from, where the capital comes from, if it's an oil corporation, and I think for us, we don't really have any corporate investors.
But if Shell came to you tomorrow and said, we want to give you 300 million euros, what would you say?
Look, don't quote me on that. I would say yes, because then I know I could actually invest the 300 million in fantastic technology and multiply our ecosystem. But within our team, there would be a very strict no as well. So we kind of said, okay, let's not fight about that. There is a red line. We just don't want to cross. We always look what happens then with the profits, with the returns for a respective investor, if it would be Shell, and then decide case by case. But we didn't have to decide because we were focused on institutional investors.
Let's talk about the UK and Europe and what are the sort of most exciting technological developments in Europe and the UK in terms of deep tech opportunities. Mohsen, you're obviously looking around at the moment for VC funds to invest in. I think you're spending a lot of time, you're getting a lot of applications for the fund of funds. Tell me, what are you seeing in Europe and what are you trying to attract to Qatar?
Yeah, look, the program was announced by our Prime Minister earlier in the year. So $1 billion has been allocated, open to venture entrepreneurs internationally, regionally, domestically, to come to Doha and help contribute towards the ecosystem in Qatar and broadly in the Middle East. Europe has always been a centre of activity. It's the third largest venture capital market, trailing behind the US and China. In terms of climate-related technologies, I think it's one of the leading innovators when it comes to smart materials, carbon capture technologies. And so for us, it's an exciting prospect of tapping into the IQ that Europe has to offer and seeing what playbooks can be applied to the Middle East more generally and Qatar specifically. So we are inviting applications outside of deep tech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, ed tech, health tech, and again, each in its own right, we think has a long-term trajectory to deliver that impact and use that as a bouncing springboard for investing, both internationally, domestically, and regionally. So I'd encourage any potential applicants to go to our webpage and good luck with that process.
Ed, when we talked, we had a call before this panel, we were talking about some types of businesses that you've invested in that maybe on the face of it might not seem like the most environmentally friendly businesses, but in the long term could have a great impact in terms of the energy transition. Can you talk a little bit about those companies and how you evaluate those companies?
Yeah, so by the way, we're also very lucky to have QIA as one of our shareholders who share our sort of mission on impact. Yeah, a couple of companies come to mind. I think the first one would be we're backing one of Europe's leading fusion companies, a company called First Light Fusion. This is a very ambitious project. I remember when I first looked at one of their investment pitches, the total addressable market was 1.7 trillion. So it's a huge prize if they can get it right. It's a high-risk, high-capital business. And with that in mind, it's a huge endeavor and it's going to take time. And that will require energy and power and a significant amount of resources to get First Light Fusion to where we believe we can get it to. So there's a trade-off there. I guess that's one example. We have another company called Snowfox. It's an incredible business that has worked out how to identify areas of natural hydrogen sort of subsurface and how to extract it. But it's an extractive company. And then how do you manage something that we know is absolutely critical and fundamental to meeting net zero targets, but how do you deliver that in a way that doesn't have an adverse effect on the environment around it? So these are sort of trade-offs, some sort of short-term trade-offs to achieve what we believe is going to be a bigger positive outcome. Yeah.
So we have 1 minute left, so I'm going to do a quick-fire question. So in just one sentence, I'd like to ask each of you if you could place a single bet on a company or technology that you believe will make the most positive impact on the world in the next decade. What would that be, Daria?
That's hard to put it in one. We have 18 in the portfolio.
Just one?
No, I would say maybe it's a bit outside of the box, and I would put my bet on a portfolio company of ours where I'm also on the board called IQM. IQM is a quantum computers manufacturer, but also very strong on the algorithmic part. And it's the European answer to IBM. So they're using superconducting technology. And when we invested 2020, it was not always clear, we were asked many times, how is that climate? But I think today we don't have to ask this question anymore, both on the hardware part, in the paradigm shift, but also on the applications they can actually solve and the problems, the climate-related problems.
That was a very long one sentence.
Oh, sorry.
Mohsen.
I'll answer in a slightly odd way. What I hope the next technology to come out will really be to save the planet is around carbon capture. So most net zero targets are assuming 10 billion tons of carbon dioxide will be removed from the atmosphere when we pump 40 billion each year. Current technology is several magnitudes below that requirement, and so most projections around net zero will fall dramatically if that technology is not made commercially available. And so hopefully through our Fund of Funds program, we are adding capital and resource to help address these important climate requirements.
Ed?
I'm not allowed to have a favourite child, so in the portfolio, I guess we're building companies that are trying to develop vaccines for cancer, and we've got 120 companies in the portfolio, so it's very difficult to pick. I think the way I'd probably think about answering the question in one sentence, how would we multiply the effect of every company in the portfolio to maximum value in impact terms? And I'd agree with Daria. If I look at we have 5 quantum companies, and frankly, if one of those companies, and this is not make-believe, this is here now, it's going to be coming on stream in 4 to 5 years' time. companies that can collapse computer processing speed from a human lifetime down to 4 minutes, and then you apply that to drug discovery, to all these different areas, you can see that this is where the force multiplier is. So I would probably pick quantum as well, if that's possible.
Yeah.
That's great.
I also really like the capture and the carbon capture part. We have another company there. We can talk about it later.
Let's talk about this offline. So quantum computing and carbon capture. Thank you very much to my panelists. Everyone else, you're almost free. I think there's going to be a final words, and then you're free to have some drinks. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Bloomberg's Tom Giles.
All right. Thank you all so much. I promise I will be brief. I know better than to stand between a crowd and a networking drinks event. I do want to take a moment to say thank you again to our speakers, to our moderators, and all of you in the audience. You're a great group. I also want to say thank you to our presenting sponsors, Boston Consulting Group, Google Chrome Enterprise, Nokia, and Verizon Business. Our supporting sponsor is Standard Chartered, and our participating sponsor is Vodafone Business. I also want to just take a moment to thank. Putting something like this together takes a lot of hands, a lot of people behind the scenes who get no credit. So just bear with me while I thank the people who served us lunch, the people who are in cleanup, the people backstage who are working on sound, the people behind you who are making us look better than we actually do. I want to thank especially the people at Bloomberg. There's a whole team of people who's worked on this for months to bring it to life. The Bloomberg Tech team and particularly Bloomberg Live Events. We would love to stay connected with you. We're delighted to offer you 3 months of free subscription to Bloomberg.com. There's a QR code right behind me. And now it's time to enjoy the evening. So please join us for a networking event outside.